Yo, what up, y'all? What up, y'all? So, game will start in about 10 minutes. Right now, they're talking about lacrosse. We don't really care nothing about no lacrosse. Now, for those of y'all that keep asking in the chat about watching the game live, read the screen. I put it right there on the screen for you. Read it. Read it. Go on Google. Type in YouTube TV. Sign up for a 2 weeks free trial. Start watching the game. You can watch it on your TV. You can watch it on your phone. If you got a Roku TV, download the YouTube TV app. Put it on your TV. 2 weeks free trial. It's free. Free. Watch it for free. I'm watching it for free right now on YouTube TV. All you need is a Google account. If you're in the comment section commenting right now, you already got a Google account. So free to watch, YouTube TV. That's a free option for you. I know it works because I'm watching it right now. So make sure you guys, if you want to watch the game, YouTube TV, sign up for the free trial. Big bold letters. Free. Free. It's free. You don't have to pay $1, not a dime. After the game is over, you could cancel it, or you could wait the 2 weeks over, then cancel it. It's free live TV. They got ACC Network, SEC Network, all of them, all the channels. They got 85 channels, all the ESPN channels, the NFL Network, all that good stuff. 2 weeks for free. And if you got multiple accounts, once this 2 weeks is over, cancel that, start up another one. 2 weeks free with another account. But anyways, man, y'all let me know what y'all looking forward to seeing in the spring game today. What is it that y'all looking for the most? And let me see who all in here, by the way. Chris, what's going on with you, boss? Chris Keynes for life. What's good, man? Pride in the building. What's going on, boss? He just asked the same question I just explained a second ago. Let me see. James Smith, what's good with you? He said go Washington. I don't know who. I guess you're talking about the Washington football team. It does say go Canes, so he can't be talking about Washington, the college team. Miami in the building. How you say that? Miami the U. Okay. Miami the U in the building. What's going on with you, boss? Sofa King Kane, what's good with you, man? Ahmad, what's good, boss? Do I need a promo code? No promo code, no nothing. Just like I said, go on Google, search YouTube TV, sign up for the 2 weeks free trial, and watch the ACC Network for the next 2 weeks for free. Make sure after the 2 weeks you cancel it, because if not, then you're gonna be paying $64 a month. So make sure you cancel it after the 2 weeks. Hell, you probably don't even care about it. You could probably cancel it right after the Hurricanes game. But YouTube TV, Google. OG Kane in the building. What's good, boss? What up? Been a minute. I'm listening from work. Hey, man. Wish you was at home, man. Sit in front of the TV, man. This gonna be nice. Right now, we got like 5 minutes before they, hopefully they switch it off of this lacrosse talk, because we don't want to hear nothing about no lacrosse. We want to get straight to it. Now, I do see on Twitter that there are some people in the stands, mostly media. Shout out to Brad. He's in the building. I seen he posted a couple live videos. So they are letting the media in the building. I see Susan Miller and all those media personnel in the building. So Streeter might be in the building too. Shout out to Footballville Streeter. George, what's going on? He asked the same question. Like I said, YouTube TV, free trial, 2 weeks. Watch it for free. What's going on with you, boss? BB the Gator, what's going on with you, man? Nick 305 Canes, what's good with you, boss? What's going on with you? Yeah, like I said, next 5 minutes, the game will come on. They wrapping up this whole lacrosse stuff. Hurricane Kilo, what's good, my brother? Nick say he can't wait to see the spring game. Let's go, Canes. Yes, sir. 5 minutes away. Anyone have links to scrimmage, to any scrimmage? They didn't televise any of the scrimmage. But if you're looking for, if you're trying to watch this game, go on Google, type in YouTube TV, sign up for the 2 weeks free trial. It's free. It's free. You're not being charged $1. You don't pay a cent, not a penny. 2 weeks for free. ACC Network, ESPN, ESPNU, ESPN, everything ESPN, and all the regular channels, 85 free channels. You can watch MTV, MTV2, all of it, live TV, 2 weeks for free. I know it works because I'm doing it right now. I'm watching it on my TV. So if you want to watch the game and you can't watch it, YouTube TV. I will not be posting the game on here because they will shut my channel down. Okay, I got a crying kid. Give me a second, y'all. All right, y'all. Yeah, had a crying kid. Fatherhood. It is what it is. Chaos Canes, what's going on, my brother? And the Kane blog in the building. Hey, make sure y'all go check out the Kane blogs, man. Go check them out. Subscribe to the channel. Good information over there. Totally not depressed. To those who are wondering, real football starts at 12. We ain't watching no FCS football today, man. We watching the real deal, the Miami Hurricanes spring game. All that FCS stuff thrown out the window today. At 5 o'clock, well, this game will be way over before 5 o'clock. But at 5 o'clock, my sister has she has a baby shower, so I got to go attend that. So I won't be doing any FCS live games today. But the only game today that really matter anyway is the Miami Hurricanes spring game. So it is what it is. But let me know in the chat, man, how y'all feeling though? What y'all expecting to see today? What y'all want to see the most? Defensive wise, Manny Diaz calling plays. What y'all expect from Manny? What y'all want to see from Manny? One of Miami's biggest game is Miami game one. Is game one versus Alabama. I'm sure Alabama staff will be watching this game. Of course, they can't help but to watch this game. It would be dumb of Alabama not to watch this game. They don't want to be patting themselves on the back. And then next thing you know, be unprepared for game one. So I do expect Alabama personnel's Nick Saban himself, all of them, to be watching this game. Do college teams avoid running certain players to avoid showing them to a big opponent? Yeah, to a certain extent. If the players do need their reps, I believe they're going to play them. But it is what it is. Everybody watching. T2Y went to heaven. Canesware got some more. Hey, man, I got to stay out of Canesware, man. I got to stay out of there. Every time I go there, I buy something. Last time I went there, I bought the new turnover chain for the hell of it. Put that thing on. We're gonna put this thing on today, man. Nah. We're gonna put it on yet. We're gonna put it on yet. We're gonna see if we get some turnover. If we get some turnover there, I'll put that on. But we ain't gonna put it on as yet. All right, so we got 1 minute before it starts. They still showing all these lacrosse highlights. They top highlights for lacrosse, and you see that right there, man. The Hurricane Nation stand up. Every time I go to Kingswood, though, Kilo, man, I'm telling you, I'll be in there nitpicking through everything. Like, I don't have one of this, I don't have one of that. I got to get this and I got to get that. And I'll be like, man, get out of this store before you end up blowing your budget. The real deal, you mean the team that's gonna be? Get out of here. We ain't worrying about Alabama today. We worrying about seeing what our Canes can do. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. Few penalties, good tempo, good tackling. Definitely. All right, so they switching it over now on the ACC network. They looking at the beaches. They looking at South Beach right now, camera view. Miami Team Ibis versus Team Hurricane. So that's what they calling it. Team Ibis versus Team Hurricanes. They showing a beautiful view of Hard Rock. Unfortunately, it's an empty stadium at the moment. Okay, so they got a little status up on the screen right now. 2020 season in review. They're reviewing the 2020 season. So now they about to talk to Manny Diaz and put a little volume on it. I don't know if I get in trouble for the volume, but put a little volume on it. Manny out there with the black Don Shula. Not Shula. I'm sorry. Manny out there with the Sonnenberg. Yeah, the black Sonnenberger shirt on. Man, I gotta get me one of them shirts Manny got on, man. That thing look nice. Yeah, Manny looking fresh out there in that black. Oh man, we got 100 in the chat. Hey, make sure y'all hit that like button for me. We got 100 in the chat, 101 in the chat, 25 likes. Let's hit that like button, folks. And like I said, I'm gonna put it back on the screen. So for anybody that's just tuned in and want to know where they can watch the game, I'm gonna put it back. Put my comment back on the screen so you guys can know how to watch the game for free. It's right there on the screen. Just do it. Just do it. Trust me, you'll watch it for free. I'm watching it for free right now. So today it's going to be Tyler Van Dyke versus Jake Garcia. Tyler Van Dyke versus Jake Garcia, man. Big Bubba Sport Network, what's going on with you, boss? Florida Kane in the building, what's good with you, man? All right. First play screen. Defense all over it. So first play, Tyler Van Dyke threw to Mike Harley. Defense is all over it. Busted screen. All right, so Van Dyke go deep to Rambo. Overthrown pass. Strange Cloud, what's going on with you, man? Kevin Powell, what's good? What's good, boss? Kevin Powell, if you want to watch the game, just read the screen, man. Read the screen. Hurry up and go do it. You can watch it for free. Anybody that's in here that want to watch the game for free, just read the screen. Just read what's on the screen. You can't put it on the game, boss. If I put it on the game, they're going to shut down my channel. Listen, read the screen. For anybody that coming in here, read the screen. If you want to watch the game for free, read the screen. All right, handoff. Handoff to Jalen Knighton. About to pick up of maybe 5 or 6 yards. All right, quick pass. Who is that? Okay, quick pass from Van Dyke to Knighton. First down. Like, all right, quick handoff up the middle. And Knighton, I think he got enough to pick up the first down. The other play wasn't the first down, so he got enough yards to pick up the first down. So the drive continues. Tyler Van Dyke sitting in the pocket nicely. Okay, so we got our first flag on the play. Tyler Van Dyke looking real comfortable in that pocket, man. So holding on Zion Nelson. So that's a 10-yard penalty. So we got our first penalty on the day already. Hopefully they could, learn, clean it up before, going into summer. All right, so quick catch by Xavier Restrepo. Tyler sitting in the pocket nicely. Nice pass out to who is that? D. Wiggins. Quick pass to D. Wiggins. He caught it. There's another penalty on the play. FSU Rose in the building. Rose no-blooded. What's going on? You see, this is what you call a real spring game. We're not watching that Florida State mess. Jay Play, what's going on, boss? How you doing, man? All right, so third down, 3rd and 4. Let's see what Reed Lashley gonna do on this one. Like I said, Van Dyke looking pretty decent in the pocket, pretty calm. Yeah, Kane's vlog, Vontae is looking good out there. Nice catch by Mike Harley on the 3rd and 4, and they got picked up the first down. Move the chains. Mike Harley being Mike Harley again. All right, so Jalen Knighton ran the ball up the middle. Maybe a pickup of 2 yards or so. Alan, what's going on with you, boss? Deep pass, end zone. Pick. So Gervin Hall with the pickoff, but it won't count. There's a penalty, basically offsides. So offside just neglected interception, basically. So big number 96 jumped off sides. He jumped off sides, went off too early. All right, so Van Dyke with the play action threw the ball across the middle. Trying to see they're not doing any replay, so sometimes it's kind of hard to tell who he threw it to, and the camera movement is kind of crazy. All right, another offsides. So the defense got to keep. You got to pay attention a lot more, man. The defense has jumped. That's the second time they don't jumped offsides. That's another 5-yard penalty. So a lot of penalties happening, in the beginning of this game. We're only like 6 minutes down into the first quarter. About 4 penalties already. So we got to work on them penalties. All right. Offensive line doing pretty good. They bring in the heat, but the quarterback is not getting killed back there. So we got a 4th down. I'm guessing they're going to bring on the kicking team. All right. 305 Honcho, what's going on with you, boss? RDT, what's going on? Watching these few plays, y'all definitely not scoring on us. RDT is a Alabama fan. All right. Straight down the middle. Ooh, our kicker got a foot on him. So Team Hurricane and quarterback Tyler Van Dyke, they just picked up 3 points. Kick was awesome. Allen, T2Y, I did not have ACC Network while I was live. While I lived Hollywood. Now I live in South Carolina and I have it. It doesn't make sense. Who has access? Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I don't know why the cable networks down here don't make it, easy to get ESPN ACC network. I don't know why they make it so difficult and why they want to charge, the people of South Florida so much money to watch that network. But nonetheless, man, the internet is undefeated. Anything online, anything that's live, you can find somewhere on the internet to watch it. So right now they're in commercial break. Daniel Rivera, how you doing, boss? What's going on with you? Slim Shady in the building. What's going on, Slim? Showboy Kane, what's going on with you? Corneli Berry, what's going on with you, boss? C-Dog in the building, what's good with you, C-Dog? Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Thank you. Y'all close your door. Okay. Yeah, what I just seen? Now Rose say, I like the way y'all linebackers and DBs flying around. Yeah. So far, so good. They're not giving up any big plays. Nice and solid so far play from our DBs and corners. And for any of you guys that clicked on, trying to watch the game, like I said, right there on the screen, just do what that is on the screen, and you can watch it for free. V Kane, what's going on with you? D in the building, what's good, D? D Nice, what's up, boss? In South Florida, it's because Comcast, I don't want the SEC, but that's available. ACC isn't. All right, so that Adidas Holland Schallenberger shirt, that's what Manny's wearing right now. I'm definitely gonna try to cop me one of those, man. Shout out and RIP to him. He got this thing started for us. Right now, we wouldn't be the Miami Hurricanes that we are without him. So I'm definitely gonna cop one of them shirts. All right, so they just kicked the ball and no special teams going on, but they kicked the ball and Jalen Knighton's back there to catch it. So we might see a couple different guys today, back there, trying to catch the kicks or whatever. So we could kind of get an idea of who the guys that's competing to be that returner on points and kickoff returns. Uh, Cat 5 Kane, what's going on with you, boss? He said, what time spring game 12? No, the spring game is on right now as we speak. If you want to watch it, if you don't have it, ACC Network, just do the do what it say on my screen right there on my comment. You can watch it for free. Our receivers look good. Yep. Everything running smoothly so far, except for the penalties, except for the offsides and the holding. But other than that, everything looking pretty smooth. Defense is not giving up plays, and the offense is, picking up a little yards here and there. But like I said, they said, the offense today is going to be pretty vanilla because you don't want, there's opponents watching this game. You don't want to give them too much to, study your team on. So come game time, you don't want them to have too much information. He said, hit that like button. Got over 150 people watching. Hey, appreciate that, D Nice. Make sure y'all hit that like button, Pete. Like I said, for those of y'all that clicked on it, this not the game. This is just us watching it together. But on my screen right there, if you read it, if you want to watch the game, that's what you do. If you don't have ACC Network. Insane Kane, what's going on, man? Man, it's too early to complain about the flags right now. We'll fix it. Yeah, definitely. It's good to get those kind of penalties and flags out right now because it's in the spring. We don't want those coming out against Alabama. So for this to happen now, that just tells Manny and the crew, hey, man, get it together. This is just a scrimmage, This is basically a scrimmage game for us. So get it together. Don't come with these same kind of penalties or whatever against Alabama. Shane, what's going on with you, boss? David in the building, what's going on? David said, T2Y, we need to settle down and play what the coaches is sending out and execute and stop the flags. Have fun and learn from mistakes. Right. That's the main purpose of this scrimmage of the spring game. All right, straight up the gut. Who we have? All right, so Garcia's on. All right, Garcia's in the pocket. He throws just a little bit over a wide open receiver. And Michael Redden, oh man. Michael Redden get up. He's looking like he's a little hurt on that play. So we might have an injury on Michael Redden right now. Man, this is way too early for this. Yeah, he's stumbling on the sideline. So all right. So it's pass across the middle, caught by Keyshawn Smith. Garcia avoided the chaos in the backfield. All right, so Reed Lashley's talking to Garcia. All right, so Garcia's first drive was a 3-and-out. So like I said, guys, today we're gonna see a lot of people. We're gonna see a lot of guys back there, catching the ball, trying to figure out who's gonna be our returner for this year, whether it's on punt or kickoff return. So we just seen number 2, Stevenson back there, so a couple different guys gonna be out there competing, I guess, to be the returner. 863 Seminoles Pope, what's going on with you, boss? Okay. The real TJ, what's going on with you? Lander VR, what's going on with you? Appreciate each and every one of y'all for tuning in, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Hurricane Millie in the building. What's good with you, Hurricane Millie? I'm the last ape. What's up, boss? Y'all got some crazy names up in here. Timothy Merriweather, what's going on with you? Somebody say you suck. Well, you probably suck too. All right. All right. So let's see. All right. Quick handoff. The defense is all over it. So quick handoff to Cam. Defense is all over it, man. Pope with a $10 donation. Hit the like button for T2Y. Shout out to Saturday Morning Cartoons, aka the UM's. Oh God. Okay, I see. I see. This ain't the shit show. We putting on a real game. This got a real game feeling. Okay, so Van Dyke with the quick pass across the middle. Charleston Rambo with the catch. Looked like a pickup of maybe 6 or 7 yards. So 4th down. Nice catch by Rambo. Good to see him holding on to the ball. So we got a 4th and 1. They about to kick it. Just like the announcer just said, it's gonna be some vanilla play call. They're not gonna do too much. They're not gonna show their cards. Shane says Stevenson looks solid. Yeah, he does. All right, so Garcia's going to go back out there. Let's see if he could get something going on this drive. First drive for Garcia was a 3-and-out. Plays. 4 new coaches on the defensive side of the ball. Perhaps most notable Jess Simpson coming back for a 2 year. Get down, Brown in the building. What's going on with you? Get down. You got Malcolm Max in the building. What's going on? If Malcolm Max, whatever, put your foot in your mouth. Read the screen if you know how to read, Max. Defensive side of the ball, along the defensive line, DeAndre Johnson, and then Tyree Stevenson coming in from Georgia. Mike, those are guys that are immediately expected to come in and contribute. You're expected to come in with a level of maturity, and we've seen it, to your point, very recently. Quincy Roche, Jalen Phillips, all of these players, Bubba Bolden, who we'll see back in the secondary this fall, coming over and immediately giving a veteran presence to talent position groups. Ivana, I'm on here. Bye. All right, so quick catch by Mark Pope. Wayne Smith's spring game. Spring game is on right now, live right now. All right, so quick pass across the middle. UCLA, Quincy Roche came in from Temple. Both of them will get their names called early in the NFL draft. We'll talk about those guys. All right, so that pass was caught by Huggins, tight end. Garcia in the pocket. He throws wide open. First down picked up by, let me see, who's that receiver? Okay, Johnson. All right, so we got another penalty, another flag on the play. Garcia Armstrong, yeah, he looking pretty good on them passes. So we got a false start on the offense. Eric Phillips says he can't see. Eric Phillips, read my screen, man. Read the screen. Do what it says on the screen. You can watch the game, boss. If you can't watch the game now, trust me, after the game is over, you can watch it on YouTube because they're going to have it on there. So nice pass to, who is that? So Mark Pope with a nice catch. Nice pass by Garcia. Looked like a pickup of maybe around 15 yards, 10 to 15 yards. All right, so Jay Garcia in the pocket. Incomplete pass. Pass looked like it was intended for Mark Pope. Mark Pope. It is such a trend now in college football. Try to get out, get in early. He said how our linebackers looking. They're playing solid so far. Linebackers, they haven't had, they haven't given up too much yards or anything like that. They're making their tackles. All right. Quick slant. Looks like it's a fumble. All right, so bring out that chain, baby. First turnover. Bring out that chain. Bring out that chain, man. It's a turnover. Man, receiver coughed up the ball, man. This is really one of those spots too where you also have to remember we're all on the same team. We're all trying to make sure we get out of this healthy as you go in and make an impression here. This is different from when you get to the fall. This is making sure we take care of. Yeah, you got that turnover chain going. Get everyone to fall camp healthy. Isaiah Dunson was able to recover the fumble. Yeah, so they cost the fumble. Isaiah Dunson picked it up. Miami, when they're at their best, they're playing defense. Manny Diaz knows that. A couple of years ago when they had the remarkable pass rush, one of the best defenses in the country. And they hope to get back to that point. We hope you stay around, ACC. He said no, he wasn't ready. Laugh out loud. I bet it was Pope who turned it over. Nah, it wasn't Pope. It wasn't him. I think it was Worsham. Garcia with the deep pass. Nice catch. Oh man, come on, Pope. No, I'm sorry. Come on, Wiggins. Oh, come on, Wiggins, man. Come on, man. Deep pass by Garcia, right on the money. And, of course, D. Wiggins had it, but then dropped. Got to learn to fight, man. Got to learn to hold on. He had it in his hands. All he had to do was hold on to it. Let it loose. I mean, good play by DJ Ivey for not giving up and, causing the ball to come out. So Rambo with another catch. Rambo with another catch across the middle. All right, Garcia in the pocket again. Quick pass out. Rambo again. Rambo seemed to be his favorite target right now. You say time for Wiggins to see T2Y. You see Garcia. I'm impressed. Yeah, Garcia's putting the ball on the money. Rambo again. Rambo's having a good day so far. We might not see him the whole game. Yeah, Rambo's looking like a total stud right now. Straight across the middle. Charleston Rambo again. So that's like 4 or 5 plays in a row. He's going straight to Rambo, and Rambo's eating it up, making the catches, getting yards after catch. All right, pass across the middle to Mike Harley, and that's a touchdown for Mike Harley. So Jake Garcia got the Team Hurricane on the board again. After the kick, it'll be 10-0. So Team Garcia is up right now. Garcia might be y'all starter. I've been trying to tell people that, man. I like Van Dyke, but Garcia is a natural talent, man. For this kind of offensive scheme that we run, Garcia is that talent. And he got that swag. I don't care what nobody say. He got that Miami Hurricane swag to match it. You know, he don't just talk that talk. He shows it on the field too. Yeah, he just saw Garcia on the sideline talking to D. Wiggins. You know, D. Wiggins dropped that wide open deep pass. You know, shout out to DJ Ivy for not giving up on that play. You know, fighting the ball out nonetheless. But, you know, D. Wiggins did have him beat. That's the second hit that Keyshawn Washington did. That should have. They are. We will talk to De'Aaron today on the broadcast. We've also been told he's going to call. Yeah, you say you don't headhunt your teammates. I feel you on that. We don't want nobody to get injured. I feel you on that. But nonetheless, we do get to see a showcase of what we could get from him during the season. Hopefully, he could lay them kind of hits against Alabama. If we get to see him up against Alabama. He said Deion Sanders invented swag. Joke of the day. He said, so Garcia over King, yay or nay? What y'all think in the chat? Do y'all think Garcia or King, or is it too early? He said can't get feed here in Southern Africa. Yeah, I don't know how it works overseas. I don't know how you guys, what you guys can do to watch the game overseas, but unfortunately, you know, for y'all, probably can't watch it live, but definitely check out YouTube after the game is over. Most likely they will post the live game on there. It won't be live. They'll post the game after. So y'all can check it out that way. All right, so Van Dyke back at quarterback. Sits in the pocket. Wide open. Oh. Wide open. Dropped by Mark Pope. Wide open pass. Right in his hands. Dropped by Mark Pope. Right in his hands. This is what we've been seeing, man. This is what we've been seeing last year. Come on, Pope. Get it together. See, I've been saying it for 3 years. Pope not D1 player. Wasn't Pope a 5-star according to wasn't it Rivals? Calvin Watson says get Pope out. It's tough. To be able to have that full complement of 14 spring workouts. All right, so Van Dyke Quick, quick pass across the middle. Defense coming up big. Another fourth down, so 3 and out. Van Dyke to Johnson. Johnson couldn't hold on to the ball. So 4th and 1 again. You say Lingard 5-star. Lingard should have just stayed. If you ask me, Lingard should have stayed. But hey, move on from Lingard. Who cares? Pope says score 10-0. 10-0. Garcia team 10. Van Dyke team 0. One touchdown caught by Mike Harley across the middle. Probably was about 7 yards or so. But the receiver that we really need to pay attention to, because Garcia's been lighting them up, is Charleston Rambo. This isn't just a Wi-Fi upgrade. This is X-Fi Complete from Xfinity. So they're on commercial break at the moment. You'll have complete peace of mind online, and will ensure that you get the most Wi-Fi coverage. Somebody says, I think his name is misspelled. Jay Stroke says, you think his name is misspelled? It's not Mark Pope, it's Mark. Nope. Oh, man. Pope and Wiggins need to leave. Nah, I don't necessarily think they need to leave. I think they just need to get it together catching that ball. I think they need to get some good old Gorilla Glue. You can't tell players on the D side to take it light on O. Yeah, I mean, don't try to hurt nobody, but at the same time, hey, lay the wood, man. You know, these receivers gonna get hit during the season, so right now it's time to get used to it. But like I said, don't try to hurt nobody though. You feel me? Underclassmen starting over them. Rob Likens, I'm not seeing anything different from receiver. Game is on the ACC network. 904 King. Yeah, it's on the ACC network. Anybody that don't have the ACC network that's tuned in right now, if you follow what's on my screen, you can watch it for free. If you follow the instruction that I got on the screen right now, right here on the screen, you can watch the game for free. They're showing a beautiful view right now, the city of Miami. All right, so now you got a female talking, blah, 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 talking about food that they're, preparing for the players. Shop Turkey, no FCC games today. Like I said earlier, we're watching this game, and then after that. All right, so we got a flag on the play. Looked like a horse collar tackle made. Man, come on, man. Put it back on the game. We don't want to see you make any mango with seasoning or whatever. We seen it already. All right, move on from that, ESPN. Come on now. We want to see the plays. We don't want to see that. Put ESPN. Put it back on the game. We don't want to see her taste mangoes. Come on now. She didn't even look like she did it right. All right, back to the game. Thank you. All right, quick handoff. Yeah, we like mangoes, but we rather watch the game because they showing her while the game is actually on. All right. Restrepo with a quick screen pass. Nice pickup. Another handoff up the middle. Looked like a pickup of maybe 2 or 3 yards. So we haven't been seeing much of Cameron. What's going on with that? So you see the way she put it in her mouth. Oh man, yesterday was horny day, man. Not today. All right, so Van Dyke pass across the middle, incomplete to Restrepo. Restrepo. I got to practice saying that name, Restrepo. Because I got a feeling I'm going to be saying that name a lot this season. All right. Looked like a touchdown. Did he get his feet down? Touchdown. Restrepo. Touchdown, Restrepo. Like I said, I got to practice on that name. Like I said, might be saying it a lot this season. 1 feet down, nice catch. Touchdown from Van Dyke to Restrepo. Nice catch, footwork. Got 1 foot in. How the run defense looking as a whole? The run defense pretty good so far. So far they haven't been giving up any big runs. They haven't given up much yards on the run, period. So the defense, the run defense is looking pretty decent right now. None of the the running backs been able to, get anything big going or anything like that. You delayed T2Y. Yeah, I'm watching it through YouTube TV, so it might be a little delayed because it's running off the internet. But nonetheless, for those of y'all that's watching it at home on regular cable, it might be a little bit faster because if you're streaming something, if you're watching something on a stream, it's always a couple seconds behind. How's Tariq Stevens looking? Pretty good so far. He hasn't given up any big plays. So far, the only big play that I've seen given up was the drop deep ball by D Wiggins, and that was a big fight for DJ Ivy to continue to fight for the ball and not just let D Wiggins go down with it. Right now they in commercial break. Wiggins plus Pope better get they together. Not gonna be none of that seniority crap this year. Yeah, especially with guys like Restrepo, or if I probably messed that up already. But guys like Xavier looking pretty good right now. Rambo looking pretty good. We haven't seen much passes thrown to Mike Harley, but nonetheless, if you want to be one of them key 3 wide receivers, Mark Pope, step it up. D Wiggins, step it up. If not, come off the bench. Does anyone have a link? Not that I know of, Robert, but if you read what's on my screen, you can sign up for YouTube TV for free. Watch this game for free. Watch live TV for free for the next 2 weeks. It's a free trial. OVO A2G say funny money. Yeah, that's the Alabama and Georgia money. That's their funny money. They buy them recruits. Pay for them 5 stars, $150K a piece. 305 Kane rep, Hammer Gang. Yes, sir. Always hit the nail on the head, boss. So we got a 10 10-7 score right now with about 8 minutes and 21 seconds to go in the second quarter. But so far, so good. Offensively, defensively, been pretty decent. All right. So we just seen Charleston Rambo in the back, catching the kickoff. Like I said, we've been seeing different guys in the backfield right now. Trying to be the return guy. So they're not really playing special teams, but nonetheless, guys are back there trying to catch it. Hopefully, come season time, we pick somebody good. No muff, no muff punts or whatever, or kickoffs. So you might need to go get the belt. Man, you already know how it is, Pope. All right, so we got our first big run. Cameron Harris up the middle, looked like a pickup of maybe 11 to 12 yards. So that's our biggest run so far. All right, so Van Dyke 11 of 16, 67 yards. Jay Garcia 10 for 13, 100 and dang, they're moving it too fast. I think it was like 140 something yards. Garcia with the quick pass to Rambo. That's like I said, man. Rambo, Garcia to Rambo. That's been the theme of the day so far. All right, deep pass. Pope with the catch. And he's brought down at maybe the 3-yard line. Deep pass. Nice throw, put on the money by Garcia. Good catch by Mark Pope. Oh, but we got a flag on the play. Let's see what it is. So we got a flag on the play. Nice catch, though. Man, Garcia, man, I'm telling you, bro, I'm excited for Garcia, man. I'm excited. Man, yeah, man. Garcia's the real deal, man. I'm telling you, I'm excited for this. I'm telling you, I can't wait, man. This quarterback battle is gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice. I won't be surprised if King's not back by game one. Garcia is starting. But hey, it's just spring now. Let me pump my brakes a little bit. All right, so hand off to Cameron Harris. Battle the line a little bit, but not much. Hello? Hello? Huh. All right. Sana. My mom said bring her the decorations. All right. You heard me? She said bring them now. She said bring it and come back. You don't have to stay. All right. He said we got a kicker. Yeah, definitely. Keep in mind, man, that's Borregales' little brother. No, she said bring it. You don't have to stay. So just bring it. That's all she said. All right, so 13-7. That drive should have ended in a touchdown, but gotta work on that in the summer. Gotta work on that in the summer, man. Drives like that, getting down to the 3 yard line and only coming out with a field goal. We can't be having that. We can't have D. Wiggins and Mark Pope drop balls versus Alabama. We'll get dog walked. Oh, trust me, I believe you. I believe you. You say you a UNC fan with Harley as your profile pic. Yeah, we got some weird people in the place, I guess. I was gonna say that Jake next year is going to be the Brad Kaya 2.0. UNC fan here. Who knew?
Didn't do anything wrong. Just didn't know Miller Lite had more taste and only one more calorie than Michelob Ultra. Now you do.
He says the picture is hard as hell. So you're a UNC fan, but you got Mark Pope as your profile picture because you think the picture is hard as hell. So there's no North Carolina player that took a picture that looks hard as hell. You're an undercover Miami fan, bro. You're not fooling nobody. We know the world love us. You ain't gotta pretend, bro. You ain't gotta pretend, bro. Garcia played in a similar offense. Yeah. Like I said, anybody in there in the chat that wants to watch the game live and don't have it, just follow what I got right here on the screen. Just do what I got right here on the screen and you can watch it for free. Me, I'll post the game on here, but, YouTube ain't playing that. ESPN ain't playing that. ACC Network, they not playing that. So if I put it up here, this whole thing going to get shut down. You'll probably suspend my YouTube channel for about 3 months. And the funny thing is, I put it on there. We probably will see the game for like maybe 2 minutes before they kill everything. So it'll be a waste of time. So we do got some fans in the stands, family. Family and media. Pretty much that's what's in the stands. All right. Boo. All right, so Restrepo just caught the kickoff. So that's like 4 or 5 different guys we've seen so far that caught the kickoffs. Maiden Dade with the $10 donation. Bro, I've been super vocal about who Garcia is. That boy the real deal. Yeah. I can tell you that. If anybody that's been with me on this Garcia train, it's definitely Maiden Dade. I think we feel the same way when it comes to Garcia. You got to look at it, man. Reed Lashley, for his system, he went out and got Garcia. He recruited him hard. All right, so Peyton Matoka came out. Unfortunately, Matoka first pass is picked, but they ruled it an incomplete. So Matoka, man, come on, got to get it together a little bit. All right, so it was an incomplete pass, not a pick. So quick handoff up the middle. Look like a pickup of maybe 3 yards or so.
Very, very beneficial for Manny Diaz is where he found his star quarterback, at least early on in this spring game, Charleston Rambo, who transferred it from Oklahoma. He looks at
all right, Matoka pass across the middle. Incomplete, but there's a flag on the play. So it's a pass interference on the defense.
First down. Mike, the reality of the situation is a lot of rosters are not only built but completed right now by
904 Hurricane says, was D. Williams not fighting for the ball again? He had a wide open catch, and unfortunately, he didn't fight all the way to the ground, and he let DJ Ivory basically rip it out of him. So, pass to D. Wiggins overthrown by Matoka.
keeping their own players around, making sure they feel like this is a place you want to come back for your fourth year, for your fifth year, but also
Hey,
a
Jet,
place that looks like
appreciate you, boss. New sub here. Thanks for the live chat. Appreciate you. And if you want to watch the game, like I said, I'm going to keep saying this throughout the chat. So if new people come in looking for the game, just do what it says on the screen and you can watch the game.
difficult situation.
Okay, go.
Position battle for the offensive line. When this team really believes that they have about 7 to 8 really quality offensive linemen, if you're one of those position battles, you lose the position battle at fall camp, you know that you can just answer the drink for more.
All right, so we got a 3rd and 11 here. Matoka behind the center.
But it also has created a problem with kids they don't win that starting job, perhaps they look elsewhere.
He's in the pocket. Nice pass across the middle. Ball caught by Johnson. But it's not enough for the first down, so we'll see another 3 and out. So we have another 3 and out. Yeah, I'm gonna most definitely rewatch this game. All right, so Restrepo just caught the punt. Like I said, we've seen like 5 different guys so far catching punts and catching returns. So I guess that competition is wide open. But so far, wide receivers, Charleston Rambo is the talk. So far, quarterback Jake Garcia. Defense looking pretty nice. You know, not giving up no big plays. The running backs, they've been pretty much held to almost nothing. So that's good on the defensive side. You know, but like I said, man, most of the offensive plays so far has been vanilla. They haven't been running any trick plays or trying to show too many cards or anything. Straight up the middle. Straight up the middle by Jalen Knighton. Looked like a pickup of maybe 9 yards. So that's that's the second biggest run of the day. All right, so another run up the middle. That's good enough to pick up a first down. Looked like Jalen Knight maybe picked up 4 or 5 yards on that carry. All right, he goes deep. Mark Pope, difficult pass. Not Mark Pope. I'm sorry. That Restrepo. That was a difficult pass. Difficult pass. You know. You say Avante all over the field. Yeah.
the total. Offensive line going to have 2 sacks, 100 scrimmage snaps thrown in. Music to go in juniors years. You built this thing up front.
All right, so another drop pass by Mark Pope. Another drop pass by Mark Pope. Good play by Avonte Williams on, not just letting Mark Pope catch it, but nonetheless, another pass. Ball was in his hands. Should have been caught. So we got a 3rd and 10. Quick pass across the middle. Okay, so Pope caught the ball across the middle. Picked up a good first down, maybe around 12, 13 yards.
Look at him there. But he's yet another one of those highly recruited guys. Didn't see him. Now getting an opportunity. When some of these recruiting
Slim said that was good D by 15, not a drop pass. Well, it was a drop pass because the ball was in his hands. He just didn't bring it down. But it's still a good defensive play by number 15. But when the ball touches your hands, you're supposed to catch it.
The veteran defensive back, Bubba Bolton and company, talked about working with him more on tackling with his head up, doing things to help make sure that he can stay on the field long time. That kind of iron sharpens iron mentality is exactly what spring ball is.
Says any way to watch on YouTube? No, they're not putting it on YouTube. If you want to watch it on YouTube, you'd have to watch it on YouTube TV. And Jalen Knighton running back with a big play. Touchdown. So Team Garcia is just killing it right now. But that handoff was handoff by Tyler Van Dyke. So they got the QBs playing on both sides of the both teams. They're just rotating them. So they're trying to have Tyler Van Dyke play with the same guys that Garcia does, and Garcia play with the same guys that Tyler Van Dyke does. So quarterback is not put on a certain team.
So Lashley will tell you the one thing that makes his offense go is running game, rushing attack. But last year, again, we saw Cam Harris. He was the leader early on, had some injuries. De'Aaron King, knows a quarterback. If you look at what he did, 538 rushing yards, the second best on the team. Donald James.
He said D. Wiggins would be on the practice squad at Alabama. Damn, that's tough.
We always hear this with quarterbacks to give them that chance. But as we talked to Brett Lashley, he mentioned running backs. You're looking and trying to find your spots in these zone schemes. You're getting used to where the cuts come, how you're playing off your offense.
All right, so Price set to kick it off. All right, so Rambo back there for the kickoff. TikTok chess in the building. What's going on, TikTok? Isn't Georgia playing their isn't they playing their spring game today too? I think there's quite a few spring games on today, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's go. Come. Tatiana.
All right, so it's Strepo again. I'm telling you guys, man, that's a name to look out for this season. Restrepo. Uh-oh. Look like we got another guy down. Oh, man. Look like Johnson is down. Number 88, Johnson.
Top of the telecast, some of the names that we're going to be out with some sort of injury. Watch the move here.
Yeah. He did a nice move on him, too. Oh, man. Yeah, he might have got the wind knocked out of him.
Yeah, that would probably be my guess there. It doesn't thankfully look like anything else getting twisted up. Walking off under his own.
Yeah, he just got the wind knocked out of him. That's it. You're good.
Some you can credit to the offensive coordinator, but instances like that, individual effort plays are going to be the difference, especially in such a competitive league.
Under a minute here in the second quarter, you will not have a halftime that you are accustomed to, 10-minute halftime talk to you.
Okay, so they're saying for halftime it'll be like a 10-minute talk with Manny Diaz, so they won't have no regular halftime. All right, so incomplete pass by Garcia.
What happened after spring ball? Walk us through from program to program. What are you guys going through then after the spring game?
Yeah, in general, after the spring game, you're going to be usually some time away from campus as class wraps up.
Yeah, they said that in the beginning of the game that they was going to talk to De'Aaron King. So during that halftime, the 10 minutes, they might talk to Manny Diaz for a little bit and then talk to De'Aaron King. All right, so you got a sack. Sack on Garcia. Oh. Oh, man. Golden Blue Dude in the building. What's going on with you, boss? T2Y. If people don't have the ACC network, how can you watch the spring game? Because I have Anthony, read what's on my screen right now. If you read that, you can watch the game for free. For anybody in here that wants to watch the game, If you read what's on my screen, you can definitely watch the game for free. John Shields, hey T2Y, just tuned in. How are you? You grading overall performance so far? By the way, nose still suck. Yeah, nose still suck. Definitely do. So far receiving the receivers looks pretty good. We still got the drop balls situation with Mark Pope and D Wiggins a little bit. The the defense is looking pretty decent. They haven't given up too many big plays, but there are two drop ball situations where they could have been big plays given up. So defense definitely looking decent. Linebacker play been decent. Corner play has been decent. Receivers receiving so far, especially on Charleston Rambo. Charleston Rambo's looking exceptional. Garcia's looking like he's the guy right now when it comes to quarterbacks. Brother Jay Blaze, how you doing, boss? What's going on with you? Garcia the number two. Yeah, if King's number one, Garcia number two, I'll agree with that. But I trust me, I won't be surprised if Garcia's fighting for that number one spot also. Garcia over the middle. So that's a first down. 3 seconds. 3 seconds left in the first half on my end. Some of you guys' TVs might be a little bit faster. Like I said, I'm streaming this on my off YouTube TV. So if you have cable, regular landline, it will be a little bit faster. So 20-7, Team Hurricane versus Team Ibis. So Andre Borregales, Jose's little brother, set up the kick a 42 yarder, a 32 yard. I'm sorry. Straight up the middle, straight. I'm telling you guys, we got a good kicker. It looked like he just picked off, like he just picked up where his little brother, where his big brother left off. Now his brother definitely had a lot more size on him than he does, but he's looking pretty solid kicking wise so far. He looked like one of them kickers that we could count on, like we did his brother. For those of y'all that was watching the game and tuned in, appreciate y'all. If you haven't already, hit that like button. For those of y'all that tune in that's looking for the game, you can follow the instruction on the screen. You can watch the game for free that way. In 2005, Dr. Pepper sent three flavors into a vault to perfect the impossible. Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. Today, there's a lot of spring game on today, so if you do decide to use the free trial for the YouTube TV, you can watch those other games too. SEC Network, Big Ten Network, all those networks are on. Uncle Lou in the building. Uncle Lou being messy. Oh man, what else we got here? Anthony, I try to subscribe for free trial to YouTube TV, and it says my area YouTube TV is not available. And I live in Sarasota. That's I didn't know they had a restriction on areas. Yeah, that's tough then, Anthony. I haven't really looked into any other ways of watching it. Once I tried YouTube TV and it worked right away, I was just like, okay, cool. Canelli Berry in the chat, he also says Fubu TV free 7-day trial. So that's another way you could watch the game also. Maybe you want to try that out, Anthony. Fubu TV free trial, free 7-day trial. So apparently the YouTube TV, certain areas, it probably won't work for you guys, but nonetheless, you can try it on there. You can try it on 904 Hurricane says you should be able to get the ACC network on Hulu as well. And Hulu does offers a free trial, so there are different ways that you can watch the game.
when we get to the second half. We'll be running clock in the fourth quarter. De'Aaron King, star quarterback, going to go
But I
to
know
the
if you
run.
live in the Miami area, if you live in the South Florida area, you could definitely watch the game on YouTube TV. 2 week free trial. Watch the game. You don't want to keep it, cut it off. If you decide you watch it for 2 weeks and then turn it off, you could turn it back on with a different profile. This is my second time turning it on with a different profile, so you could do that. Uncle Lou Garcia High School coach Rush fired for buying Garcia. How many Miami? Oh my God. We don't want to talk about buying players, Uncle Lou, because I'm pretty sure if they unlock, you put in the cheat codes and you unlock Georgia's paid player list. I'm pretty sure you'll be surprised at how many combinations you got to put in to pay a player 160,000. Was it 160 or was it 100? I'm sorry, 180,000. I think it's 60,000 times three is 180,000, right? If I got that wrong, I'm pretty sure Nick Chubbs can correct me because he could probably tell me how much he got paid to come back to play his last year at Georgia. But shout out to Rush for not wanting to go to battle or probably don't want to get a hit put out on him by the Georgia Bulldogs and Alabama Crimson Tide. So he reneged on his story. He took it back. Don't want Nick Saban goons coming after him. Alabama and Georgia is a mob. You don't want to go up against a guy like Alabama who got their own bank. So shout out to all the grandmas out there that receive 150,000. Because their grandson is a 5 star. Shout out to all of y'all. Shout out to Kirby Smart. He ain't too smart on the football field. He ain't too smart picking the quarterback, but he's smart enough to pay him. He's one of those coaches that know that, hey, you pay them, they'll come. Imagine going to work, do a whole 2 weeks, and you don't get paid. That's like a regular college kid. Just go to work, don't get paid. But with Georgia, they like, nah, we're gonna pay you. We're gonna pay you. We volunteer free labor, but we're gonna pay you. Uncle Lou, that was Garcia High School. You said it already. Don't be watching Garcia play so good, Lou, and getting all scared. I know what it is. Uncle Lou getting scared right now because he think if this Miami team that he's seeing right now meet up with Georgia, we might beat the brakes off their butts. So he trying to talk about Garcia. He don't want to see Garcia on the field. I see what you're doing, Lou. How you in the ACC 17 years, zero ACC title? How you not win a championship in 41 years? How you been Alabama's bitch for so long? Alabama should just go ahead and rename y'all stadium. Alabama's second home. And name y'all stadium Sweet. So when they come, they could be like, Sweet Home Alabama. Oh man. All right, so we got a whole bunch of commercial right now. We got the draft commercial, whatever, talking about the quarterbacks. Trevor Lawrence, Kyle Pitts, and all those guys. Trey Lance. Anybody in the chat remember the last time Miami was good? Anybody in the chat was born when Georgia won their last championship? Is anybody in this chat? Were you guys alive when Georgia won their last championship 41 years ago? So if you under the age of 41 in this chat right now, that's tough. I'm 32, so Georgia Georgia championship was about what 12 years older than me. God dang, Jesus! Can you imagine how much money they got to pay somebody to dust that trophy off after 41 years? Who will Miami coach be in 2023 after after they fire Andy Mandy? Okay, that's cool. Who will replace Kirby Dunn after he make the next wrong decision when it comes to quarterbacks? Oh man. So Brian says he's 42. So that means Brian, you was a year old, or not, maybe not even a year old, when Georgia last won their championship. Think about it. There, no. Think about it. Think about it real good. There are people that done 25 years in prison and came out of jail, came out of prison or whatever, since the last time that Georgia won their last championship. Think about it. You know how many people get sentenced to 20, 25 years of life and, they get out on parole and stuff like that? There are a lot of people that did a lifetime sentence since Georgia won their last championship. Hey, that's tough. That's tough, Georgia. UGA has a winning record against Florida. Are you the Are you new to football? Oh, he must be talking to somebody else in the chat. Um, yeah, I don't know what their record is. I know Miami got a winning record over Florida too. We're up on them 2 games, so I mean we got a winning record against every team in Florida. So you know how that go. But I mean, shout out to Georgia Tech for being the last team in the state of Georgia to win a national championship. He said Georgia Tech has more natties than Georgia. You don't even run your state. You might run the team, the Florida Gators, but you don't even run your own state, man. That's tough. Now you have beaten Georgia Tech way more than they've beaten y'all, but they got what counts. Rings, ring. Miami fans and Yale fans are the same. Sit around talking about their titles won a million years ago. They're irrelevant today. See, but that's the issue with Georgia. Georgia fans are so salty. They don't have any championships to sit around and talk about. If you had championships to talk about, you'd be in the same boat as Miami fans. But since y'all don't have the championship to talk about, y'all got to talk about us talking about our championship. Talk about us. Talk about us. That's tough. Shout out to FSU for being better than Miami since they have the most recent championship. Hey, shout out to FSU for winning the most recent championship. I mean, they got to have something to claim to. Shout out to them. But when it comes down to it, Miami has more championships. Miami has more wins against FSU. It is what it is. I mean, not to mention we won 4 in a row with a nice beat down of 52-10. So, shout out to FSU for winning the most recent championship. Can't take that away from them. But 1980 was a hell of a year, wasn't it, Georgia? last time Georgia won a championship, you know, you had to pick which one of your kids was your least favorite kid. You had to tell him to go stand behind the TV and hold up the antenna, the little metal, the little metal cold antenna, the ones that basically you go in your closet and you get you a metal hanger and you take it apart. Have that one kid stand behind the TV and hold it up so you get a little signal. That's the last time Georgia won their national championship. Look at who say Miami's the only fan base that only talks about how good they used to be. Georgia is the only is the only team that can't talk about how good they used to be because every time they get good, Alabama put a foot in their ass. Shout out to Alabama, man. They put shout out to Alabama for putting a foot in Georgia ass after they was up 25. Wasn't it 25 points y'all was up by halftime or was it 28 or something like that? and then you let Nick Saban and them come back and beat y'all. You could have ended the curse y'all got going on, but that's tough. You choked. You choked. Hey, question to the chat. Question to everybody in the chat. If if you had to give the choke award out, would you give it to Oregon or would you give it to Georgia? Georgia choked in their championship, and Oregon also choked in their championship. But if you had to give out a choke artist award, who would you give it to? Would you give it to Georgia or would you give it to Oregon? Anyways, back to this Hurricane football. So they about to talk to De'Aaron King right now. All right, so they talking to De'Aaron King, talking about his rehab. All right, almost an interception by number 36. Um, UGA chokes in daddy games. Miami chokes against FIU. Didn't y'all almost lose to Georgia State? You know the difference between when Florida beat Georgia and Georgia beat Florida? When Florida beat Georgia, they got a chance of winning championships. They got a chance of winning SEC championships or whatever. I mean, 2006, 2008. I'm pretty sure all the Georgia fans were sick to their stomach watching good old boy Tebow win the national championship. But that's the difference between Georgia and Florida, and that's y'all biggest rival, ain't it? No, never mind. Georgia, y'all biggest rival should be South Carolina. So y'all year in and year out battle to be the most coming up short team in the SEC. No, we never played Georgia State. I'm pretty sure somewhere down the line y'all will play them, and I'm pretty sure they'll probably give you the game of your life. You probably lose it. Georgia State or Georgia Southern, whichever one of them. I don't know. T2Y, what do you think is more likely? Miami beating Alabama or FSU beating Notre Dame? Miami beating Alabama. FSU ain't beating on the FSU ain't beating half the teams on the schedule this season. FSU will be lucky to go 4 or 5 wins. It's looking like a total shit show. Isn't FIU Miami's biggest rival? Well, Georgia don't make too many rivals because I mean to make lifetime rivals, you would have to literally beat teams and win national championships. We know y'all could beat teams, but we just know y'all can't win national championships. Facts. Himmy in the building. What's up, Himmy? Himmy say you suck. I don't know what he talking about, but hopefully he ain't talking about me. All right, so right now they're showing De'Aaron King again. Just talking about football injuries and all that good stuff. What to expect, coming up into this season, COVID-19 stuff. FIU beat the soul out of Miami in the brawl. Ha 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 ha. Apparently, we didn't watch the same brawl. How does he look in recovery? Well, right now we're only seeing him on the camera from stomach up, so you can't really tell. You can't even see his knee right now. Okay, so Derek King is talking about if he does want to get into coaching. So if football don't work out for him, that might be a venture he might take. Try to be a head coach or positional coach or whatever.
Pierre said, dial us up a ball play. But look, we want to see him running ball players this ball. What about the
All right, so they planning on having Derek King throw some balls on the sideline, I guess. Or something.
Any injury to the basketball player's heartbreak, but who made his so is he had just announced Mike he was coming back this year. Plays the Cheese and Bowl against Oklahoma State, and then that's when
So where is Miami ranked T2Y for you? Well, according to ESPN, I think Miami was ranked number 8. But I don't feed into these rankings in the preseason and stuff like that. When it comes close to game time, after week 1 or maybe week 1 or 2, then I'll start looking into the rankings. All right. All right, so we got Matoka back out there throwing the ball. You got Derek King on the sideline. He's walking. He's walking. He's looking normal walking wise. Don't know what it's like for him to try to jog or run or anything. So nice pass by Matoka. If anybody was wondering how hot is it in South America, in South Miami right now, in South Florida, period, watch this game. Watch the guys on the sideline. They're drenched. They're standing in front of the fans and everything. It's hot.
get ready to throw on a headset, ready to make the quarterbacks happy. They make like the junior offensive play for a no time ran out for Toker and they get the defensive sack.
All right, so another sack by the defense.
You got to get it down to the goal line. That's going to throw to your time.
I think when it comes down to the other two quarterbacks, I think it's safe to say that Matoka is definitely number 3 on the list. He's definitely at the back of the line. King on the sideline talking with Jake Garcia. So that's good to see. The score is Team Hurricanes. All right, so Matoka just got picked off. So the turnover chain coming out, man. That turnover chain coming out. Yeah, that turnover chain coming out, man. Dang. Matoka with another pick. Yeah. Score is 20-12. Team Hurricane Green is 20-12. T2Y, if King can't go against Alabama, Drake needs to start. Definitely agree, Daniel. Definitely agree. I've been trying to tell people that for the last month or two, but a lot of people is on the Van Dyke train. But it's early. I'm not saying Van Dyke can't win that job. I'm just saying I think Jake Garcia fits a little bit better, and he looks a little bit better out there. The kid's confident. He said Cam Kitchen is better than Carter. We'll see. Wait, where Lou at? Did he leave? He ran out of Georgia material. Oh man. Yeah, man. Appreciate each and every one of y'all for tuning in. Like I said, for most of y'all that tune in and you're looking to watch the game for free, just read what I got written across the screen. You should be able to watch it with no problem. If you're in an area that it don't cover it, then that's tough. Try Fubu TV, 7-day free trial on that one too. So it said Jake is good, but I don't want any freshman from Miami against Bama. I mean, but you got to look at it. What if the freshman is the best option we got? Put the best player on the field and let him go do his thing.
Motorcycle guys appreciate the better technology. This is better technology.
I'm at he said Fubu TV. I'm at Fobo TV. Fobo TV. Fubo TV. Roll damn tide. Who do you think? Roll damn tide. Miami gonna roll them damn tides for real.
Spring game, Hard Rock Stadium, and in Gardens, Florida. There's De'Aaron King.
Mr. HD said, I've seen all I need to. We're going to be good. We got another penalty on the play. I don't know about you, Mr. HD, but I need to see a little bit more work on these penalties, man. Too many penalties.
Sometimes a player come back from an ACL or an injury and come back better than they were before. He strikes you as that type of player.
All right, run up the middle. Maybe a 3-yard pickup. So running back number 43 is getting a lot of reps today. Nice throw across the middle. Nice pass by Matoka. Ball caught by Pope. And as you just heard the announcer, because he said it loud as hell, that's the end of the third quarter. Score is 20-12. Like I said, so far defense, offense look pretty decent. Need to do some cleanup on penalties. Defensive players not giving up big plays. That's a good thing. But keep in mind though, the offense that's being called is pretty vanilla. We're not calling too many different plays. Just keeping it simple.
Then a personalized 3D model helps you track progress over time. It looks nearly twice as accurate as looking at the smart scales, so you can focus on your health, not just your weight.
Yeah, Reggie, it's always tough to say goodbye.
Tell you one thing though, the offensive line looking pretty decent. Offensive line is looking pretty decent. They haven't given up too many sacks today. They've been giving the quarterback a lot of time in the pocket to make good decisions. Quarterbacks ain't running for their life. So I definitely like what the offensive line is doing. Look like if you had an average out, you look like your your quarterback look like he has a good 4 seconds to deal with in the pocket so far. And if they roll out, maybe add another 3 or 4 seconds onto that. So I'm at probably around another 2-3 seconds onto that. So offensive line is doing pretty good. They haven't been holding. They haven't been getting beat by the defense. So should be nice going into the season with a good old line. That's been one of our major issues.
Take your adventure further in the first ever Santa Fe High.
I'm losing a lot. a lot. Maybe they fall off like LSU did. Right now, like I said, with Alabama, Alabama is loaded. They backups could be starters other places. So I'm not sure if they would fall off like an LSU did, but nonetheless, we got to play them like they the national champions. Even though they got a lot of players that's leaving on the offense, we still got to play them like they national champions. We got to play them as if they that same team from last season. Offensive wise, I think we got to beat them offensively. We got to put up points, and we got to keep rolling. We got to make them change their game plan. Look like they got Kim on the side calling plays. All right, let's see.
Daddy, it's not too clean.
Okay,
You did too. Can I put it back
okay.
Right
All right, so Mark Pope with a nice catch.
see De'Aaron there, the last with the focus on him. He's calling these in.
So they got De'Aaron King on the sideline calling plays right now.
As he approached the goal line. Second
He
and
said Garcia will be holding the clipboard all season. Like I said, if King ain't back, Garcia will not be holding no clipboard. Slim Shady, you lost your mind. You on what's it called? Concussion protocol. He is not gonna be on those sideline. If King ain't ready for this season, I'm taking Garcia over Tyler Van Dyke. Garcia runs. All right. No, right now they can't get hit, so
Ford did a good job on top of this. Now you got some time to call.
Garcia likely start versus Bama. If King can't go, I'm on the Garcia train, bro.
Four backs in a row. Garcia over the middle. Intended for the spot.
All right, so they're in the red zone right now. Garcia is in the red zone.
You've got Victor and known right here. This is also spring football, and I would hope that everyone on the defensive side has an understanding.
It said T2Y, you got the Li. I don't know what the Li is, man. What's up with Coach Coop today? I'm not sure what's up with Coop. We haven't seen Coop done his normal videos in a minute, but you got to keep in mind Coop he's been sick lately, but he does have another YouTube channel where he's trying to work on a Mustang, a 1970. I think it's a Mark One. So if you ain't subscribed to Coach Coop, I think the channel is called My Life with Coach Coop or whatever. But y'all probably check that out if y'all want to see him work on a 1970 Mustang. He's trying to rebuild it, from the scratch. It looks crazy, but he's been making a lot of progress on it, trying to bring it back to life. But as when it comes to links, no, I don't have no links. Chris, there's YouTube TV. Sign up for that for free. Watch the game for free for 2 weeks. And somebody else said in the chat, Fobo TV, you can watch. You could get a 7-day free trial, and you can watch it on there. But right now, it really would make no sense because the game is almost over. You probably should just probably wait and watch it again on YouTube because they're gonna put it on YouTube, highlights and the games. They're gonna put it on YouTube. Every other spring game has been on YouTube so far. If you search for them, even the shit show that Florida State put on last week, you can watch that on YouTube. So I don't think they would I don't think it would be any different for Miami Hurricanes spring game. Keyshawn should Keyshawn should start over Wiggins. I mean, at this moment, to be honest, I haven't seen anything different from Wiggins. I have not seen anything different from him. Drop balls, fighting, and not fighting for the ball. It seems like it's the same. Mark Pope is inconsistent. He's made some good catches today, but he still got the drop C's. The wide receiver that pretty much stand out today most is Charleston Rambo and Restrepo. And of course, okay, so the game is back. Derek King is on the sideline. He's calling plays. So the score right now is 27-12.
That's a rising four pass.
And I want to be abundantly clear. I believe that one run was a scramble by his young quarterback, and Garcia. So not a lot of design interrupting plays from Jared. To be fair, he was honest with us about what we talked about.
Bet 100 y'all down. Y'all don't win by 30. Huh? They say Clemson gonna be in trouble this year if something happens to DJ because their backup done for the season. Yeah, he got hurt in the spring game. Their backup quarterback. So yeah, Rose, if they something happened to him, Clemson season might fall apart unless that third string guy is some miracle guy, some miracle worker, and you know. All right, deep pass, breaking up by the defense. Flag on the play.
You're working towards the goal of trying to give yourself an opportunity on the field. I was a guy that had to wait a long time to get my playing time in college football, but knowing you've got someone on the team you're comfortable with.
So they got pass interference. Like I said, man, penalties. Got to clean up the penalties.
On the field, leading your guys, being playing at the offensive center around, to have that out, just take it away out of nowhere. So that means that he adjusts himself to learn a different way to be around the team and lead and do so himself.
Oh.
Quarterback room, teach some of these young guys the offense. He's learned a different style of the offense. I think this speaks as much, if not more, to you.
Man, that was a hard tackle right there. All right, quick screen. Short of the first down. Caught by Johnson.
We talked with their coaching staff about what they need to improve on this year, taking fewer sacks. And they said part of that is on the quarterback, part of that's on the team. We don't let those teams get you out of trying to get a sack. That seems like tape because we had cold run play in the Eric King. There's the ball carrier.
All right, so they got Ryan Ricks in at quarterback. He's been throwing some decent balls, nothing major. Pat, what's going on with you, boss? What's good with you? All right, hand off up the middle for a look like no gain.
This is where you can pay it forward for that next generation of players.
Sam Fishman on the tackle. And you hear it. Look, it's football cliche, but it's true. Mental reps. How do you get your mental reps? Most of these young guys, a lot of the time, it's all they get is mental reps. But here they get to be in the game.
King of Battle, what's going on with your boss?
The spring game at NCAA's network. The coaches will then take the tape from today and throughout all the spring practice is their foundation to watch what they did well, what they need to improve on. Because once you get to fall camp, that's when you're preparing to play in the season.
All right.
That's when you're preparing for big jobs. And you're right, they was pointed out to us as a reminder, the spring football game is on TV, so there's value to that. It's an opportunity in a Hard Rock Stadium, which they haven't always been.
Miami, Atlanta, what's good with you, boss?
To go ahead and cut loose in that environment. But of the scrimmages they've had, this is the third scrimmage technically of camp. But look at Steph said, the other two were probably the more important one, more doing more schematic, more throwing momentum at these players. This is a
All right.
about to present to the world, but the work has already been done in prior quarters.
The defense is looking amazing, man. Defense is playing. They playing the ball, they turning around. You know that pass was almost intercepted. DB got to come down with it.
There is, and you see it happen at full speed the way it turns up when you get this environment. You put on that game uniform instead of the practice uniform, and you able to process that.
Deep pass, touchdown,
That's two for Keyshawn Smith. He just
and that's another touchdown by Keyshawn Smith, man.
another touchdown. Ryan Ritz, what a throw and catch.
And that was thrown by Ryan Riss. Ryan Riss with a quick touchdown to Keyshawn Smith. I don't know. It might be a fight for that third spot between Risk and Matoka. But it's clear that it's Garcia versus Tyler Van Dyke for second string or starter if King's not back.
So Ryan Ritz to Keyshawn Smith. Young guys,
Telling you, man, that Keyshawn Smith, y'all gonna watch out for Keyshawn Smith. Watch out for Keyshawn Smith. Watch out for Strepo. Those guys, if not starting, they will be in rotation. This has been a well played spring game for the most part. Appreciate that, Dante. I'm not sure who's your team. Hold on, let me tell you. You probably a Kings fan. I try to tell Florida State we're not putting on no shit show. We giving these guys football to watch, even though we call them vanilla offenses and vanilla defense. It's still something to watch. It's still a spectacle to watch. Showboy Kane say we all the way better than FSU. Facts. Definitely facts. Panama Jack in the building. What's good with you, boss? T2I and Kane's family. What the break off, y'all? Bama gonna be okay, Rico. Keep that same energy till all the way up to September 4th. Keep that same energy. Bama Young this year, I guess RDT 66 not paying attention to that. Yeah, 27-19. 27-19 at the moment. The green team is up. They're showing a beautiful view right now of the Hard Rock Stadium.
I was just at Hard Rock Stadium in January for the national championship. Or last season, last one was nine historic seasons in college football history because of the pandemic.
All right, so ball kickoff caught by Restrepo.
Now we hope this spring that our spring is, we are headed in the right direction. And Garrett King is certainly headed in the right direction for his future coach, but we want to be when football's over. 10 pass plays, 3 run plays, 2 touchdowns. He's going to hand his headset to Lashley afterwards. You like to see that? I work here as well.
Like it's even hard, Coach. What have you been telling me about this entire time? Forget this vanilla stuff. He's out here slinging it all over the yard.
Hey, so go back on.
How's the offensive line been blocking? Offensive line been blocking pretty good. They've been blocking pretty good. The quarterbacks had plenty of time in the pocket to make good decisions. They haven't been running for their life. So, all right, so they got Matoka.
I think that is going to bode extremely well for my hands.
They got Matoka in that quarterback. Some miscommunication on the screen pass. Ball thrown behind the back of the receiver. So Matoka got a lot of work to do, man.
To the NFL. Your linebacker core is young, starting to look for some faces popping here over the course of this spring. And so having his voice commanding that room probably more important than anything else.
It is a deal. Matoka goes deep. Open throw and catch. D. Wiggins.
Oh man, what a way to end the game, man. What a way to end the game. A deep ball caught by D. Wiggins. A deep ball thrown by Matoka and caught by D. Wiggins and brought in by D. Wiggins. He held on to this one. And that's the ball game, guys. That's the ball game right there. I like how the defense looked, like how the offense looked. You know, the offensive line did extremely well today. I think we're in good hands on the offensive line. Come versus Alabama, as long as practice go well, injuries are limited. I think we should be good against Alabama. I think today's game was a solid performance by both sides of the field, defensive wise, offensive wise. Receivers, they made plays. The cornerbacks, the safeties, they made plays. So running backs, they looked okay. They wasn't running with Cameron or Jalen Knighton too much. With the injury to Don Shane, you don't want to put too much on risk on those guys getting injured. So solid spring game, pretty good performance. Great to see the Canes play. I'm gonna open up I'm gonna put the link in the chat for you guys for anybody that wants to come in and give their thoughts and opinion on what's going on. I see we got somebody spamming in the chat. Don't do that, bro. Next time you do it, I'm gonna put you in timeout. Hold on. All right, so I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Y'all come in. Y'all could tell me from what y'all seen. How y'all feeling about this team. After this spring game. Kane gang, what's going on with you? So the link's in the chat. Come on. You can click on the link. You don't have to show your face, but just turn on your mic. You tell me what you guys think. Room for improvement. Where we did extremely well. Good negatives and positives. What y'all took from the quarterback play. Wide receiving play. Cornerbacks. You name it. So the links in the chat. Somebody, you can click on it. If not, we're gonna wrap it up probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I want to get y'all takes and thoughts on what y'all seen in the spring game. Keep in mind, it's just spring. It's just April, guys. We still got summer camps and all that good stuff to go.
Coming this fall. So take a look at Miami's schedule this upcoming season. There's one notable omission here by Gordon. And that's the
RDT with the hate, hating on the Canes as usual.
Alabama, which is obviously a huge opening game, non-conference, Michigan State non-conference. But you avoid Clemson, North Carolina at North Carolina is going to be tough.
We gonna be straight, maybe 2 losses. I ain't taking that. If we beat Bama, if we beat Bama, I ain't taking that. I ain't taking that 2 loss crap. All right, so they wrapping up. They wrapping up everything basically. All the players talking to their families that's on the sideline and stuff like that. Shane says, Miami 33, Bama 28. I'll take that. I mean, that's gonna be a close game. I'll take that. And it's a win for Miami. I'll take it. Shoot. Pride said a solid D plus. Yeah. So we had some good plays by the quarterbacks. I was mostly impressed with Jay Garcia. Tyler Van Dyke didn't do a bad job either. Matoka looked like he needs a little more work. All right, so we got Kane City Cartel. What's going on with you, boss?
Man, what's good with your T2Y?
Man, chilling, man. So what's your thought, man?
Um, well, it's a lot. It's a lot. Um, I kind of everybody who I
Hold
thought
on,
was
hold on, boss. We got another guy in the back. Darrell Jacobs. I'm gonna bring you on, but Kane Cartel, you got the floor.
yeah. I had a lot of questions going into the spring game because Manny is the great politician he is. He gonna make shit sound good. In practice. So if I want to talk about, I really wanted to look at the defensive players and the younger guys and the guys returning, and to see if I could see anybody that sticked out. You know what I'm saying? And overall, I think we looked at least solid. Um, Maybe like later on, the safety core kind of got their stride going, but in the beginning, man, it was looking ugly. I ain't like what I was seeing early. Let
Yeah,
me
I
see.
mean, run wise, defense looking good though.
Oh, that run defense, man, that front four. I'm still not sold on 53 on the outs coming in from the outside. I don't like it. Scaife was killing them. Um,
Hold on, boss. It's funny that our spring game just ended because now they playing the Florida State one.
oh, I already know. I just turned it off, dog. I
Yeah,
can't. I can't
I'm
even
about to
watch
turn
it.
the TV off too. Man, I want to watch that shit
I don't
show
want to
again.
watch that trash, man. But Scaife was manhandling 53 off the edge, man. I think he don't even need to be with the ones. You know what I'm saying? Um, Let some other guys get some reps with the ones. But other than that, I liked what I saw from guys like Austin Cave. Isaiah Dunston is a dog out
Mhm.
there. I really like him. DJ Ivy still can't tackle. Um, Avante looks
Yeah,
scary. Looks
yeah,
scary back there.
he's a ball hunter, man.
I love that. And Cam Kitchens, he had that one he gave up to Restrepo. Honestly, I don't know what happened there because he was playing offense. Still gave up the corner. But other than that play, he played real solid too. Cam Kitchens.
Now,
Um,
who you more confident in right now? You know, Garcia or TVD?
bro, Garcia different, dog.
I'm trying to tell them, bro.
That arm is different. I mean, you gotta look at it like this. TBD way more football than Garcia, bro. Garcia arm is different. It's there.
Yep.
He was he was laser tagging dudes, bro. Like pinpoint accuracy. I was mad. I don't want to. I don't want to be mad. I don't want to be bitter because I already did it on YouTube. I mean on Facebook. But bro, that dime he dropped on D Wiggins in the first half,
If
bro.
he only fight, man, that's my issue with D Wiggins. You gotta fight, bro. Fight to the end. Because if
Yeah,
he fought to the end, that's a huge pickup right there.
that one that the one that Matoka threw on the sideline, and D Wiggins didn't fight for the route.
Yeah.
Same thing. He don't got a lot of fight in him, man. As far as like he's a big body, he should be a man amongst boys out there.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And he's been playing enough football to be that guy. And
I
I
mean,
don't want to get on those guys because I already went in on Facebook.
I already know, man. The dry
But
season stuff. We try to not talk about it too much, but it's right there in front of your face.
yeah, but as far
Rambo,
there
Rambo.
we go,
There we
Rambo,
go.
he looked
there we
consistent.
go. I don't see him. I see him all 4 quarters on the field. Don't
Yeah,
take
man.
him out unless
At
he
one
hurt.
point, at one point, I think Garcia hooked up with him like maybe 6 times straight.
Yeah, and De'Aaron King called that drive.
Yeah, and it
Yeah,
was nice to see him out there calling plays, man. So I don't know. I think if De'Aaron King don't pin out in the league, he might have a future coaching somewhere. Miami
I
might
agree.
even give him a chance or to bring him up.
Now I know that this is basically like the basics of the offense that we're showing. We're not really showing everything. We're keeping it simple. The running plays inside zone, outside zone. We try to end around, which I don't. I think we got enough talent. We don't have to do that type of stuff. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? I'm not big on those trick plays. You know, unless you need a spark in a game, a meaningful game. Let's line them up, man, and just let the playmakers do their thing in space. I don't like end rounds to me. I don't like that old throwback reverse stuff.
Yeah,
But
not to mention today, we weren't gonna see too much of the play calling. We were just gonna
right,
get a couple plays here and there. Nothing major. They don't want to give those Alabamas and other teams too much to watch and prepare for.
it was kind of hard to watch not having a true tight end on the field too, bro.
Yeah, we kind of hurt in that position right now.
Yeah, we
Most of the guys
banged
we
up.
got is Mallory. Mallory's hurt. Mamorelli, he's hurt.
Yeah, all of, and Hodges
And,
got what? Hodges got suspended for the game for
Hodges
whatever
might be
reason.
suspended. It's on. They haven't really come out with how long he might be suspended. But I want to
Yeah,
know what violations he broke though.
probably some COVID protocol, something crazy like that.
Yeah,
You put the team in danger. It ain't too many other violations he could have really did because you know what I'm saying it wasn't academic. So I don't know. I don't know, bro.
I
But
mean,
I
for
was
us to
happy.
be for us to be so depleted right now in that position, and for them to not have him in the spring game or whatever because of something, it's got to be something.
Our future is bright, bro. With Garcia, Tyler Van Dyke, he played solid. He played solid. He played really good. But it's a difference. It's a clear difference when you watching the arm talent, bro.
It's
You got a
like
true freshman
Bill
coming
Garcia
in.
throw it. It looks effortless.
It
It
looks
looks like he throw
yes.
it
Thank
effortless.
you, thank you. You know,
Jacob, hold on. We got Darrell Jacobs here. What's your thoughts, boss?
I'm saying, I was saying, like, to me, when I look at Van Dyke versus Garcia, like Van Dyke doesn't look like an athletic quarterback. Like he don't move, like he don't have that fast twitch. He can't move around in the pocket. Like he don't have that. His ball don't come out with the same kind of zip.
Yeah, when you if you go back and you watch this spring game, the first couple plays when you see Tyler Van Dyke in the pocket, he looks nervous. Looks like that second drive he started like opening up a little bit, but he does look a little
And
stiff.
I also noticed one thing I noticed about Van Dyke is that he liked to stare at his receivers a lot. If you go back and look at them plays, man,
Yep,
I knew exactly who he was
big
throwing it to
giveaway.
every time.
and Garcia literally did some look offs, bro. Some quick. Ooh, that dude different, bro. I'm sorry. I I didn't want to take nobody because everybody in spring they're gonna push whatever narrative sounds good. I get it. You don't want to start a controversy too early. What if
Mhm.
what if something happened with King? You don't want a controversy, but I'm sorry. The camera, the big eye in the sky don't lie, dog.
Yep.
It
I mean,
don't lie,
Garcia,
bro.
hey, Garcia looked like what
You know what I
Garcia
like?
supposed to be. Like he looked like that highly touted recruit. He looked like what he was advertised as.
And you know what I like too? They played both of them with both teams. So it's not just Garcia on this team, Van Dyke on this team. They switched them up to see both of them playing with different receivers and different guys.
Great point. Because after the first drive, I was like, oh, so now we gonna just say Garcia was with the second with the twos, so it ain't really gonna be comparative. But nah, he got
That's
that
why I'm
line in front. If you watch the first series, that whole line was on point when it came to the pass protection.
Yeah,
Tyler Van Dyke was standing back there all day, but
yeah, at
when
one
you got
point
a
he
little
stood
bit
in
of
the
pressure,
middle of all of them. I love that the O line didn't collapse because he stood in the middle. And I'm like, man, this dude look comfortable.
yeah. But you seen a little bit of a difference when Garcia had pressure on him.
Yeah,
You seen that twitchiness that D was talking about. That twitchiness, you know what I'm saying? It's
yeah,
a difference, bro.
he could slide in the pocket, that little small movement and get him free so he can make
yeah,
that deep pass.
He did take 2 sacks. I didn't like that. I think you got to get a young quarterback, but he didn't throw picks though.
yeah.
Yeah, one of them sacks wasn't really a sack. They just did that because the guy touched it. Like
Yeah, they
that
don't
was
want. If it was a regular play, he probably would have broke away from it.
exactly. But to me, that QB2 battle, like from what I seen, ain't no more QB2 battle. Like Garcia got that already.
Yeah, like I've been saying, hey, Jay Garcia, I got him as number two. If Matoka want to change that, he got all spring, he got all summer. But right now, from what I've seen, I'm rolling Garcia.
How about who's our third receiving target?
That's a good question too. You could go with either probably Keyshawn Smith,
Yes, that's what I
or
was
you
gonna say.
or you could probably go with Restrepo.
Those are two I was talking about. Restrepo, man, he's an. I'm gonna be. I don't want to call him a Barrios because they're two different players. I think.
Yeah,
But he seems dependable.
yeah.
Yeah.
A safety blanket.
That's just what you could say from Barrios on them third downs when we needed somebody across the middle that wasn't afraid to get it. That was Barrios.
Smith looks
Yeah,
like he could be a big play guy though.
yeah,
Yeah, Smith and Redden. I mean, other than getting hurt, he looked like he probably could have did something. But
yeah.
Johnson, another one we got to keep a lookout for.
The big 88.
Yeah,
We got
Yeah,
receivers. That's a good thing. We got receivers. Fine, we got receivers.
we
but
got we got yeah we got receivers. Worsham looked good. Aside from that hit he took a bad hit. Well, woo, that
yeah,
fumble.
he got to put on some size, man.
Yeah, he actually looked like he did put on some size, to be honest, because he was way skinnier than that.
Yeah,
But
I
he
remember
took
when he first came, he was a twig. And that's what Manny said. That's why they kept him out. He got to get in the weight room. Got to get that weight up. Look like he did, but I still think he need to put a little bit more on because he coughed that ball up as soon as he got popped.
I like Amari Carter back at striker, dog.
Yeah, he looked it pretty decent there too.
He looked good in the box. Leave him in the box. Keyshawn Smith. I'm sorry, Keontre Smith. That's a man. Him at will linebacker. Man, he belongs there, dog. He was running Rooster down easy. I'm like, woo, open field.
Now
Like,
the
woo.
performance we put on today, if we had to play Alabama tomorrow, how confident would you be from a 1 to 10 standpoint
Without King,
without King?
Yeah.
with everybody else though, Mallory, everybody else,
Mallory, everybody else,
I give us a 5.
5 right in the middle.
Yeah,
What about you,
yeah.
Terrell?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Right now, what we got, yeah, I'm about that same spot more like to keep it real.
Yeah, I'm at about a 6.
I'm more
I
simple.
would say 7,
I
but
mean, with Cheney, with Mallory, with all our other guys other than King, I'm cool with a 5. I could see us fighting, but I think that game experience with King, bro, is the big difference maker. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I'm at a cool 6. It will be a 7 if the penalty without the penalties, because the penalties
Yeah,
is what's setting us
yeah,
back. Them
yeah.
offsides, them false starts, holding, defensive pass interference, stuff like that. Come Alabama time, we can't have
Yeah,
that.
look, if we
If
could
we do
somehow,
get penalties, it's gonna happen, but it's got to be limited.
okay, this is only we got a chance against Alabama. Somehow we could get some kind of reliable running game going, like a reliable running game. Then I think we got a chance. Other than that, if we just stay with the pass, like that one dimensional shit, it ain't gonna be a game, man.
And we got to keep in mind too, this summer you're gonna have Romello Brinson, you're gonna have Rashard Smith, and all those guys coming in. You're gonna have James Williams, Leonard
Leonard Taylor.
Taylor, all those guys coming in. So this is just a little show, but it ain't the whole package yet. So we got to we man, I can't wait till summer, man. Hopefully they give us something. They show us how them new guys coming in, how they doing.
Hey,
You
when
know, not
Cheney's
just
coming back?
not just them little 2 minute highlights. I've been that shit. They've been pissing me off.
Hey, when Cheney's supposed to come back?
Manny said Cheney will be back probably the beginning of the Bama game. So we ain't gonna see Cheney for a minute.
Yeah, you gotta let that heal. That's an operation he had, so that ain't like just resting. That's like rehab and all that.
Yeah.
Well, who you think we got that could actually like that could run against Bama? Like,
Um,
I think our running backs.
I think Knighton will be good, and I think Harris. We're gonna see we're gonna get what we get from Harris.
the thing with Knighton though, he goes down like if you. The thing with Knighton, all right, look, he got the speed and stuff, but he don't have that size where he can't break that tackle. Like once he gets tackled by someone on Bama, he ain't going through their first hit.
Yeah, but Knighton is a lot. I'm gonna be honest with you. Knighton in the open field.
Yeah, the
Knighton
open.
coming off a screen. Knighton coming off a wheel route. Knighton is multi. He's got other uses. Like he's more of a weapon in the passing game too. So I think that keeps a lot of them defensive calls. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah.
Um,
Yeah, you
honest.
got you
Because
got
if
to leave
Cam
out.
in there, you know what it is. If Cam in there, you already know what it is. Cam ain't catching screens like that. Cam ain't doing that stuff.
Yeah, you definitely got to watch out Knighton on the screen because once he catch that ball, dude is fast. Dude, he pick up speed fast. His acceleration is phenomenal. So once you throw a screen out to him, he gonna be a huge threat. With Cam, like you said, most of the time you'll probably see Cam run up the middle. You'll probably see Cam fight on a 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1, stuff like that. Pick up the 'cause they know they can run him up the middle. But
And one thing about Knighton, what a lot of people don't know, Knighton is a 4 quarter running back. He wasn't sharing a lot of reps in high school. He was playing like, he'll give you a lot of reps. So when it comes to that 4th quarter, you still got Cam in there, you got Knighton in there, two-headed monster. If Cheney is, I just pray he 100%. I don't even want him coming back unhealthy. I want him coming back 100, and that's gonna be an issue, bro. I don't care. I'm sorry, Alabama. If we got 3 guys in there and they splitting reps and it's that they coming in fresh, something got to give.
mm,
I just run behind 55. That's all I'll do all day.
yeah. Plus you got Reed saying he want to do a premier back, so one of these guys will end up getting like 20 carries a game, and the other ones will rotate in. So that's going to be a big battle throughout the summer.
And shoot, if you
But
Yeah,
think about it today, man, sometimes you get like with the old Miami teams, you're gonna get a running back who wasn't even supposed to start, and he ended up taking over the starting job. I remember back, what was it uh
McGahee and Gore.
we had McGahee, Gore,
even
Davenport, Davenport.
Even Damian Berry. Remember when they started giving him some snap?
Davenport was supposed to be that dude, and then he got injured, and bam, that opened the door for the rest of the, for Portis and the rest of them. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yep. But that's the good thing about being deep at running back, though. That's
Yeah.
the great thing about it because we got some killers behind them. You know, Fad and Cody Brown. So if we keep and man, I can't wait to see Rashard Smith too. Oh my God.
All right.
Mm.
So what was y'all biggest concern today, though?
My biggest concern was the defense. I had some issues with the tackling. I had some issues with the offside, like the discipline. You know what I'm saying? That was my biggest concern.
Talking
I
about
didn't
before the
expect
game, or you mean after watching the game? You talking about after the game, what we worried about?
I'm answering based on after the game.
Okay.
Before the game, I didn't really have concerns. I didn't really I just wanted to see guys throw and tackle. I wanted to see what number 2 was about. I wanted to see, Rambo, see what he about. You know what I'm saying? But after the game, it was a few situations. I think if this was the game, there would have been a lot of pass interference calls. If this was a real game, there would have been a lot more pass interference calls. Um, some
Yeah,
of the like the
might have
defense,
been.
the
Yeah,
defensive tackling picked up later, but early on we was getting shredded, and I didn't like that from our ones or our the ones we had on the field. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Them
So,
defensive penalties. Yeah, that was a concern. Them defensive penalties. Yeah,
but I am pleasantly surprised with the run defense. I think Manny took that to heart, and I appreciate them at least. I mean, yeah, we didn't have Cheney, but at least they wasn't trying to play no games with that run defense. So
but I don't think that I hear you, but I don't think that they were put in a position where they really were tested. That run defense, I don't think was tested because the plays they were running wasn't plays that was really gonna put them in no position to where they gotta.
yeah, I
Well,
agree, but against our O line, I think our defensive line dominated the first end of the scrimmage because outside of the pass protection, that run stuff wasn't happening. You know what I'm saying?
you'll see them go up the gut for maybe 3 yards or so throughout the whole thing. I think we only had like two big runs, and one of them was like Cameron ran for maybe 12 yards, and I think
Yes, sir.
Jalen ran for maybe like a 9 yarder. But that's them the two biggest run plays we had.
and that's without Nesta. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't like. I don't like McLeod. I don't want to sound like I'm bashing, man, players, man. It just I specifically watched it on purpose. I wanted to see him at the end for my eyes, and I'm not seeing nothing jumping off the screen to tell me that he should be getting more reps than Jafari Harvey. Jafari Harvey was doing work today.
Oh shit,
Um,
I wasn't even watching that.
and also Cam Williams at the other end, along with the guy from Tennessee.
Yeah, Deontay Johnson.
Um,
Yeah, it's tough judging McLeod, but I don't know. They were saying in practice he looked like he was doing it effortlessly, but I don't think I seen that today.
Man, I don't.
I
Hey,
didn't.
you know what I realized watching the game. You can't take none of that shit that they be talking in the press
Right.
conference. When you see them
Right.
coach, when you hear them talking in the press conference, man, you just let it go in one ear and come out the other, because they be talking pile of shit. Because once you see them boys on the field, it's different.
When I
It's
was
different.
with Caneville and I was recording the practices, like not last season, but the season before, when it was media out there, you see that all the time. Like they'll make something bigger than what it is. Like I'll be watching stuff and I'll be like, "Oh, he got beat," and they won't mention that. But then they'll mention something else, look, or something small to make it sound like it's bigger.
Yeah, it's like
And
it's all about politics during the press conference. They're just trying to
yeah,
make the narrative they're trying to push. That's what they're gonna push in the press conference. But it's funny, just to go, you could go right to the quarterbacks. Because if you hadn't seen them play, if we never got a chance to watch them ourselves, and we were just listening to the press conference, they made it sound like you had two identical quarterbacks that ain't nothing different. Like it made it sound like there was no difference between the two.
I
And then
was
when
the first.
you see them on TV, you can see the difference clear as day.
I was the first person to say Tate Martell can't throw.
So we got donation from Andrew. It says 15 carries for running back one, 12 carries running back two, 9 carries running back three, 4 carries for running back four. That's 40 carries and threw for 40 attempts, 80 plays, fire. So they ran 80 plays, 40 carries, 40 throws. Appreciate that $10 donation, boss. That's a touchdown for the channel. Appreciate you.
How many points? How many total points was on the scoreboard?
27 to 19. I think it was 27 to 19, if I'm not mistaken.
So that was like 46, right? 46 total.
Yeah.
I mean, he got what he wanted. He said we ain't running no less than 70 plays a game. So, you know, and I love the 2 minute before the half offense what he did. Um, it was the fourth quarter. That 2 minute offense they ran with Jake Garcia. I liked it that.
Yeah, Jay Garcia did his thing today, man. I'm impressed. I'm impressed, and I think he's gonna get better than we seen today too.
And I'm not saying, oh, he should start right now. He should. No, I'm not. I'm just saying, if we had to watch both guys, you know, again, what D said about the narrative that a lot, the politics and all that. If we had to use the eye test, the which ball looks better coming out of whose hand, who's hitting guys in stride on the numbers. You know what I'm saying? Outside shoulder. I'm like, man, you know,
And
I
I
got
mean,
to take the team.
a couple weeks ago, I was asking, because we was hearing about Matoka. We wasn't hearing nothing about Matoka, so I was wondering what he was like. And today, man, I got to say, Matoka's way behind. He's
Yeah,
way behind.
But he probably ain't
I
getting the
agree.
reps.
I agree. I think it's a combination. I think he's not getting the reps, and to be honest, when you're not playing with the ones, you're not getting quality reps.
CJ says, T2, I just woke up, laugh a lot, I missed the game. how Garcia looked today. Garcia looked like if King wasn't playing against Bama, he should be quarterback number one. I'm gonna just say that. Garcia performing today, quarterback wise, number one.
And when was the last time we had a freshman quarterback come in looking that ready? Like I can't remember that since probably like Dorsey. Man. Shit. I would say what's his name? What's that dude from California that we got? His mom was an
All right,
actress.
Don't say
we got
don't say
another
Kyle Reese.
donation from Andy.
Not
He
Colorado.
says, no, not the spring game. I'm saying we should average.
From
One more
Cali.
recent.
We should average. Oh, okay, so he's saying that we should average that. I
His
see.
mom was in Friday. That movie.
Man,
Alicia.
appreciate that again, Andy.
Friday was
Appreciate that $5 donation.
the light skinned dude, man.
Oh, oh my God.
Yeah, he played for Al Golden. What the hell is his name?
Kaya.
Yeah,
We got Cole Perry in the building.
I don't
He
know
said
how I forgot
he
about
give me
Kaya.
Ryan Ricks. So he's
Special
going.
ready to play
So he's
game.
going with Ryan on this one.
Hey Cole, you know I always talk about them other guys. Remember Proc? I remember I was on record saying, "Boy, Proctor got a better arm than half the receiver, half the quarterbacks on the team." But yeah, Ryan Rizzi, yeah, you funny, Cole.
All right, Ricks didn't look too bad. I like that touchdown pass he threw. I like that last touchdown he threw. But Xavier Restrepo, man, that catch he made, that 1 foot in, I loved that.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
good.
he's a dog, man. We got some young, hungry dogs out there, man.
Yeah, we got some
You
talent.
know?
Like I see that some of them young dudes, they like see that's the difference, man. Like that's what I'm seeing now. Like we bringing in talent you mean like they showing early. You know what I'm saying? Like they're what they say they were. You know what I'm saying?
So I got a question. Um, let's talk about the linebackers.
Mm.
I mean, have we seen enough yet? Do we have an understanding of who we like, who we don't like?
From this game, I couldn't say I seen enough to say for sure.
Yeah, I can't say I've seen enough either. I did say that I did like Keontre Smith at will because his speed and he's a lot more quick twitch and like quick reacting faster than McLeod. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So I think his range and his speed. I think he's good. He's good there. Um, Austin Cave, that's an athlete. Boy, he come down hitting stuff. You know, I don't know. When we start Bama, who's starting that linebacker?
Now Cole said he would put his money on Ryan at quarterback with Johnson, number 88 at receiver, would beat Florida State.
Yeah, I put my money on that too to beat Florida
Shoot,
State. That
I
trash.
think Matoka could beat Florida State.
Yeah,
Anybody could beat Florida State right now. Shoot.
they got okay. So look, they got so much hype behind McKenzie. McKenzie, starting now. Like, oh, I'm gonna be real. He a talented quarterback, but he just entered a trash, what they call a landfill. He,
Yep.
he I'm sorry, bro. Y'all can bring in all the quarterbacks y'all want.
he ain't got nothing
Like,
around him.
ain't
He ain't got the
nothing.
people around him, the players around him.
Trash, garbage.
Not to mention you get knocked out and your DB getting knocked out by FAMU in your own facility. Man, when I seen that crap, I was like, boy,
Oh, he just made a
Florida
nice throw
State.
in that game right now. He made a nice throw.
Man, them
So
boys are
let's
doing one on ones, and the fam receiver was killing them. So I'm like, if you can't keep up with these guys on the FCS level, how you expect to keep up with the D1? They finna get murdered this season.
Back to
hey
back to the
T2I.
games.
Yo,
Who you starting that linebacker week one?
This motherfucker,
man, I don't know. Man. I don't
So
know.
that's one.
I'm
That's
gonna go
one
back.
concern.
I'm gonna go back and watch this again because I'm gonna watch it probably like 2 3 times just to pay attention to one position and watch it again and pay attention to another. But it's tough to call because when I was watching it, I was just trying to watch the game through, but I wasn't paying attention to a specific um you know position. But I'm gonna rewatch it about 3 times, and I ain't got the answer for you right now.
Okay, Manny is on record saying that after this spring game, he will reevaluate if he needs to go to the transfer portal for a linebacker. He is on record saying that. So
Who you bring
when
in?
you rewatch it, I want to know if that's a good idea, Manny should, or if we good for week one. That'll be my question.
Okay, yeah, that's a good question.
But he is on record saying that, and I hope he really take that. If he really considering that, because I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sold on BJ at middle.
Yeah,
I get it. He missed a lot of time. He had the injuries. Didn't have a full spring last year. I get it, but
Who's in the portal right now?
who?
I said, which big name linebackers are in the portal right
There's a couple. Um,
oh, my bad. $2 donation from Andy. He said Smith Rambo outside. Harley inside. Redden X. Pope on the second team.
now? I'll put Rambo outside.
nope.
Rambo could do it. Nah, Rambo, you could put him. You could put him in all over. Really, you can move Rambo around.
Anyway, appreciate that, boss, for the $2 donation.
He
Coming back
said Smith Rambo outside, Harley
inside.
inside.
And basically Redden, Xavier Restrepo, and Pope coming off the bench for the second team.
Okay, I'll put it to you like this. I would, as far as slot and certain routes in the slot, like I will only have Pope catching slants or like when he's in traffic, it seems like he catches the ball when he's in slot traffic. Like when you know what I'm saying. But when he's one on
Yeah.
one, he's outside.
Cole. Hey Cole, I'm gonna put the link in the chat, man. You come on in. The
From what
link,
I
the links in the chat, Cole.
from what I seen with these young receivers, man, like, hey, Pope, man, he gonna have to be lucky to get in a
Yeah,
good team. Like these dudes,
yeah,
these young dudes, man, they look like a lot of them look like they're ready to contribute right now.
yeah. And not to mention, we still got Rashard Smith, Mello, um, George. We got all these guys coming in.
Yep.
Like,
But the team we see right now ain't even close to what we're gonna have come game time. So right now we could just evaluate the talent that's on campus, and not to mention we have 15 players out.
yeah.
You didn't see no Bobo Bolden, no Don Chaney, none of those guys, none of the tight ends.
I
So
seen what you call it on the sideline, Arroyo. Man, that dude humongous.
yeah,
I don't
I
know what
saw
he was
him.
eating.
I was like, man, dude look like
No, if we just
man.
playing off straight talent, if we playing off a straight talent, man, there's a lot of seniors that's gonna be upset.
If Manny don't play senior ball like he did last year,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another issue. If we see McLeod starting at the end, you already know what it is. I'm not even too sold on starting Amari over Frierson.
no, that ain't happening. Heck nah.
We got Cole. What's going on,
Hey,
Cole?
What's going on? And y'all been on here 3 hours? God damn, it's Saturday,
Man, we've
bro.
been
What
here the
the
entire game, man.
hell? Oh,
Cole, where my deer meat at?
bro. We got my cousin got us an air fryer for my wife's birthday, bro. That freaking deer sausage in that damn air fryer, man. You just
I
don't have
don't
no
want to hear
idea.
about that. You ain't send me no deer meat, dog. You just tell me about what you eat, but never send me none, bro.
I'll bring you some for sure if you to the first game this
All
year.
right.
Hey, so what's your
What's the
take,
first
man?
home? The
What's your
first. Well,
take?
I don't know. I'm not going to the first home game if it's going to be that Thursday night game. I may not.
All
That's
right, so
App State. Did we play them on Thursday? I can't remember.
I think it's a Saturday. I know I got tickets to that one.
Yeah, I well then that'd be App State. I'll bring you some deer meat then.
So
And that
what's your assessment on this whole game, man?
I
You
mean
can
it's a
start you can start
spread.
with the offense.
I'll say this. I mean, knowing that we were missing 16 players, I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
I'm watching Alabama now. They're big, man.
So you changed the channel too when that Florida State shit show came on.
I ain't putting that watching that. I watched that shit the first time. I was like, man, come on. Our walk-ons, I think, could beat that team. I
So
really do.
offensive wise, what was your take from all of it today?
Well, I mean, I feel like the offensive line looked a lot better in the spring. I mean,
Yeah,
is that
definitely.
because we don't got enough pass rush yet, or is that our offensive line's better? I don't know yet, but I mean, I was surprised that we didn't see Cam very much. I mean, I really didn't.
Yeah. I mean, I figured they wouldn't run Cam or Knighton too much because you got to think about it with Cheney out, and the other two running backs ain't even touched campus yet. You can't
But
really
I'm telling
risk
you now,
hurting either one of them.
I like Thad, but whenever Cody gets there, bro, man, I've been watching Cody for years because he plays in the same division or whatever you want to call it region as my high school team in 7A Georgia, bro. I mean, Cody is a freaking dog, bro. Like I watched him tote like freaking offensive lineman on his back, like defensive lineman on his back. They try to tackle him.
Is he more like a bigger, stronger Travis Homer?
I've heard that. I don't think so. I think what's that? What's his name? Javonte Williams that we played. They tore us up at UNC last year. I think he is better than he is as a senior coming in. Like I think he's a very similar player to him, but he has that
God
kind of
damn.
talent,
Hmm.
bro. He's like 6'1", 225, 230 already. I mean, dude, I'm telling you. I watched him, and he is strong. Like whatever. He's a great player, but his strength is ridiculous.
Now,
So,
come game time, let's say King is not ready, which we hopefully he is, but let's say he's not ready. Who you throwing out there in the fire against Alabama?
um, I mean, I'll I got two opinions, but
There's no wrong answers, Cole. It's just opinions, bro.
Yeah.
well, coming from knowing some of the freaking receivers on the team, a lot of receivers on the team feel like they have a really good connection with Jake. Like his ability to make plays with a bunch of different receivers is just different. I mean, you can see he's a vocal leader. Like it's hard not to rally behind somebody like Jake that's going to be vocal. That's going to bring you up and that's what you need when you're playing somebody like Alabama. I think Tyler's probably more ready for that game, but he's not very vocal. You know what I'm saying? So you know how Miami's kind of got this thing that's always been like, if they get down early, they kind of just like flop. I think Jake would keep them up longer. That's my opinion. But physically ready, I think TVD is more physically
I
ready.
mean, if
So
you look at TVD standing next to King, man, dude look like a ridiculous giant.
yeah,
We got
TVD's
the
a big
$5.
dude, man.
We got a
TVD
five
look
dollar
like Will Mallory at quarterback.
Andy
He
says,
does.
all right, so Andy says 10-2 in a close loss to Clemson in the ACC championship game, finishing 10-3 in a win in a New Year's Six bowl game. My expectation, would you guys take that?
I mean, depends on who that second loss is if we make the ACC game or not, the ACC championship.
Yeah,
I mean, who's that
We
second
ain't
loss to?
losing to
Because the
Florida
only
State, and if we lose to North Carolina, we ain't in that game.
that's what I'm
yeah,
talking about. We would have to be. I mean, North Carolina would have to be 9-3 and beating us. To you know what I'm saying? If we lose North Carolina, and I mean they would have to be 9. They would have to get in at 9-3 under us because if they beat us, right? Yeah, because they would have the tiebreaker, but it's 10-2, 10-2.
I don't see us losing to nobody outside of UNC. I don't see us losing to nobody outside of UNC and possibly Alabama and possibly UNC.
yeah.
Outside of that,
I don't see it either.
Well, I mean, the thing is with North Carolina, man, like I would like I want to see like what they look like in their spring game because both their running backs are gone. That's what they killed us with last year. I gotta see their their younger running backs. I mean, if their
and if we
younger running
bring
backs
a
come
pass
out
rush,
balling,
if we bring a pass rush like we've been bringing the last couple of years, and they don't refill that running back role to the caliber of those last two backs, everybody like I'm gonna be a lot of people high on Sam Howell, right? That running game helped him out a bunch.
yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
And
But he didn't throw the ball unless the guy was like high school open. I mean, he didn't because he just handed off to his running back. They did the work for him. I
and
mean,
I
he's
still think
good. I'm
Matt
not saying
Brown is
he's not
probably one of the
good,
best
but
situational ball game coaches ever. So he helps Sam Howell a bunch too. But I'm not gonna sit here and defer to them. Not now. No, they're gonna have to do the same thing they did last year.
I know
yeah,
UNC has a transfer running back from Tennessee, and I mean that don't mean he's going to be any good with this team. That's why I mean we got to see what they look like. That's why I said I got to see what they look like before I can make that, make that
I'm gonna tell
assumption.
you something. Manny Diaz is not gonna let that happen again with his name on that defense. I promise y'all this.
I don't
If
either.
he gotta go out there and put on a helmet himself, like it's not gonna happen with his name on that defense.
yeah.
Not that performance.
I don't think so. You got to keep in mind, there's no Blake Baker here, man. Ain't no scapegoat.
Right. And it's all gonna be on him. So I think with Leonard Taylor coming in, a healthy Nesta, John Ford, just growing and making strides. Um, um, what's your boy name? Not Jordan Miller, the other one.
Holly,
81.
Jared Harrison Hunt.
Harrison Hunt coming into his own, another year coming into his own. Holly maybe taking a step. I don't know yet. We got to see.
All that. Jeff Simpson. That's all you got to
Thank
say,
you.
bro. Jeff
Thank you.
Simpson.
That's what I'm
That's not
saying.
anything.
That's what I'm saying. And Jafari Harvey, I'm ready. I believe he's taking the necessary steps to see the field. So in meaningful downs. So between those guys and I still like
And
Cameron Williams. I think we good,
oh,
man. I ain't
Cameron,
worried about them.
Cam was on crutches at the spring game, so
Ooh, for
I
real?
don't know what he was going. Yeah, he was on crutches.
Yeah, we got a lot of injuries.
Well, we got one of the best medical schools in the damn
I
country.
mean,
So
according to Manny, most of these guys will be already back by the Alabama game or even midsummer. So not too bad, but I mean, the only ones I think that's doing all the way up to game time, Haney and Don Memorelli. So we got injuries, but they ain't too bad. I know
Cole, what you see at?
Bubba Bolden got a toe injury, so it won't be too bad.
Cole, what you seen that linebacker?
I mean, I really like Keontra Smith at will. I mean, if they're going to go that route, I mean, I've
You
been
see
saying for
him?
two
You see
years,
him? Hey, you see him running down Rooster in the open field, dog, on multiple occasions.
bro. bro, Chase Smith in coverage. I mean, he had that real good play on the run too, but him in coverage, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not. I actually, like I said in the comments, y'all didn't pay attention earlier. I would rather us go and get another high level pass rusher than I would a linebacker. I don't feel as bad about linebacker now.
This
I mean,
guy just said,
yeah,
"What
I
time
know.
is the game?" The game's over, boss. You gonna have to watch. You have to catch it on a rerun.
What time's the game? That's awesome.
Yeah, you gonna have
At
to
what
catch it on a
position?
rerun. They'll put it
I
on YouTube sooner or later.
I agree. I agree. If y'all ain't watching Bama, man, like I mean, I know their defense is pretty dang good, but man, they're struggling to move the ball. It looked Bryce Young is 12 of 19. It says 221 yards and a touchdown, but I
Well,
mean that
wait,
must have been
Bama
all.
game was today, or did they already play it?
They playing it right now. Theirs is right after ours.
Let me turn the TV back on.
They got to be on ESPN.
Yeah, it's on ESPN. I don't know which,
Yeah.
just ESPN, I guess. I don't think it's the SEC network. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like they're gonna have to basically call a hell of a game. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna have to call a hell of a game. I still say, given the size and all that stuff, I still say, you know, we still got a fighting chance against Bama, bro. We got a fighting chance against Bama. If we come in locked in, we got a fighting. That's all you can ask for is a
Yeah,
fighting chance.
it's gonna be hard though, man. Like I look,
It's hard for everybody.
I know, but yeah, Nick Saban rarely loses, and I don't think. I mean, it's very, very rare for him to lose a game coming off more than 1 week of preparation. I mean, it's like he just doesn't lose games like that.
I look at it like this. His opening games the last 2 years have been teams like Duke.
Yeah,
Like bro,
We got
they
a we got
they
another
never.
five from Andy. He said UNC has not been consistent in conference. They had our number, but if we slip to 10-2, um, give a game away some way. Um, shouldn't expect that or no. I mean, I think if we beat North Carolina, we good. If we slip a game and they don't lose, then they're in, we're out. That's it.
I don't want to say. I don't want to say I will accept it because who will we slip the game to, bro?
Yeah, that's another
Like
question too.
App State, that's unacceptable.
no,
Michigan State,
I think the team that's right, but I think if we was ranking our schedule, I would probably rank obviously Bama 1, UNC 2, but I'm not too far off from saying NC State right below that, bro. Like I watched their spring game. They're small, but they're really good. They play sound football, bro. They went through the first 3 quarters without any penalties. I mean, dude,
let me
I was
ask you a
impressed by
question.
NC State.
If you line up NC State versus North Carolina, dude, who wins out of 10 times? Who wins the most?
Well, I mean, like I said, North Carolina's game the last 2 years has been their running game. So I don't know because they both their running backs are going to probably be day 2 picks.
I
So
can't. I can't. I still would say if we do slip one to them, I still would say that's a disappointment because I
Yeah,
think we gradually getting better, right?
I'm glad. I'm
Gradually.
glad. I'm glad the NC State is in Miami. Like I would feel worse if it was on the road. I feel better about NC State since it's in Miami. But I do think they're the closest team to North Carolina on our schedule. And then I would say App State right below them, even though they're not
Yeah,
even
I
Power
would put
Five.
App State. I would put App State right below them. App State. I'm not disrespecting App State because App State shows up against Power Fives. Dog. They show up all the time, but it's just for where I see the progress. We're getting the recruiting classes. We're getting the system locked in. We're making the necessary coaching changes. I think that we should be improving record wise as well. So I would say If it
Dude
ain't,
said,
if it
dude
ain't
said, dude said,
Bama,
dude said Miami is a Duke. We beat them 48-0. So I don't know where he's talking about Miami is a Duke. Like what the hell?
what?
48-0, man. Come on, be for real.
Right. But what I'm saying is, Alabama always typically opens up against powder puffs. You know what I'm saying? But I think if there ever was, and knowing Red Lashley, he's supposed to be that guy that that could dial up some things. And as far as their preparation for us, how about our preparation for them offensively?
He missed a field goal in this spring game. Jacob,
Who missed the field goal in the spring game?
Alabama's kicker.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's a
We ain't
Bama
worried
fan.
about field.
He said that
We
Bama's
ain't
kicker
worried about field goals for another 3 years.
No, we ain't. We ain't missing. We ain't missing no kicks, bro.
Man,
Somebody
I
Bro,
see
earlier
that.
said, how far is that? Was that field goal that Memorial Dallas kicked?
Man, why
I said, I don't know,
why
but
does
it
it
could have
look
went 65. Like that joker was in the
why
rafters.
hey, why does it look like Alabama just said forget COVID protocols?
Oh, they don't care.
That stadium look like it's halfway full.
yep.
Yeah, they were going to have 56,000 fans there.
That's crazy.
Clemson did the same thing.
Yeah.
So he says, $2 donation. You guys expect us to go 11-1.
My little
All I'm
homie.
saying is,
Word for word.
hey, throw it up for us.
Let me get it. Oh, sorry, I got it.
There you
she
go. All right.
she throws up to you better than most grown folks that we got as fans.
Man, I be hating seeing them guys throw it to you. They fingers all split open and stuff.
What is this?
Or that little like
Remember that? Remember, you used to play that tabletop football with the little piece of paper,
little
and
hold
you
up.
throw out the little kick, it, little field goal.
Be like, man, put them fingers together, man. Put them together. I know some of y'all probably got some broke fingers, don't been twisted and turned, but tighten them up.
Honestly, so Jacob's talking about Bryce Young has not looked that great to me, and I mean honestly, I think Milroe's going to end up being better than Bryce Young. I mean Bryce, man, he's struggling to see
Now,
over the offensive line. That's kind of big time.
for anybody
That
in the
shit
chat that
perfect.
wants to know how to put up the U, that is how it's supposed to look.
I
Fingers
just scored. I just scored a touchdown, y'all. Cole, what concerns have you seen from? Do you have any concerns coming out of the spring game other than injuries?
Um,
Hmm.
I was a little concerned that it's hard though because there is no like quarterback, but I felt like we should have probably had got a little more pressure on the quarterbacks. That's why I'm saying I'm more nervous about pass rush than anything else. I mean, I
Yeah,
know we
pass
can't do
rush. Yeah, pass rush wasn't you. I think it was more on Jake Garcia when he got those couple of sacks. It was more on him than it was the pass
Oh
rush.
yeah, he held the ball.
But
That's I don't even count.
it could
I
have
don't
been.
even
It
count
could have
those
been. I
sacks.
mean, to give the defense credit, it could have been some coverage, some good coverage. But as far as pass rush, I agree. I didn't see enough to say, oh yeah, we filled that void. Yet, you know what I'm saying. But I do think, like I said, that interior with
I
Leonard
think
Taylor
our
coming
defensive
in and
tackles
Nesta
are better.
coming in healthy,
Yeah,
I think that's going to help us out a lot. I
I
just
think
don't like 50.
I think Elijah Roberts is going to be special at defensive tackle.
Yes.
Like I
You see
think
how
I
big he
was more
got?
impressed with the defensive tackles than anything else.
You see how big he got?
Yeah, bro, he's huge. If he is on
So
camera.
yeah, I agree with you as far as the interior. I really like the direction. Should 53 be starting at DN?
He didn't stand out. I didn't see him enough. I mean, like I said, bro, the whole pass rush, bro. Like I don't know if it was because there wasn't live action, but I felt especially whenever we had our freaking walk. We had walk ons Moose was in there, and then we had Adams at center. There was several plays where we had some guys that were walk-ons out there, and we didn't get it. We still didn't get enough pressure on the quarterback. That's why I was like, that's a little. I'm a little nervous about that. That's why I said
And
like
we did do a couple of twists. We did do a couple of stunts, and um, I don't. Clark is solid, but I'm just not 100% on him yet. But as far as Levon and Levon over there with
you hear
Garrett,
Slim bump her head. What we bump her head on, Slim? What we thought? What? I mean, I like I told him, I feel better about the tackles than I do the defensive ends right now. But I trust Jeff Simpson too, so I'm not too worried. But that's my biggest concern right now. Pass rush. Let's see what Slim types. I know he's about to say something.
I'm over here checking Bama out, trying to see what we up against. I know Georgia's supposed to come on right now too. Georgia should be on right now on the SEC network. They got all these games coming on at the same time.
yeah,
Yeah,
they're
they
trying
didn't
to.
stagger like the ACC. ACC did 2 games a day, 2 games each Saturday, 1 in the morning, 1 at night.
Who played today? Who play later on today? Isn't it Pitt? I know. So I know
Let me
another
look. I
team
got the
supposed to
calendar
play
here.
today. I gotta look.
I got the calendar right here. Hold up, let me
AT2,
tell
you
you. I
going
can't
to
read.
Atlanta?
Nah, I can't do it.
Nah.
Yeah,
Nah, nah, nah,
Pitt
based
plays
on
at
my girl's schedule and mine's, can't do it. Because if I go to Atlanta, I'm gonna have to at least spend 2-3 days up there. I don't
Right.
get to look at her schedule.
Yeah, I just hope. I mean, we shouldn't have no excuse, as far as the travel. I just hope we show up, man.
Yeah.
I just hope we show up to get that support. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Slim, I get what you're saying, but I knew Manny was going to focus on stopping the run. Like that's the first thing he's been saying there all season is we got to stop the run. We got to stop the run. So, I mean, I knew he was going to call a bunch of stuff they're going to force him to throw. He said he would like to see more from the offensive line and the running game. I thought the offensive line played pretty dang good myself.
You
But
got to remember,
Cheney's not there.
yeah, and we're trying to keep it as vanilla as possible. That's just my opinion. I mean, so they
Trying
say.
to, I'm trying to check out this Bryce Young guy right now because he's up.
Where the Bama game is neutral site in Atlanta at Mercedes Benz.
What do he look like? What Bryce look like?
Uh,
I
Look like
haven't
he
been to
probably
Atlanta.
around a good 6'2" ish.
No, he looks
Small
like
kid.
he's like
Oh
5'10".
man, he just threw a nice pass across the middle, but that receiver got lit up.
I like. Whew, we so deep. I don't know what our back end gonna look like as far as.
And I'm
I know
telling you,
Bubba. I
they
know
O
Bubba. I
line.
know Bubba. Probably the only one. I think T. Rob is gonna be the most comfortable with as a sure starter.
Well,
But who else?
there's been a lot of talks of having a lot of plays with Bubba and Hall at safety, and then Amari Carter as striker. They want to be able to play
And
all
what
three.
about the what would that second rotation look like? Avante and who?
Bro, Tay looked freaking balling today. So I don't know. I mean, Tay was balling today. I mean,
And if James come in and light it up in the fall,
I know we didn't even see Balaam. Balaam was probably one of the better young safeties we had last year, but he's hurt, so he couldn't play this spring.
man, how'd you like Isaiah Johnson today?
And then Cameron Kitchens had an interception. So I mean, our safeties are crazy.
How'd you like Isaiah Johnson today?
I thought he covered very well. I was pretty impressed with Dunston overall. After I watched him, I mean, he had the out of bounds interception, but man, he played physical. I like Dunston. He stood out
Physical,
to me.
yes. I think I don't know if that had. I know what's his Stevenson. I know Stevenson it's been said, oh, he's physical. And in my mind, I was trying to think, who else do we got that's physical other than Couch, uh, who do we got that's physical? And Johnson, he's a physical guy, man. I like what I saw, and he was coming up hitting, not like he wasn't diving at ankles
Oh,
like
okay.
I
We got somebody in the back. Tony Manzano.
Slim.
Hey guys.
Hold on. Tony Manzano. Who is Tony Manzano?
It's Anthony. T2Y.
Oh, Anthony. Okay.
And how if he was on campus already, and if he played at all during the spring game, how did James Williams play if he was on campus already? Like, is he on campus?
No.
Anthony, you got to speak into your mic.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Cole just went out. Anthony, I'm gonna bring you back in, but Slim just came in. I'm gonna bring you back in. What's going on, Slim?
Oh, another day, boss. How y'all doing?
All right. So, what's your take on the game, man? How you feel?
I mean, like I said a minute ago, I expected more out of the run game. And especially Cam Harris. I expect him to have better vision. Him being a senior, than what he's got. He's got to see that if your hole closes up on you, he's got to bounce it outside. He's got to find somewhere else to run it. That's why Don Chaney's going to pass him up on the depth chart quick.
Yeah, but
If I can say something to that, I agree with Slim. They kind of that first year that Cam came in and was getting reps and stuff, they kind of had apparently they didn't want him bouncing stuff because they said he was bouncing too much. So they literally gave him that, that reinforcement, stay with the hole no matter what, and they kind of like beat him down on that, unfortunately, because I think that took away from his instincts. You know what I'm saying?
I'd be willing to bet every cent I have to not tell him not to bounce it outside.
Say it again.
I said I'd be willing to bet every cent I have they did not tell Cam not to bounce it outside if the hole closes up.
Yeah, Hickson was 100% like in his grill multiple times about not staying with the hole. But I don't know why they did that with him. Maybe they saw too much of a habit, maybe a little too much, and maybe he said, okay, if that's what you want, I'm gonna never do it again or whatever. But I know I've seen that happen multiple times with him, and I don't know if that handcuffed him or not, but I know that's a part of it.
I've seen coaches get in every player's face, and like I said, I'd be willing to bet every cent I have they did not tell him, no, you can't bounce it outside if the hole closes up on you.
Slim, I'm not literally, they did. Now this was not this past season. This was the season before that when he first was getting reps, and we were seeing flashes.
So you're talking 3 running back coaches ago, 3 offensive coordinator coaches.
No, Hickson. It was Hickson. It wasn't 3 running back coaches ago.
Yeah, we've had 3 running back coaches since Cam's been there.
No, I'm telling you, it was Hickson. It was Hickson's first year.
The offensive staff we have now, first year was last year.
Who was the offensive quarterback for Manny's first year? I mean, the running back. Who was the running backs coach for Manny's first year?
That was I can't think of his name. It was somebody Dan Enos brought in with him. And there was a running backs coach before that. When Mark Richt was calling play, that was oh God, what was his name? Travis Brown.
No, not
That
him. It was after.
that was his freshman year.
It was after he left. It was after he left. It was the year after that.
I can't think of the guy's name off the top of my head. But like I said, he's had 3 different coaches. So I mean, he's what one of them told him is completely out the window at this point, unless they
I
told him
mean,
that line.
sometimes. I mean, sometimes. I listen. I don't know everything. I just know what I saw and what I heard multiple occasions, not just once. So maybe that, like I said, maybe that took away from his instinctual whatever, and turned him into the robot he is today. Unfortunately for us, because he did a lot of bouncing outside in high school and when he first got here. But maybe he did it a little too much for whoever that coach was, for their liking. You know what I'm saying? But that's it. I mean, it's a lose lose. I would like to see him do it. I'm with you, but I just know, like, I've seen them do that with him. Unfortunately,
My opinion in the situation, it's not a coach, it's him. He doesn't have the vision. He doesn't see where the open hole is to be able to run.
okay.
I
You
mean, it's
entitled
not a
to your
knock on
opinion.
it's not a knock on him. I mean, there are plenty of running backs that have that same problem. You've had great running backs come out of Alabama that had that problem. Trent Richardson had that problem.
You're entitled to that, Slow.
Now, as far as the quarterback play went, yeah, Garcia is going to be holding clipboard on the sideline all year long.
You say who?
Garcia is going to be holding the clipboard on the sideline all year long, minus a catastrophe happening.
Exactly.
Man, you don't bump your head. If King ain't ready to go, Garcia will be next man up.
Wow.
Nothing
They
against Tyler Van Dyke.
they're not throwing a true freshman in against Alabama's defense.
They're not throwing in Tyler Van Dyke, who don't look better than the true freshman.
He does look better.
They would.
I'm gonna need a couple of people.
Better player. They need to put him in there.
I'm gonna need a couple people to learn to evaluate passing, because passing the ball, Tyler Van Dyke is light years ahead of Jay Garcia.
Oh,
If he is, I didn't see that.
Hey, kind of like I've been telling people for how long with Peyton Matoka and how bad did he look?
listen, man.
Woo.
I don't even think about any scenario where De'Aaron King is not starting against Alabama, man. Let's not manifest that, man. Let's go ahead and let's talk De'Aaron King. You know what I'm saying? QB1 walking in that stadium for us, man. Because these are the type of games that put us on the map, bro.
Hold on a second. I got like 2 other people in the back. I don't know who that is. Get likes for free.net. Nah, you definitely ain't coming on. Then I got another one in the back, BBSN. I don't know who that is. Hold on, let me see. BBSN.
That's me.
Okay, so BBSN ain't saying nothing. All right. All right.
And the main reason you're able to see it out of Van Dyke is because look at when they started the game, Van Dyke started off with 1, and Garcia started off with 2. Stalled out with second string offense. Tyler Van Dyke with second string offense. He marched him right down the field for a touchdown. That's that experience factor that you can't make up for. I mean, nothing but time to give you that.
So we talking about the throwing, or we talking about the experience factor?
Both. You can see it in throwing too.
If they play
Van
it,
Dyke,
it matter,
Van
man.
Dyke's more accurate, got a better touch on his ball.
If he a
You
player, it
sure?
doesn't matter, man. If he's ready
100%.
for that moment, it doesn't matter. Experience, all that good stuff thrown out the window. If he get out there and the game not moving too fast for him, freshman, sophomore, whatever. If he that guy, he gonna get in there and perform, bro. Either one of those guys capable at this point, to me. But again, QB1, they Alabama. I want number one to be walking in there, man. But
Oh, I agree with you, and
all
I'm not at all
We
saying
not.
that.
Yeah, we know. We was talking about the spring game. I wasn't talking about the season. I'm talking about
And,
from what I seen out of the two young guys. I
and,
know King gonna be it. God willing, King gonna be in the strapped up, ready to go. So
and I'm not at all saying Garcia is incapable, but especially for the first 2 quarters, you saw he had to get used to game speed. He was in over his head there, which is
I
to be
didn't see
expected
it.
out of a freshman.
you got
I
you
didn't see that.
got players, Michael Vick. You got people like that, man. That them moments don't be too big for them, bro. Freshmen and all, they gonna come in there and they gonna perform, bro. We done seen it before, and they got the pedigree. So ain't no excuse for either one of them for that moment to be too big for them, bro. If they are that guy.
Michael Vick didn't break out to the second half of his sophomore year. He looked terrible as a freshman.
Trevor Lawrence, whoever you want to put, the guy who just Jalen, the guy that played for Philadelphia right now, that came in as a freshman and played.
Hurt.
Hurts. I mean, it's plenty of stories that guys that's that guy. They gonna come in and do what they supposed to do, bro, because that's what they here for. Like they made for that, bro. If they not, they ain't gonna perform, man. That's just what I think.
I
And it's
look at it like this: if it's close, I'll give it to the young guy and just have the second guy back him up. You know what I'm saying? And because if you got a guy who's older, who's played more meaningful snaps, and you got a young guy coming in fresh out of high school, fresh off of whatever little ankle, little toe, whatever he had going on, and whipping the ball around like that, looking like he been there before, in my opinion.
yeah,
I can't sit here and say that one guy's for sure on top of the other guy. All I'm saying is that's a hell of a competition. You know what I'm saying? That's a hell of a competition. And if I was coaching, I give it to the young.
and I'm thankful for
I'm not worried about mental, because there's some guys that's built for that. Even young guys, it's some guys that's built for that. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about old experience. Boom, 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 boom. If you can play, you can play.
exactly. I'm just
That's
thankful
the difference
for the fact
between playing not to lose and playing to win.
Okay, but put yourself in the position that we're in now. Okay, both of them very comparable numbers, very comparable completion percentage, but so that's why the two are close to even. But you have one that's a true freshman, and you have one that's got more experience. No, especially game one against Alabama. No, you don't put that true freshman in.
Yeah, but
There's not.
you
There's
How
gotta
not a
keep
much
game in your
experience
right
does
mind
Tyler
gotta
that
keep
Van
in
Dyke
mind,
have?
Slim, you got to keep in mind the experience that Tyler Van Dyke has is just practice. He don't have no game time experience. Last year, all we saw was King. We saw Van Dyke come in, maybe snap for one drive, and that's it. He don't have no game time experience. So
Dyke
Him and Garcia right now is in the same boat.
Van Dyke played almost the entire fourth quarter against Florida State.
Yeah, but You also seen they switched them out for Perry. They switched them out for other guys too. So it's
Oh
not
yeah,
like we seen too much from him. We see
when you
him playing against a Florida State when Florida State was dead.
when you've seen backups come in, who came in the third quarter of that game, Dyke came in the fourth quarter of that game, and Van
Yeah,
Dyke
but who
another.
who against Florida State was he playing against? Their backups because they knew they had already lost.
It's still more experience Garcia's got, and he has a year in the system under his belt that Garcia doesn't
But I
have.
think that go
I got a
back
question.
to
All
brother
I'm saying
point at the top.
for me, I think
If
Garcia
he in
and Van Dyke playing field is at the same level. That's just me.
exactly, he in the
I
dog
got a
fight
question.
with a freshman, and he already got all the experience that you talking about. That's what we saying. Like it's
Ex-
pretty much the same thing. You might as well throw the young guy in there because the guy that he in a dog fight with got a little more experience, but it's still the same talent level at this point. That's exactly what it looks like.
I,
I
I,
mean, they're both at the same talent level coming out of high school. They're both four-star recruits.
And one is a year ahead, and he should be a cut above the guy that's just coming in. And
it should be
obviously he's
clear.
not because he's in a dogfight with him.
He's in a dogfight with them to us, but to nobody else.
Okay,
We don't know that he's in a dogfight.
but this is our conversation. This is not,
Fan base, and well, see, that's the whole thing. I don't think he is. I think he's already solidified himself as the backup. But the coaches are going to say that.
I'll put it like this. If we're talking about experience in the system, that's one thing. But if we're talking about experience, by your logic, Peyton Matoka should be ahead of Garcia. Can
But
you say that?
he's not as good.
and some people make that mistake of saying that.
Okay. So the experience thing shouldn't have a factor if you're using the eye test. Obviously, he didn't
No,
open the playbook wide open for everybody, so we
no.
don't know how much
What
of the
you're trying to
playbook
what
Garcia
you're
knows.
trying to do is base it off of one thing, and it's never just one thing. It's the
No,
culmination
it's
of
not.
everything. It's the
It's
culmination of experience, time in the system,
so
talent level, and that's got Garcia. That's got Garcia. You know,
so
right
when
there
so when
first.
Trevor
But this is a
Lawrence
production based
hold
business
on,
that
hold
we
on, hold on. So when Trevor Lawrence came in and took Kelly Bryant's job,
Yep.
when Tua came in and took Jalen Hurts' job, what was the experience factor there? What was the experience factor?
Mm.
the only experience
Well,
matter was the coach at that point.
Or
Like
was it talent? Was
Josh
it talent?
Douglas.
Was the decision talent based, or was it experience based?
both are taken into consideration. Once again, you're trying to make it about one thing, and it's not one thing. It is a combination of everything.
Obviously,
I'm taking Garcia. I'm sorry.
So I get it. I get it. I
exactly.
get it.
I think it should be Van Dyke, but it doesn't look like that because we are having this conversation. We not sitting here agreeing with you
That
saying
is a
that
clear cut.
What I seen with Van Dyke and
it
Garcia,
should
I
be
didn't see
Van
a
Dyke.
clear cut. I didn't see a clear cut that says Van Dyke is that guy. I seen
That's all
Garcia
I'm
right
saying.
there on his neck.
I
That's
did.
all I'm saying.
I thought it clear cut. It's Van Dyke is ahead of Garcia, and I'm fairly certain the coaches did too.
In
But my
this
point
game, you
is,
saw that. You
So
saw that
wait.
I
So
game.
don't think so.
how can
It's
you speak
supposed to
for the
be that.
coaches off of just seeing that one thing?
I'm
Like
not
you,
speaking for the coaches.
when
I
I
said
said off of seeing that off, when I said the eye test, you was like you just basing it off of one thing. So you just said you think the coaches do too. How can you speak for the coaches?
I'm not speaking for the coaches. I'm giving an opinion.
So
Because from what I hear from the coaches is, okay, Van Dyke looked good, he's a beast, and then I hear them switch over to Garcia. He's a great guy. He coming into the system as a freshman, looking like he's been in there for years. So they're saying the same thing for both guys. So for me
Well,
today
that's
was the eye test to separate them two for my own self, and I'm just saying based on what I've seen, I like Garcia better.
you
I
like
think
Garcia
I think
better because
Garcia is more fluent out there on the field than Van Dyke. Van Dyke looks stiff.
Okay,
I've
I
been
won't.
hearing Van Dyke been balling, but from what I'm hearing about today, they're saying that Garcia just looked like a player. Like, and again, I
You gotta keep in mind
we having this
Garcia came
conversation
from
like
this
crazy.
system. Van Dyke is a pro style quarterback. He's been running pro style offense. This is the up tempo offense that Garcia has been in, the spread offense. So this is why one of the reasons why Reed Lashley went after him so hard. Reed Lashley did not, I repeat, he did not recruit Van Dyke. That's Enos.
And see that's that right there, whether you'll admit it or not, is the reason you're trying to pick Garcia.
Uh,
It's clear as
Trying to
day.
pick Garcia because what I've seen from Garcia. But
And,
I
Yeah,
think,
and
yeah. It's
I
no
mean,
question.
even if
here's
Reed Lashley recruited him
exactly.
and brought him in, and he's been running that system forever, but he looked sloppy in it. I'm not going to pick him over Van Dyke, who's a pro style quarterback that looked better.
and
At the end of the day,
all,
put the best talent on the field.
now, if what you say is true, and we're running a spread system, which we're not, um, you'd want Van Dyke back there
What
because in a
if
spread
we're not
system,
running a spread system, Liam? What are we running?
a read option.
I mean,
Okay,
it's
okay,
kind
you
of
got
a
a
hybrid.
point there, but
Yeah, it's kind of
nonetheless,
a
in that
hybrid
read option
approach.
system, Garcia's been running it way better. He's been running it through his whole high school career. Van Dyke has been up there in a pro style offense.
High school means absolutely nothing once you get to the college level. That's why I don't watch the highlights from high
And
school.
you're exactly right about that. That's why when Garcia came in and
It
everybody said
kind of
he's
does
out of high
matter
school, I said
because
let the guy play and let's see what he got.
it kind of
Let's
does
see
matter.
how he compete at that position.
High school matters because if you get up there and you haven't seen that system before and somebody else has,
Right.
9 times out of 10 you lose, bro. You gonna
Look,
lose.
look, look at perfect example. When Perry came into that offense, Reed Lashley's offense during the Oklahoma State game. This is an offense that Perry's been running his whole basically high school career. So when he came in, he looked comfortable. This is
Well,
something that
no,
he knows.
he came in and looked comfortable because Mark Richt ran a read option, Dan Enos ran a read option, and so was Rhett Lashley. That's why he looked comfortable. It's the same
Come
thing he's been
on,
running the entire time in college.
come
Bingo,
on, man.
bingo.
Come on. I think, like I said, Garcia looked way more comfortable than
And,
Tyler Van Dyke.
and once
Garcia
again, bro,
looked long from the half.
and we going off of this game or whatever, and we still got the whole summer and everything. So it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean, I'm not finna judge. All I can speak on is from what I see. When I did media, people ask me a million questions. I'm not finna answer that. I'm only speaking on what I see. They
Mm.
ask
Right.
me, "Oh, what you think about this? What you think about that?" I'm only going off of what I see, not what
Mm.
I
Yeah.
speculate, not what I heard, not what I assume. It's just what I see, and from what I see, like everybody saw, 53 was out of place for the majority of his snaps last season, but he had more experience than everybody on the field. And
Mhm.
then you had young Corey Flagg. You had these young guys flying around who never been in that position, get in there, act like they've been there before. Same situation, but everybody sees it with their eyes. They only speaking from what they see. You have to take that in account. So when I see a guy like Tyler Van Dyke come in, march down the field, do his thing, I loved it. But then
Yeah,
I
to
see
me,
young Garcia come in doing the same things, not saying, oh,
Fred,
it's better or worse, but I'm saying if it's close, and I gotta say it was too close. If we gonna give all these accolades to Van Dyke, then it was too close. It
yeah.
shouldn't have been that close.
You
So
gonna take the 2021 Lamborghini truck over the 2022.
right, that's what I would take.
You
It,
gonna
it
take the
makes sense.
With me
2021,
too.
bro. You gonna
When
take
Manny, when Manny and them was telling us about the quarterbacks, when we didn't see nothing for ourselves, we had to take what they gave us. If they
Yeah,
were saying Van Dyke was like Lear ahead, we didn't see nothing. We had to take that. But now watching them play, watching them on the field, looking at him, if he were to tell me that Van Dyke is light years ahead of Garcia, I didn't see that today.
then we don't want that either. We don't want just because he got experience that he should be playing. Nah, heck no, bro.
that's what Mark
He
Rick
ain't
did with Malik
outplaying,
Rozier.
bro. like that, man, get him the flip out of here, bro. If he ain't just clearly outplaying a freshman, which he should be, pedigree, all of that good stuff dictates that he should be ahead of Jake Garcia crazy. And Jake Garcia should be coming in like damn near learning from him. Like saying, okay,
That,
I might have to
and that's
sit
what
back.
we're saying. We got to get away from that seniority crap. That's
Exactly.
what we talking right now. Seniority. Van Dyke been here longer. Blah blah blah. McLeod been here longer.
Telling you.
Okay, Van Dyke's been here longer, and he's clearly better.
Wow.
I didn't see. Like I said, it's all
Hey,
opinion.
hey,
We
when I
saw what
ask
we
you,
saw. We
Hang on,
saw what
hang
we
on,
saw. At the end of the
hang on,
day, we all evaluate differently. So
Exactly.
hang on,
you
hang on.
know,
And here's why.
ain't nobody wrong or right on in this. But I'm
Hang on.
just saying, I would go with
I'll
Garcia.
give I'll
The
give you an
narrative has
explanation
been
why.
Van Dyke
Because
is the next guy, though. I ain't gonna lie.
I,
Like
hang
around
on,
out here, he's the next guy.
and
To
I'll
be
give you an
honest.
explanation why. I'm not just looking at okay, he threw for just as many yards, or he completed a touchdown pass because they both did. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at ball placement. I'm looking at is he throwing it on a frozen rope? Is he putting too much air under it like Corey Harris had a bad habit of doing? And
Don't do that.
Garcia's got some bad habits that he's got to break before he's ready to start. Tyler Van Dyke doesn't have those same kind of habits.
watch this. Hey, T2Y,
Hmm.
who won the Super Bowl?
Tampa Bay. Oh, sorry. Big
Okay,
Tampa. Big Tampa.
okay. Who were the two quarterbacks in the Super Bowl?
Tom Brady and Mahomes.
Which one throws the frozen rope?
Both of them.
Answer the
Man.
question. No, don't go there.
Tom Brady. Tom Brady.
Who throws the frozen rope?
The new
Tom
hot.
Brady.
No. Tom Brady don't throw no frozen rope.
No, I
Okay.
said the new hotness.
Like I
Who
said, I'm
who
looking
the
at
who
people to
the
learn
who
what
the
their
who,
guy.
who the dart thrower? Who the pinpoint accurate guy?
Exactly. The new
He
hotness.
threw
Oh,
it
okay.
behind his
Okay.
back.
Yeah. I mean, when
It
it
ain't
comes to
about
it, when it comes
I'm
to
not
it,
gonna say one guy is clearly above because he throws different. Come on, bro.
yeah, when you look at Mahomes and you look at Tom Brady, they got two different style of play.
It is.
Mahomes is more mobile. We all know Tom Brady ain't moving nothing.
Nope.
But Tom Brady will sit in that pocket and find the wide open receiver, and he'll put the ball exactly where it needs to be. So at the end of the
Did,
day,
did
Mahomes got
you
a different style, but Tom Brady does.
did you not see did you see Aaron passes from Garcia? I saw one.
That's it. I didn't see him. I didn't see him throw the ball overly through or anything like that, or put too much air on it. That's what I'm saying. What Slim is seeing, I don't know what he saw versus what I saw. But I'm gonna have to watch this game back about two more times because, like I said, I seen Garcia putting darts out there.
He put one in D Wiggins' hands in the bread basket, bro, and he dropped it.
Yep.
He put outside shoulder, bro. I don't even see that no more. Throwing it on the sideline, the outside shoulder deep balls. Come on, I don't even see that no more.
My question for Slim was, what was the difference between Garcia passes and Van Dyke's passes? Because I didn't see much of a difference.
He just said it. He said Tyler puts it where it needs to be.
You can just see
Did Garcia not put it where it needs to be today?
you can see that Tyler Van Dyke, and that's to be expected between a dual threat and a pocket passer anyway. But it's clear as day that Tyler Van Dyke is a more refined passer than Garcia is.
Well, who's the more equipped for? Who's the best fit for the offense at this point?
But Slim,
all know
exactly.
what
You got to look at it scheme wise. Scheme wise,
because big pressure is going to kill Tyler Van Dyke if he's not the
perfect.
mobile guy that he's supposed to be in this offense. If
Okay,
he's not getting that ball out of there,
what has Reed Lashley been preaching about his offense since he got here? He needs a mobile quarterback.
I'm glad you just brought that up because who took 2 sacks and who took no sacks?
hey, once again, that's a question.
But you gotta look at the game for what it is, Slim.
In
In the game, so you're telling me if they were to play the game right now, Van Dyke is not going to take no sacks at all?
Time out.
I'm talking about what we just saw. We just saw Van Dyke take no sacks, and we saw Garcia take 2.
So sacks are on the quarterback, right?
Some of them, yes. Some of them,
okay.
no.
Wait. Sack number 1, they touched his arm. He still got to throw off.
He would have broke
He
that.
still caught the ball, and they called sack. Get off the field. Sack number 2, he spent out, was looking downfield. Rigoni came low or whatever that was. No, that was the one when he threw the. I think he
Sack
threw
number,
a
sack
touchdown.
number 2 was in the end zone for the safety.
Say it again.
Sack number 2 was the one for the safety where that Tennessee transfer got him.
Right. So this is what I take from it. Rhett Lashley was in his face, right, for the sack, right? He was in his grill, right?
Oh, he gonna be in anybody's grill for a sack.
He
No doubt.
he held the ball. Right. But check this out. For a true freshman to come in, if you don't see it, don't throw it. What about when Nkosi come in and instead of taking a sack, but he try to force it and it get picked, then what do we say? So I'm gonna give him kudos for taking a sack other than something.
I'm
Man,
not.
he didn't have the wherewithal to throw it away.
Because
But he didn't
that
force
experience that experience factor made Tyler Van Dyke throw it away, not lose yards and live another down.
Got you. So that's the difference between the clear cut that in the throwing style is
It's not one thing. It's not things. It's everything.
okay.
So you just basically saying that Van Dyke got all the acolytes over Garcia then.
Garcia is definitely more mobile or more of a runner than Van Dyke is, but I've clearly said 50 times that on plenty of your shows, I don't want a running quarterback.
But you gotta understand the scheme that we run though. The scheme that we run don't fit that mentality. We need a running quarterback.
But
when times get rough, if you can't run,
a running quarterback.
We don't want a running quarterback. We got playmakers for that. But if we need him,
right?
If we need him to do that, we want that to be a part of his arsenal. That's what makes.
Look at it this way. We knew King was a running quarterback.
Facts.
We knew it from day one when we got him. We saw what he did at Houston.
Exactly.
That's one of the main reasons why they got him. So they know the O-line, the experience with the O-line. You're gonna need a quarterback that can escape the pocket and take off.
Okay,
we're gonna get more of that from Garcia than we would with a Van Dyke.
No. There's a difference between a mobile quarterback and a running quarterback. Aaron Rodgers is a mobile quarterback, but he's not going to take off down the field.
Yes, he
what?
Would. Yeah, right. No, bad example. Somebody else.
Actually, no. That's a perfect example because I'll go back to that NFC. Hang on. I'll go back to that NFC Championship game right before the Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers had nothing but green grass in front of him from the 8-yard line and didn't do it, and that's the reason Green Bay lost that game.
Didn't do what?
Didn't take off with the ball when he had green grass in front of him, and that's why Green Bay went for that.
Listen, whatever the moment was that you just try to compartmentalize, you can't do that, bro. You don't know why he didn't do that. You can't just say
because he has.
But we all seen the other plays where he take off for 50 yards.
Aaron Rodgers' career.
Aaron Rodgers has never taken off for 50 yards in his career. I'm gonna need you to go back and look.
Man, you better look again.
So you got to take off for 50 yards to be considered a.
Aaron Rodgers got a lot of big runs.
No, he doesn't.
Like Garcia said, don't expect for me to take off for 50, 80 yards. But when we need them key first downs and nothing's open, you can expect me to run the ball for the 10 or pick up the yards, the slide, go outside and stuff like that.
So Garcia hold the ball
to be like
Garcia is still open in the run. It's bad. Garcia hold the ball. It's a liability. But then Garcia still open and run the ball. It's a liability.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
See, but if we're gonna judge Garcia like that, if King's still open, he gonna take it. If Garcia's still open, he gonna take it. We can't penalize Garcia for not being a pocket present when clearly there's holes to be run. He can run right through.
Coaches call running plays for running quarterbacks.
And I'm not doubting that in the least little bit. Tom Brady's ran for 20 first downs in his career.
Now to what you said, Slim. This is a RPO. We got a quarterback that can run with Garcia.
Aaron Rodgers running for like 40 yards right there.
Yeah,
Roll it back
he's not a
again. Roll
running
it back.
quarterback. He's mobile. He's
No,
mobile. He's not a running quarterback.
he's not a running quarterback, but he can get out of there. That's the point. When he's
Right.
supposed to get out of there, he's out of there, and he can do it. Same thing with Jake Garcia. You don't want the actual guy that's running all the time, but you want him to be able to do that.
And that's the whole point of what I was saying. I don't want a guy that's going to run all the time. And by Garcia's
Right.
own words, he likes to take off and run with the ball.
So let me ask you a question, Slim. How many rushes did Garcia have today?
What do you have with it? 5?
Because he got no control over the play call.
Hold on, time out. FSU has a better quarterback room as we speak, coming off spring game. Y'all will be in trouble if King isn't back by Bama game. Oh
Stay on
God,
the drugs.
Panama Jack. I understand you got faith in your team, man, but
Panama
you know
crack.
what? I agree with y'all, but at the same time, Mackenzie Milton was a bad boy at UCF. Now, if he can't recreate that, I don't know. We'll have to wait and
He
see.
said quarterback room, bro.
recreating that behind what O line?
And that's exactly my question: is he going to be able to do that behind that O line?
He said quarterback room, though.
So he's trying to say Travis Jordan or Jordan Travis, Rudemaker look trash. I'm being straight up. Rudemaker looked like pure trash. Norvell looked like he wanted to have his head at the game. Who else do they got? Purdy, who's hurt. Come on, man. Florida State is in nowhere, shape, or form to talk about their quarterback room. Matoka would be a starter up there.
Ooh.
Real talk. It's crazy, bro.
I actually like Travis Jordan. I think he can have a good career. Now, whether it's behind that Florida State O line or not, I don't know. But the kid's got talent, no doubt.
If they invest time in Jordan Travis, he'll be a good quarterback for them in the next 2 years.
Yeah, he's got talent.
But to compare their quarterback room to ours, it's not even something to even talk about.
Now, if you just want to look at 1 year when Mackenzie Milton was at UCF and Derek King was at Houston, yeah, Mackenzie Milton's numbers were better. But it's like we just got done saying, can he recreate that at FSU? I doubt it.
Hey, Slim, what concerns you have coming out of the? I know we didn't have a lot of people in the game, but what concerns do you have, or questions that you have that's unanswered coming out of the spring game?
I want to see who's going to step up and be that big presence on the inside of the D line. You know, and I hope it's Zion or not Zion, Nesta. I really hope it is.
Yeah,
because I think that's what we were missing last year on the interior of the line was that big dominating presence, kind of like Gerald Willis was the year before.
Woo. Big shoes to fill, boy.
It is, no doubt, and I think Nesta can do it, and Nesta may even be able to turn out better than Gerald. But
to be honest, I am happy that Jess Simpson is back because, you know, I do think if anybody can get that out of those guys, it's him with his approach to the interior line, you know, as far as technique and coaching and all that stuff. So
to keep it real, I'm sick of these players that the coaches have to make players. I'm missing the Russell Marylands and the Jerome Browns and where when they came, bro, like the coaches was like secondary to them, bro. Like now, like we got to develop everybody that come in, bro. Nesta is, got that personality, but the production for me gotta just jump for Nesta to be like one of them guys, bro. Cause bro, we all seen Sap and you know what I'm saying, all them type of people, bro. When is that next transcendent one coming through, bro? Who
I'm gonna be
personality?
real with you, bro. Like the guys you name, those are all timers. You know, we only get a few of those, bro.
But we getting the pedigree of these guys though, even though they wasn't like all
Well,
world like
I think we were
players.
losing those guys due to recruiting. Those guys are on other. Those guys have been on other teams as of late, in my
We got a
opinion.
couple of them just came.
I
Leonard
think you're
Taylor
absolutely
and
right.
the James Williams kid, even Devontae Williams. I think those type of
Yeah,
players coming through that's making the older players irrelevant. Come on,
I
bro.
think those. Yeah, I think
Come
those are the
on,
type of
bro.
players that we're not going to be having this conversation about.
What?
But I do think coaching matters for guys who were just that have that potential
I
still. You know
agree.
what I'm saying?
I agree.
I
I
think
definitely
coaching
want to
matters
see
more.
the
I
Leonard
think
Taylors of the world come in and be the Leonard Taylors. You know what I'm saying? That we all, you know what I mean? Like, my
Right.
God, when they come into the interview room, that guy, he there just for football and you know what I'm saying? We had those guys. I'm tired of the every time I look around, it's the nice young man, humble. Okay, you a good student and all that, but we want them brutes again, bro. Like,
Where them dogs at, huh?
Yeah,
yeah, man, come
we
on.
keep throwing around words like, "Oh, he's a great leader," this and that. Okay, but is he a great football player? Is he
Telling
a
you,
dog on the field?
telling you, bro.
I
So
think
who you
that's
think on this line? Because again, you don't see that personality. Like even John Ford, you the biggest, cat pretty much in the room, and I'm thinking you not the alpha, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like
And that's another thing I like about Garcia. He talked that talk, but it shows on the field too.
facts, facts. We
I'm
need
gonna be
that
honest with you,
Hollywood
bro.
personality.
Hold on one second.
well. I think we're talking about two completely different things because like you just said, talking about you know, oh, he's a good student, he's a nice guy. Well, back in the day, they were good students too. Jimmy Johnson had one of the highest graduation rates in the country. So I mean, that's
No, don't
something.
don't make it like I made being a good student a bad thing. No, I'm saying
I'm
that
not at
that
all. I'm
that
not at all.
was.
I'm saying,
Oh, okay. Cause that
yeah,
my bad. Sorry about that.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
I
I was saying
definitely
you can have
appreciate that
both.
part of it.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you can obviously
Exactly.
have
No question.
both if those guys had that attitude back then, but we're still graduating.
Facts.
Um, I think the problem is, and it's been in everybody's face now for about 10 years. The coaching at the high school level in South Florida has gotten so bad that coaching at the college level means more than it used to. And even Nick Saban said this himself. It, South Florida high schools are relying so much more on talent versus coaching than what they used to. That the guys are a lot more raw when they get to the college level.
But
Uh, and, and
you gotta
but that's the
understand though,
coachable
most of the
mentality
guys
that
that
they
we
left us
recruit,
with, though.
most of the guys that you recruit in the state of Florida, why did we recruit them? Talent,
Yep.
instinct, instinct and talent. So we can't take that out of the equation.
Oh, and
But
I'm
we
not
left
doubting
with
that
that.
in the least
Once they
bit.
once
But
they come in,
but
once
the,
they
the
come and
reason
get
I
some
say
of these
that.
young guys
Oh, go
to
ahead.
go certain places, they actually taking some of the talented coaches uh away with them. You know what I'm saying? So that kid can have some kind of normalcy around them when they go somewhere else. Like we all know this, bro. We just need to have the guys like James Williams and Nesta. I'm not Nesta, but Leonard Taylor come in and be them guys, bro. Like we literally need some of these guys to come in and become the stars that they should be, bro. So recruiting won't have to be all the coaches. Like some of the things that these guys are doing will help recruit some of these guys. Because Alabama could just walk in a people's house right now and be like, "Hey, NFL, 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 NFL." NFL.
And to what you said, Nick Saban already said that too. He said it straight up. Recruiting for Alabama right now is easy. They winning, they putting guys in the league, and you come to Alabama, you compete for championships. What's the worst gonna happen? You go into the league with a national championship,
Tell you
and we winning. That's another thing too. Winning games, winning key games that matters.
these
A lot of,
games.
a lot of these kids, they going to the schools that they see winning right now. Clemson winning right now. A lot of recruits go there. Georgia's been winning. They can't get over the top, but a lot of recruits see that they winning and they compete and it's going there. That's where we at right now. We getting good recruits. We getting good talent. We getting good coaches behind them. Now we just got to go out and watch this thing start recruiting itself.
I thought the U was gonna be fed up when they saw the Bosa kids go to Ohio State, bro. I was to the end of my rope when neither of those kids end up going to the U, bro. Like those type of transcendent talents, those the cats that need to start kicking
I
the
honestly
door in.
think it was. I honestly, this is just my honest opinion about the Bosa guys. I honestly think it was nothing we could do.
Really, if you
Yeah,
don't think if we was winning,
no,
And,
I think that was a part of their little family legacy thing they wanted to do. That was their thing.
okay,
That's just my opinion.
and I think he's right because with some players, like another perfect example is Mark Ingram. Mark Ingram grew up not far from the University of Miami, but he said in his recruiting, "I want
crazy.
to be the state of Florida." So that's part
Yeah,
of the reason Mark Ingram ended up going to Alabama, and he didn't go
you
to a
go.
dominant
I
Alabama
mean,
program.
you're gonna have some kids like that.
Yeah,
Florida my whole life. I want to go somewhere else, see what the culture is like somewhere else.
exactly. That's
I'm
the
talking
point.
about
Time.
I'm
That's why
talking
a lot
about
of
the
these
Teddy
guys, when they
Bridgewaters
recruit,
and people like that
the
that
recruitment, like when you look at recruitment right now, a lot of the guys
pure
that we
buffoonery.
get to commit early, I don't really necessarily want them to commit early. I want them to go out and explore their options because that's where we get a lot of decommits from. These kids ain't been nowhere else, they ain't see nothing else. They just basically commit because it's their backyard. And then you have them go somewhere else, like the culture somewhere else, been somewhere else, never been anywhere else their whole life. And next thing you know, they gone to another school out of state. Let these guys go out there, visit places, see if they like it, and then we talk about recruiting after that. And that's what I kind of like about Manny's approach to it when they was asking, why we ain't getting the recruit in as fast. Look at last season. Around this time, we had our whole class already.
Yep.
Guys ain't had no chance to go nowhere else, to visit nowhere else. Who knows how many of those guys we don't get?
Yeah, I bet COVID really helped with that, with putting that class together early and keeping it together.
Right. So I mean, you're gonna have those kids that say, "Hey, man, I've been in Florida all my whole life. I know UM is right there. I know Florida's right there. I know Florida State is right up the street, but I want to get out of the state and explore." And that's where you get some of the kids that go to Alabama, go to the Georgias, Texas, and all of them other schools. They want to see something different. So we ain't gonna win all of them. We ain't gonna win all of them.
Well, I mean, you can't win them all anyway. I mean, there's just too much talent in South Florida to get everybody.
I had read a comment. I don't remember if it was in Facebook or if it was in here. They were saying that the kid out of Alabama, right? D. Smith, the one who did he win the Heisman?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Devontae Smith. Yeah, he won the Heisman.
Yeah, I was reading where someone said that coming out of high school, Pope was apparently a higher rated and more sought after recruit than D. Smith. So if that's true, then there are also going to be those guys that that you're going to end up getting that just don't pan out the way
Right.
you thought. Yeah, and then you're going to get the guys that weren't as highly touted, like a guy like Reed or a guy like guys coming from areas that they wasn't rated the highest and coming in and making an impact. And the thing about the Warren Sapp situation, Warren Sapp, I think is like the truest testament of
It was Jimmy Johnson in
a
all them
go a
days,
go
bro.
a go get it. Like I'm like a hungry football player.
Facts.
Cause Sapp came in as a
Tight
tight
end.
end, and
Facts.
then his plan was to go to defense and take a linebacker job and take one of their jobs. And Ogeron was begging him, bro, you'll be telling him he'll be one of the greatest if he come over.
That's why that D tackle, bro, that D tackle conversation.
Telling him he'll be one of the greatest to ever do it if he comes over to the D lineman. And who's to say if Ogeron wouldn't have, and if Warren Sapp wouldn't have said, look, I'm good enough to take anybody's job. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But bro
he
was in
came
the
in and took it,
construction.
bro. He took it. And those are the type of guys too. Those guys that got that heart
But bro was
that
in practice doing
I
cartwheels.
ain't come here to ride nobody bench.
Bro was
Yeah,
You know
in
what
bro
I'm
to
was
saying?
in
testify to
cartwheels.
that too,
Bro was in
Dwayne the
practice
Rock
doing
Johnson said
cartwheels,
it
bro.
himself. Juan Sapp came in and he took my job.
Facts.
Yeah, took it.
And he was an athlete, bro. That man was in practice doing cartwheels and flips and all kind of stuff, bro. So the innovators that we had at the time, coaching wise, you know the coaching tree, bro. Somebody was a visionary enough to look at that cat and was like, this cat can change the game, and he literally did that from the D tackle. Ain't no defensive tackles got 100 sacks in the league, bro. That boy did that, and in college was changing the whole atmosphere of games before games, like Muhammad Ali type stuff, bro. That's what I mean. Not just the actual player. Like these guys was like a whole different atmosphere of their own, bro. That guy walked through everybody warm ups and all that there, and have the national media talking about that, and still go on the field and kick ass. You
Now,
know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
looking at this Alabama game too, I'm gonna tell you one thing: them linebackers across that middle, they gotta be ready.
Oh
They
yeah.
gotta be ready.
Yeah, but the problem with using guys like Warren Sapp and Ed Reed and Trevor Lawrence, like you mentioned a minute ago, those guys are generational talents.
But
You
you
don't
want to
get those
use
guys.
them because they the best. Like you don't want to compare them to Mo Sykes, bro. You don't want to compare Avante Williams to Mo Sykes. Mo Sykes was good at the U. You want the guys that's coming in. You want to compare them to Sean Taylor because you want them to be that type of player. Like you don't want them to be just marginal players coming in because we would always been a marginal team. All of them guys, even if they wasn't rated high, they still had crazy
And
expectations.
you and you know what that's what I liked it when we hired T Will and he came in and he was talking about the great linebackers that came through the U, and
Facts.
that's the standards he's setting for those guys
Tell you.
before we lost them to UCF. That's what I loved about him.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Like we can't settle for these guys. Like they shouldn't want to settle for them kind of guys, bro. Cause and like I said, I'm more talking about these guys that when they stepped on campus, the air changed around it. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
and it wasn't always the 5-star cat. We know. Like it was dudes. Nate Webster. If y'all seen Nate Webster in high school, oh my God.
But
Linebacker?
see,
Oh my
but see
God.
that right there
That
brings
type
up
of
a point. That
that's
that
a
right there
that's a
brings,
leader at linebacker from day one. Like you freshman, everything. Ray Lewis
that
was around there. And Nate Webster was Dan Morgan before Dan Morgan. Every award Dan Morgan would have got if Nate Webster wouldn't have took the bad advice, he would have got all them awards that next year. And Dan Morgan would have been still playing on the outside.
but
Those
see
are the
that
people
kind
that
of
we
thing
miss.
that kind of thing leads me to a point that I've brought up 50 times on T2I's show before. Every year, when you don't have a guy with that attitude, and actually, you
Exactly.
need more than one. You
Got to
need
stack them.
several of them that
Exactly.
are gonna stand up with that attitude and say we're not gonna settle for this. But instead, this fan base puts it on the coaches every year. And I've said time and time again, yes, some of it's on the coaching, but it's just as much on those players.
I agree.
And that's part of the reason, in my opinion, you know, wherever you wanted to say Pope came out of high school, and 247 had him at a 4-star, rivals had him at a 5-star. You're not going to reach your peak when you've had 3 wide receiver coaches in 4 years. No matter how much
I'm
effort
a
you
big
put in.
proponent of not putting that on them coaches, bro. We all saw their shortcomings. Him and Wiggins. I just happened to be from where both of those boys are from and saw them all through high school. I'm from Gould down here in Southwest Miami-Dade and saw both of those boys in high school come up and
I
can't
mean,
explain why they dropping passes, bro.
And I'm not
today,
saying there's
today's
not
perfect. Today's game was a
coaches.
perfect
I'm not
example.
saying that at all.
We saw what we've been seeing from D Wiggins and Pope. The drop passes. It so I mean at the end of the day we can't put everything on coaches. I agree with Slim on that. Because I mean, when you compare D Wiggins and Pope to all the other wide receivers, you don't see Rambo dropping them like that. You
Hell,
don't see the freshman, well, not even freshman no more, sophomore now, Restrepo, or you don't see him dropping them the way they do consistently.
crazy. And
Now, like I
for
said,
them to hit
and
this
I'm not
game
saying,
into it, I'm like, oh man.
yeah, and I'm not saying there's not blame to put on the coach staff. Obviously, there is. But what I'm saying is, us as a fan base, overall, we tend to look at just the coaching staff and put way too much blame on them. When we also need to be looking at these players and going, "Where's your effort?"
Hmm.
Because a coach can yell at the top of his lungs all day, every day, but if that player doesn't make that decision to do it, to implement what that coach is telling him, it don't mean a damn thing.
That's why.
Right.
That's why with everything that Lashley is at this point is as far as how we stacking receivers. I don't care if you bring in 70 of them because ever since Teddy Bridgewater got away from here, and we didn't have a O coordinators like that to where how Urban Meyer, all them kind of people that just came in and every offensive player that was crazy wanted to go play for that person, bro. That's what we got right now with Rhett Lashley, and I just want the players to be able to come out and hit it, bro. Because the kid Washington from Alabama and Smith, oh man, come on, bro. We got so many receivers right now to the point where we definitely got to be setting some records or some shit, bro. At this point, we
Yeah,
can't
man.
settle for just middle of the pack no more, bro. North Carolina is around here drilling people. Sam Howell, like how, bro? Like when that happened, man? Like this, come on, bro. We got to get back to the boogie, man. We saw Andre Johnson bomb out Nebraska first player, bro. We need that back, bro. That's it. And some of this that we got right now, we on the right track, I think.
Yeah, I definitely think we on the right track. Like I said, we got so many wide receivers right now. Competition is wide open. We still seeing the drops with D Wiggin and Pope. I mean, look at D Wiggin. The catch that he didn't fight for against North Carolina ended up being a pick when that really is supposed to have been a big game for him. And
Boy,
then today we see the ball put clean in his hand. He had it cuffed, and DJ Ivy played it all the way through. That's the problem I'm having with D Wiggins, fighting all the way through. If you don't fight all the way through, you you're basically stepping on your own foot right now. Especially with all these wide receivers we got in that competition room.
and you getting coaches fired doing that because
Well,
we
I,
all
I
know
was
Likens is a coach, bro, and then it end up falling back on that player like bro talking about right now because
well,
you can't get no more coaches fired, bro. At this point, it's on
I
you.
was I was also watching the show during the game and listening and keeping an eye on the game. And there were plays, and I can think of one specifically. There was one. Everybody in the comments section hollering a drop by Pope. PTY hollering a drop by Pope. The DB just come up and knocked it out. Okay, I mean that happened in the Super Bowl. DBs do that.
Yeah, but
Sometimes it's good defensive
at
play.
the same time, though, Slim, you got to look at it. For Pope and Wiggins, the drops has been the issue. So when the ball is placed in their hands,
Got
we
to make
expect to see some progress to where they hold on to it.
I've
I
seen
mean,
balls knocked out of Calvin
it's a
Johnson's
great play
hands.
by Avante Williams, to continue through the play and fight. So we
exactly.
know we see what we're getting out of Avante Williams.
Tell me.
The future is bright for him. But when we see
Okay.
veteran guys, I'm talking
Supposed
about
to-
veteran receivers in Pope and Mark and Wiggins, I expect for them to fight for the ball a lot harder.
Facts.
Yeah, but see,
They
you,
can't
you could
afford
take
that,
you could
bro.
take a
They
you
can't
could take
afford that.
first ballot. You could take a first ballot Hall of Famer like Megatron, Calvin Johnson. I've seen DBs come knock the ball out of his hand too.
Yeah, but like I said, when you got a guy that's a veteran, once the ball is in your hands, it's up to you to fight for it. DB's gonna always learn to try to knock it out, but it's you against them every single time the ball is in the air and y'all go up to contest. They gonna do what they do. You got to be the one to say, "Hey, I'm the veteran here. I'm coming down with it."
If
Yeah,
you're
but
on the
I mean,
field,
And the people not gonna give them the benefit of the doubt at this point, bro. That's the point. Like
Exactly.
they can't afford that. They gotta
We-
fight for them balls and come up with that. So people won't always get on them. That's the knock on them now. So
Exactly.
those plays like that, the marginal plays, they gotta come up with them. They just
Now,
have to.
now I'm gonna say this too. If they were catching balls all the time, contesting balls all the time, when that happened today, we wouldn't even thought about it.
Exactly.
Would have been like, "Hey, that's a great play by the DB." It is what it is.
Exactly.
But that's what we've been getting from D Wiggins and Mark Pope: the drop balls and the not, fighting for it.
and
Any
I
other
understand
receiver that
that.
would have happened to, we wouldn't have been on them like that.
And I understand that, but regardless benefit of the doubt or not, there were plenty of times. There were plenty of times when Lee Rozier didn't have the benefit of the doubt from the fan base. I call it play by play, no matter the player, every play. Sometimes it's a bad play on Pope. Sometimes it's just a good play by the DB. Now I take all of it.
Once again, you definitely got to compartmentalize with these two players. Like you can't compare it to nothing at this point, bro. You got to
I
talk
don't.
about them two.
Well, I mean, number one, I don't have to do anything, and that's just the way I do it. I look at each play individually,
Okay.
and that's how I'm gonna do it. It's just what I do.
I think for the sake of conversation, if I'm talking about a specific player, I'm talking about that player. Is what I see from that player are they, can I trust them? You know what I'm saying? We all we all can use anecdotals, talking about Megatron and all this other stuff. But you've had significant experience, significant meaningful snaps, big games. You've had significant amount of targets, and when you drop a screen in the bowl game, a wide receiver screen that could have took it to the house. You do that one time, okay. But if you have a history, a pattern of certain things, if we talking about that player, they're not showing enough to where they have I'm gonna trust them. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't like we.
Yeah,
Hey, y'all, give me a second. Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead, y'all.
from what he's saying, basically, Mark Pope and D Wiggins build a reputation. They build a reputation. Where, let's say like that pass that was knocked down by Avante Williams. Let's say that had happened to Rambo. we wouldn't have gave Rambo the same amount of slack that we gave to D Wiggins and Pope. Because we seen Rambo make catches today. We see him contest for the ball. At one point, he was like the only wide receiver on the field, if you ask me. So if that were to happen to him that one time, we wouldn't have been on him like that. But we see a consistent pattern with Wiggins and Pope. So that's why we're on them because we're not on them just to bash them. We want to see them do better. Those
and that's
drop
not what I'm
balls they
saying.
do, we want them to catch those.
That's not what I'm saying at all. Not even close. But my point is the way I look at it, I look at every single play in the game, and I could give two shits less about last year. I'm talking about how I look at it. I don't care about last year. Last year's dead and gone. I'm looking at this year.
But when you
I'm
look at
looking
D
at
Wiggins and
that
Pope,
play
it
right
looks like they bringing last year into this year.
based off of reputation, sure, but not if you look at every single play. Not at all.
But you watch this game, you seen who dropping the ball. You seen why they dropping the ball. I don't see why they dropping. I've seen how are they dropping the ball. Ball is being placed in hand. There's no excuse for D Wiggins cuff. He had it in his hand, cuffed. Ain't no way as a wide receiver when you learn to fight for the ball, you let this DB knock it out before you hit the ground. You had it cuffed.
Not doubting that. Not in the least bit. You're completely missing my point. You're bringing up last year and their tendencies, and saying that's why you're more critical this year. I'm saying I don't care about their tendencies or last year. I'm looking at the plays that they've made today, and there's improvement from last year. Looks better than it did.
Like I said, Slim, I've seen from D Wiggins the
I
same
didn't
thing
see
from
improvement. I saw the same thing.
I saw the same thing. I was looking for progression. I was looking for improvement. But if it was improvement, I wouldn't be talking about last year. Last year would have been irrelevant right now.
The only issue I have is inconsistency. It's not about the
Exactly.
drops. It's about inconsistency.
And I've also said 50 times about the both of them. They got to put in that work on their own to get better. Regardless of who your wide receiver coach is.
The thing is that at this point we don't have time to play with them. That's why it's great that we got Res Lashley that's attracting all these wide receivers. That
When
is
you
a
listen to those two
mechanism to
guys,
say, boy, if you're not gonna perform, these young guys are right here that will. So
Oh, listen,
when you listen to both of those guys in them press conference, and they bring up the drop balls and stuff, what they say? Oh, we've been working. I've been putting in mad work. This and that and the third. So as a fan, now I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take that from you. Now I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna watch you on the field, and I'm gonna see if what you're talking about is that action. Is that action that you're bringing now? Okay? You dropped the balls last season. It is what it is. We got to move on from it. We can't turn back the hands of time. But you say you've been putting in all this work. Let's go. Let's put the eye test to it. I'm sorry, but D Wiggins and Pope failed that eye test today.
not really.
Everybody can't be.
Because
Everybody ain't gonna be a dependable star.
And,
Some
and, and,
guys.
and that's not what I'm saying either. And also, what I'm saying is taking last year out of it because you don't care about it. You look at the ones they didn't come up with today. You're using their habit of last year as a reason for, oh, well, the DB shouldn't have knocked it out anyway. And my example of using Calvin Johnson is best wide receivers in the NFL get them knocked out by DB. The best wide receivers in the NFL, when they come down on their head, don't always hold on to the ball. That's one of them D. Wiggins dropped when he came down on his head and lost his grip on it. I've seen
So
AB drop 3 of those this season. That's one of the best wide receivers in the league. So I don't care about that. Because
so is Calvin
things,
Johnson. So is Calvin Johnson consistent or inconsistent?
oh, he was definitely consistent.
Okay, we're talking about their inconsistency. So if you say I'm gonna throw away last year and I'm only gonna go one game, then by your logic, we gotta say, okay, we're gonna throw away Calvin Johnson's whole career and focus on that one game where he wasn't as consistent. And we're gonna judge him based on that one game, throwing
But
away the rest of his career. You can't
that's
do
my
that.
whole that's my whole point. I don't judge anybody off of one game. That's why I saw
Okay,
better out
so we're not judging off of one game, we're judging off of one game plus the rest of the totality of their career. So we're using your logic. And you're
that.
saying it's wrong to use your logic.
That's not at all what I'm saying. That's not at all what I'm doing. And that's not you're using their past as a predisposition for what you want to see them come up with everything now because they've been so inconsistent. No wide receiver comes up with everything.
So when we go off of one game, it's wrong. But when we go off of the past
See,
and the present, it's
this is
wrong.
the point. Michael
Which one
Irvin
is it?
wanted to come up with everything. The great
Just be
ones want they
consistent.
want to come up with everything. After them dropping, they should want to come up with them, bro. Not just us wanting them to come up with them. That's our point. Like they should want to come up with them. It's not us saying, "Oh, they should want to." No, it's them. Like at this point, bro, the player, they should be sick of dropping passes, and nobody should be able to knock the pass out of their hand if they fighting harder than they usually fight when somebody knocks the ball out of their hand. So that is the thing that bro is trying to say, my bro. Like at some point, they got to catch them passes, bro.
Panama Jack. T2Y, let's be real. FSU better wide receiving room than Miami after the spring game.
Yeah, right.
I don't think Miami's best wide receiver was even on the field today.
Oh my God.
That's what we're saying.
I ain't got no comments for that on Panama Jack. I'm gonna just let you believe what you believe in, man.
When
I
a
don't
when
think
a
Miami,
when a
I don't think Miami's best running back was on the field today. I don't think Miami's best wide receiver was on the field today.
Who's our best wide receiver in your opinion?
I think Jeremiah Payton to have one hell of a year.
Well, Jeremiah Payton has been battling a lot of injuries last season. He battled COVID-19. It ain't looking too good for him. I'm just being honest. It ain't looking too good for him.
Actually,
With
it's
all
looking
the
pretty good.
competition in that wide receiving room, him being injured and stuff like that, I think a lot of this play time, a lot of the competition gonna pass him by.
I don't think it will because
I
he's
think
going
a
to be.
lot of those once we get wide receivers that's going out there being dogs and he hasn't been competing, it's gonna be hard for him to fight back. We don't know
He's
what we
going,
get coming out of those injuries from him no more.
I don't think it's going to be hard at all because he's going to be back in the summer and they don't set a date until the fall.
Yeah, he's back in the summer. These guys been getting all the reps this summer, this spring or whatever. They and then you got not just Jeremiah coming back in, you got three other wide receivers coming in to compete again. So he's back to square one right now.
Like I said, I think Jeremiah's poised to have a breakout year. We'll see if that
I
comes to
don't think we're gonna
fruition or
see
not.
much of I don't think we're gonna see much of Jeremiah Payton this year. I'm just being totally honest. I hope he proved me wrong. But I don't think we're gonna see much of him this year.
And really, most everything he was out for last year was COVID. I mean, hell, you can't help that.
Right. But this season with the injuries, it's setting him back even more.
He got his very first injury, and that set him back even more. But those injuries don't set other players back all the time.
Yeah, but when you look at the wide receiving room that we have right now, guys that are out there right now trying to set a spot for themselves, Jeremiah Payton, he's out of the picture right now.
Yeah, real talk.
He's out of our picture right now. But once again, and I've said this 100 times, people put too much stock into a spring game. They don't set the.
I'm not even putting stock into the spring game. Like I said, I'm
either.
down here in Miami, right? You know, I'm definitely around everything, and I definitely like kind of you feel me? Like it's around in the air. Like the guys whose names you hearing is not who we talking about at this point. Just to be honest. And this is one of the guys that when they recruited him, that we all thought had Andre Johnson type of vibes, and it hasn't been that, bro. Like you, at some point, you definitely got to. Well, I'm not gonna say you. We gonna have to definitely evaluate these guys on really what we see, bro. Not just it's the potential. The potential part is when we get them from high school. Now you really got to play. And again, I'm sick of the players that that want to be like the marginal players, bro. We need the players that wanted that. Like I said, I keep going back. You know what I'm saying? Michael Irvin was mad at himself if Stanley Shakespeare had to call him and say some that he had a bad game. Like he wanted to be better than them guys, bro. These guys want to come, just go through the motion, and a couple of them want to fight as hard as what we seeing Restrepo doing right now. Restrepo is one of them guys for me. Like you could see that bro wants to be a great Kane, bro, and that part matters to him. And being
Was
a
he?
great
Was he?
Kane means you're a great college football player at the
Yeah,
time.
See, I
you
don't
can
think
see,
you can say that either
when he's
because hang
fighting,
on,
he's showing
hang on.
consistency.
That makes absolutely no sense because you've never seen Restrepo suited up against anybody but our own defense.
Yeah, we have. He played a couple
Restrepo?
games last year. That's for
Played
Yeah,
sure.
he
he
played he
played. He
played
played a
This
special.
is
couple.
Xavier Restrepo. You know that this number 7 that played last year. He came in as a
Yeah,
freshman last year, so he played in a
yes,
couple games.
he played a whole lot of special teams.
So you just said he didn't strap up against anybody, but that's not even the point. I'm telling you that the kind of guy that this guy has been since he's been here, he's one of the Canes, the guys that grew up here that wanted to be Canes and wants to be a great Cane, bro. And it hit different when you from around here, obviously, and that's what I'm talking about. This guy gives you them type of vibes, bro. He gives you Kevin Beard, Ethnic Sands, uh, Roscoe Parrish. Those the vibes that you get from this guy. And being a great Kane means a lot, bro, to certain people. And we need to get back to that.
And with
So
him,
wait a minute,
for
When you
me
see
with
hold on.
Jonathan
Xavier,
Vilma and
So
DJ
it's a
Dallas
lot
in
of
the room talking
consistency.
about each other,
hang
they
on.
competition.
I can't just let that statement go. So you're saying I don't know shit about it because I'm
No,
not
I
from
didn't say you didn't know shit about it. I would have said that if that's what if I was saying that. But I said that it
what does it
hits
matter that
different.
I'm not from South
I,
Dade? So
I'm
what? That doesn't
I'm
matter.
saying with me. I said it hits different when you're from around here. I'm talking about myself. Like I
It don't
said,
hit no
I
different.
would have said you not from around here, but that's not the issue. So
It don't
go ahead and
it
make
don't
your
matter
point.
if you're from South Florida or
Now,
Central.
Slim, to what he's saying is basically players like Xavier that's been here, that's been in Miami, that's around here. They wanted a lot different. I mean, with Xavier, I could see the consistency with him. He's constantly fighting at practice. When they put him in the game situation, he's fighting. He wants the ball. He wants to be great. Every opportunity they give him, it seems like he's taking advantage of it, and he's showing consistency. That's what we need.
He
Consistency.
got DJ Dallas
Constant
vibes.
fighting from dogs.
He got DJ Dallas type vibes, bro. Somebody that they wanted to be a Kane, bro. Like, and they wanted to be a great Kane, bro. And it
DJ
matters.
Dallas is from North Georgia.
It didn't matter. That's my point. Being a Kane mattered. You keep breaking it down to wherever they're from. I'm telling you, in Xavier Restrepo's case, where he's from matters. DJ Dallas, he wanted to be a Kane, and being a
No, he
great
didn't
Kane matters. And I compared
really
that.
because he was committed to UGA when Mark Richt was there. When Mark Richt came to Miami.
And what did he end up doing? Everything he does is green and orange now. There's no more Georgia on his mind since he got here. Georgia hasn't been on his mind in about 6 years. I'm sorry.
Yeah. At the end of the day, like I said, with Xavier, I see a dog. I see somebody that's constantly fighting, not just a practice warrior. This dude, every time you put him on the field, he's fighting. He's fighting for the ball. He's fighting to get open. You could tell he wants to do something special for this team.
And he calling players together, catching passes at night. He calling players on the weekend during the pandemic like he doing leader stuff, bro. Like I said, bro, we saw certain players coming up like this, and
I honestly think Brinson is another one. So we definitely gonna see that
what?
where you can see it. You know what I'm
Like,
saying?
oh my God,
I agree with you about Brinson. I like it.
tell me, Marty
Yeah,
was
that's
that
what
back,
I'm saying. Once
bro.
that receiving room is full in the summer, guys like Jeremiah Payton, they starting from scratch. They starting from the beginning. But them younger guys, they coming in, they hungry. They hungry. They want to be in Miami. They want to be at the U. They grew up loving the U.
I
They
mean, to be
want to
honest
get
with
us back to the glory days.
to be
The
honest with
thing
you,
is,
though, if what
walking
you
in that
said is
that
right, hang on. If what you said is right, after the spring game, everybody's starting from scratch. There ain't no depth chart fit.
Nah, it still ain't no depth chart, but
man, we
the
all ain't
spring
stupid, man. We know who's who, man. At this
the
point, bro. We
spring
know
game
what's up,
allows
man.
us to
We
see
know
for
what's up.
ourselves. All they're doing is just allowing us to see practice, allowing us to see a scrimmage. That's all they're doing. But we
Yeah,
can use
that's
that.
all it is. Scrimmage.
Yeah,
But
'cause
we all
that's
ain't
basically
stupid.
what you saw. The spring game. What you saw was basically what they doing in practice every time when
Right.
they line up.
But what it allows us to see is um and it's not even a big game atmosphere. I don't care if it's on ACC network. That ain't no big game atmosphere. But it's just a glorified scrimmage that we get to see for ourselves. Manny gets to parade his team in front of the world and say, "This is what we have to show right now." And that's all they're gonna show us. They're not giving us all the playbook. They're not giving us all the key
Then
players ain't gonna
how
get
many
all the
players
reps.
that was hurt? How many players we got out right now? Did we
Oh,
speak about
15.
the actual
15
Yeah,
players.
players?
I'm
Bubba
about to say
Bolden
15
out.
or
You know what I'm
16.
saying? There's
Yeah.
players
But
out.
what but what it does do, it allows guys, especially with all those injuries, guys to actually showcase who they are, show
Exactly.
their consistency, show their want to and all that extracurricular stuff coaches talk about. You know what I'm saying? And it allows us to see for ourselves. So if I'm critiquing a player, I can only critique off of what I see. And
Facts.
if I see a player being consistent, that's a critique I'm comfortable with saying. If I see a player being inconsistent, that's a just from the plays that I've seen with Xavier Restrepo in games and what I've seen in this glorified scrimmage, because you got to take every rep into account. It's still a rep. You know what I'm saying? I see more consistency, and I see a guy that I can trust in the game. Just my opinion. Because it got to start somewhere. You got to see it somewhere. You got to get that trust from somewhere, and you earn the game reps from somewhere. So from what I've seen in our glorified scrimmage, is who I seen earning game reps. I've seen Keyshawn Smith earning game reps. I've seen Rambo earning game reps. Mike Harley earning game reps. Meaningful reps. I've seen Restrepo earning some game reps. Listen, Pope and Wiggins, we don't wish no ill will on those boys. But all I'm saying is
For real. Them some
consistency.
dudes. Where they from?
When it comes to wearing a U on your helmet, I can't speak for no other college player. I can't speak for no other college team. When it comes for wearing a U on that helmet, there's no way in hell with all the receivers that we got that wore that U,
Hmm.
we've never seen a history of this from.
It used to matter to them boys that they was better. Like it used to be a competition between them whose careers was better, bro. These guys, it don't matter to them now, bro.
And
They
you're an upperclassman. You're not a freshman or a sophomore. You played in all the big games. You played Florida State 3 times. You played in bowl games. You got tons of experience. And I'll be damned if I start seeing traits of the same thing. I'm gonna have to speak on it based on what you've always shown me. Guess what? The people who be talking about Nkosi Perry all the time, that's what they use.
hmm.
They say, "Oh, it's the same old Perry. You know what you're gonna get." So we can say it too with Pope and Wiggins. You know what you're gonna get. That don't mean we don't want them wearing our U. That don't mean that. All I'm saying is who I trust on the field. I need somebody I can trust in the fourth quarter.
We want the ones that want to be
That goes a
Well,
long way when
here's
you
my
have players
question.
that are consistent.
that want to have they
Here's
picture
here's my
on that
question
wall
then.
of fame. That when you walk in that X Center, like those that used to matter, bro. Like for real, it don't matter these guys.
Everybody not gonna be Andre Johnson. Everybody not gonna be Michael Irvin. We get that. But what I'm saying is,
wanted to be
even the guys that are the tier below them gotta be more consistent than what we're seeing from those guys.
Here's my question. You haven't seen any consistency out of any wide receiver on this team. So where do you come up with trusting Xavier or
Yeah,
Keaton
we
Johnson,
have
which
seen
I both think are
consistency.
good?
Mike Harley.
Wait a minute. So Mike Harley is about it can break the Canes record for receiving this year. That's not inconsistency. Don't get that, bro.
Right.
Did,
Inconsistency
did
don't
I
get
did I
that.
say Mike Harley? I didn't say Mike Harley. Mike
So
Harley's
you
pretty
said
good.
You
where
said
you
it
asked where
had
have
to
I
happen.
seen the consent? You said it's nowhere. Mike Harley, I named him, and then Rambo came in off of from another school,
Exactly.
catching everything, catching
But
everything.
I
but
think if you have to
to
look
your
back at the
point
spring game and you look at Rambo,
to
I
your
know
point
one drive I
earlier
seen him caught like 6 pass straight.
to
Well,
your
that,
point earlier,
off of
go
that, that's
ask
6 receptions already. What's the Canes record for receptions in a game? Ain't it like 13 or something like that?
I don't know.
but to the very point he made earlier, go ask an Oklahoma fan. Rambo was the most inconsistent receiver they had.
Well, we haven't seen that here since he put that helmet on. Everything that
If you
we've
use
seen
your
from him,
eyes,
and I'm talking
I don't
about
speak on.
practice. I'm
So
talking
far,
about everything that I've seen from this guy since he's been here. Been bombs. Been everything.
I speak on what I
He,
see.
exactly.
okay,
Everything
and
Why
he
am I
has done
listening
since
to
he's
other
been here,
people?
he been
but my
balling
whole
out.
point is, you just said you got trust for Restrepo. All you've seen out of him is one spring game. He had three
We
catches.
haven't just seen one spring game out of him. Well, what you
He
mean?
had three
played
catches
last year.
last year. He had 3 catches last year.
It doesn't
That's not
matter. You said he
consistency.
doesn't have any, bruh. You can't play both sides of the fence, sir. Like I
Three
was just,
three catches doesn't make consistency.
bruh. But what we've seen, he
How
doesn't
many
look anything
completions
like
Tyler Van
he
Dyke
look,
had
he
last
looks he
season?
looks far and away better than he looked last year. We'll just break it
We can
down
do
to the lowest common denominator for you. He
we can do
doesn't look
this all
like the
day.
same player from last year.
How
Bottom
many
line.
completions Tyler Van Dyke had last season? Since we want to do that circle around thing, how many completions and touchdowns and what to say he's clearly above? So we can use that if it's convenient for experience and all the things you put into for when we use the experience for Estrepo saying that he was in games last year. We said it. But now you using it like, only 3 catches. But you use experience for Tyler Van Dyke. And what was his stats last season? You making it like he was playing
I'm not
meaningful
making
snaps to
I'm
where
not
he
making an argument that he's
And
not
and
good.
Restrepo was
You're
in on
making
punt
an argument
returns
for
last
somebody
year and
being
everything.
good.
So he did get
You're
big
making
game
an argument
experience.
for somebody being good off of limited experience. I'm not making an argument for somebody being good off of limited experience.
All right.
You
So
did
the
you
that
did
with
it with
Tyler Van Dyke,
you
sir.
did it for Van Dyke.
Yeah, you did that with
What?
Van Dyke, sir.
so
Yes,
basically
you did. You
the
used that as one of the variables.
Yeah, you did with Van Dyke,
the
sir.
receptions in a game for a wide receiver is 12, which is tied with Willis Smith and Philip Dorsett. So
Some of these guys ain't
we
gonna
could
be.
have Rambo catch 12 passes in a game this season.
Time was who in Dorset? I didn't hear the first name.
Willis
Smith.
Oh, okay.
dating back to 1984.
I use my all I can say is if I speak on a subject, I'm only going to speak on from what I've seen with my eyes. I can't speak on what other teams fans have said on projections and all this. I only speak on what I've seen, and what I've seen, and if all I've seen was today, if today was the only, if you just turned on the TV, never seen Restrepo, never seen none of them, and today, Rambo was more consistent. Restrepo was more consistent. Mike Harley was more consistent. Pope and Wiggins dropped breadbasket catches.
And
Like, bro,
if you look at Mike Harley too, last season he had a game where he had 171 yards in the game.
yeah.
That's when we saw that breakout flash from him. That if he would have had 10 more yards, you'd have cracked the 100 the top 10 when it comes to single game reception yards. So the sky's the limit for Mike Harley this season. He could make the top 10 as a king.
And I've seen
And
progress
imagine
from
if a
him.
Jeremiah Payton or a Michael Redding or somebody like one of them big boys end up waking up this year, a Keyshawn that can go along with everything that we got going across the middle, because at this point, slot is gonna be Restrepo. You know what I'm saying? When Harley, get up out of here. So
Yeah,
and then you got Rambo taking the top, bro. It's crazy right now. And you saying we don't
I
run
mean,
spread,
I mean,
bro?
looking at other records too. Single game touchdowns by a receiver. The record is 13. Mike Harley could do that this season if he put his mind to it.
For some reason, I'm thinking we only got Rambo for this year, but I could be wrong.
I think it is only this year.
I think it's only this year.
No, because last year was a mulligan.
Yeah, but I don't know where it was
But
before
is he
that.
a grad transfer? Nah, he
That's
just
that,
entered the portal. He entered the portal, I think.
Yeah, he's not a
He's
grad
not a grad
transfer.
transfer.
okay.
So last year was a mulligan, so we got him at least another year.
Yeah,
Well,
and that's if
that's
he
what
don't,
that's
and
what it
that's
was.
if he don't kill everything. Cause, bro,
Yeah,
That,
true.
everything that
that's
you
what I was wondering
hearing
about.
about in practice, bro, this guy is taking the top off and taking short routes and taking them to the crib. So
Yeah,
he can mess around and be out of here, man.
that's true.
Cause bro got some real deal speed,
I'm gonna go get
and
my candy.
I think
And
if
and speaking
Yeah,
about
that
Mike Harley, we did see, and you remember early on, Mike Harley did have some issues with a few drops or
yeah,
whatever.
he did.
But we did see a progression, and we did see, and he spoke on it. He spoke on what he needed to do. He apparently he did it. And another thing is also, I'm not saying that those guys don't have talent. What I'm saying is a lot of times with football, it's mental that goes in it too. And sometimes, like with a kicker, the same thing. Your fundamentals is always there, but when it's pressure, when it's something going on, sometimes you have lapses. And I think those drops are usually mental, more mental than anything. But at the end of the day, you have to I have to be able to trust that you locked in every rep. And I don't know. I don't know. If we didn't have anybody else, I would say, hey, let's ride with these guys, man. Let's just hope for the best. But there's too much talent on that roster for there not to be somebody else ready to take those positions.
I'm just thinking our recent culture was not as consistent as our way past history was, to where again when it transitioned from urban and to the people like Santana Moss to what I'm saying, to Andre, all that shit mattered, bro. Like it was always like some crazy talent coming along, bro. Right now it was too much of a gap between that because we had like a couple of good receivers come through for a couple of seconds. What was the transfer kid from Buffalo? He was all
Yeah,
right coming through. Like it
yeah,
wasn't no,
KJ.
AJ
yeah,
Osborne.
exactly. Like, but who passed the torch to who we got right now, bro? You feel me? So
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think there was a good that came out of getting KJ Osborne
I mean,
because there was a we did
I
have
love KJ.
we did have a maturity issue um with with the team for a couple years span, right? And teaching you how to be about your craft. I think KJ, that kind of trickled. I think by him coming in, that trickled down to Mike Harley.
Facts.
And now Mike Hardy sounds exactly like KJ when it comes to, because KJ came in
Yeah.
telling guys, hey, let's hit the jugs. He wasn't even a part of UM. He
Yep.
came in, hey, I don't know how y'all do it around here, but let's hit the jugs at the practice. And they followed him. So I think it's starting, and we're starting to see a little bit. All we need is just that level of go get it, work
Yep.
for it. Because remember what you said about the U way back, what they was talking about, work,
Word.
work, work. It was a business. It was business. It ain't personal.
And that's why Manny can make it, bro. That's why it'd be good to see Manny make it because Manny know, bro. Like if anybody really know, daddy a politician around here, so his daddy was in the paint. You know what I'm saying? So we had to see a couple of things, and had conversations, all kind of stuff, and if anybody could like actually pull this off, man, he could mess around and pull it off, bro. Especially with them actually starting to spend money on coaches and all that kind of stuff now. Like, bro, I love to see Manny pull all of this off, bro, because
I think the boosters, I think the school, everybody's behind Manny, and I think to be honest, they can see it too. It's just he gotta bring the results. If the recruiting level has got higher, um, each record has getting a little bit better, and we need a statement. We
facts.
gotta have that statement to say the U is back. We keep trying to
Notre
say it.
Dame was supposed to be that statement, bro.
Yeah, we keep
Chasing
trying to force it to say, "Oh, the U is back." No, we need to go out and show it. And when we show it and put the world on notice for real, not just no fairy tale stuff, then I think Manny gonna get that full support because he making all the moves to try to improve us. So we gotta support it. But once we give him that full support, he got past the bumps and the bruises. The recruiting gonna be sky high. Everything, the coaching hires, the revolving door of the coaches, more analysts, everything gonna improve, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
Maggie's gonna put us back in the spot if he continue the way he's going and we have some success during the season. He's gonna put us back to the point where people are gonna start saying, "Okay, Miami is a first tier team now. Miami is a first tier job, head coach job,
Facts.
um, any kind of job on any position." I
Cause
think
that's
what
gonna
too,
bring
like,
that's gonna
for the
that's gonna
offense, yeah, for the offense and the defense, when you go out and look at it, they're starting to give him support. They're starting to put money behind the football program again.
Yep.
They finally learned, hey, this program generates a lot of money for this, you know, university. If without that
Crazy.
football program, the health facility and all that, don't exist.
The crazy thing is that when after it established the health facility and all that, because bro, everything is Jackson University of Miami Jackson. Listen, like ain't no way they don't supposed to put no money back into this. And you don't even want to get into the the stadium conversation
right.
that they got that big ass paperweight in Little Havana right now, and we could still have like all of that could have been put into the Orange Bowl. All that money that the Orange Bowl made for the city, and none of it getting put back into it. That was ridiculous, bro. But
Yeah, when they knocked down that orange board, I thought that was ridiculous.
that was
Well, that was
crazy,
that was that was Donna Shalala more than anything.
man.
But
That was
here's
the
the thing.
city of
If you look
Miami.
at if you
Period.
look at
I'll
all the history that's
That
been
was
through
the
that
city of
stadium,
Miami. Period. That was the city of Miami. Again, they signed a dumb deal with this stadium group. So imagine what kind of stadium, what kind of deal they had back then, bro. For them to allow it to get torn down, come on, bro.
and for them to wait this long to try to update facilities and stuff, for Mark Ricks had to come in there and put his foot down for us to upgrade. I think that's terrible too.
Well, not really, and it was kind of to be expected because Miami had always won being cheap. That's the thing. They were cheap when they hired Howard Schnellenberger because yes, he was experienced, yes, he was proven, but he wasn't a big name head coach hire. They were being cheap when they hired Jimmy Johnson because what had Jimmy Johnson done with his head coaching career up to that
Oh,
point?
whoa, wait, hold. Nah, wait. Snellenberger came from what the USFL or some shit, didn't he?
He
Yeah,
left. He
that
left
wasn't
to go
cheap.
for
That
the
wasn't
USFL.
cheap, boy, to bring
No.
that
He
guy
left
coming from his own
USFL
deal.
when he left Miami. When he left Miami, that was for the USFL.
Wait, yeah, you're right. Go continue. My
I
bad.
mean, all Jimmy Johnson had done with his head coaching career before coming to Miami at Oklahoma State was get his ass whooped by Oklahoma and Nebraska.
But he was an innovator though, bro. He was the guy that brought the speed to the offense and defensive line, bro.
He ain't had no
But
goddamn
he did,
recruits
but he
out there
did
in
not have
Oklahoma.
no speed over there,
I'm,
so he couldn't
I'm
run
not
what he
saying
wanted to
he
run.
wasn't good. I'm not saying he wasn't good.
When he
That's not
got
what
here and got a chance to get them athletes, that was it. Because that guy literally changed defense and offensive line play forever.
to me, the biggest thing that Miami's lost over the years was Sam Djokovic, the athletic director. That same athletic director went and hired Howard Schnellenberger, hired Jimmy Johnson, hired Dennis Harrison, hired Butch Davis. That man knew what he was looking for in a coach.
Yeah. But
It was when he left is when they started making bad coaching hires, but they were still trying to go his same route. These guys they thought were on the up and coming, but
that was
the
before it was
right after
budding. But that was before the medical industry was changing the world. You know what I'm saying? Now, like they don't have an excuse for not pumping money into the football program, because when there was no money for the medical program, the football program made a way. So now
I'm gonna say this too.
spend money into the
Look at Florida State for instance. Florida State just raised $100 million. They about to upgrade all their facilities and stuff like that.
They're a state university.
As Miami, we can't get left behind. If you look at Alabama, you look at Cleveland, all those teams that constantly doing these heavy recruiting, getting all the 5-star guys and all that. Their facilities, they update them. They put money back into the program.
Well, the AD and the school presidents gotta be invested in football to really have those conversations. And sometimes you end up with certain relationships. You know, we talk about how good the president is or whatever, and he's a Miami person too, and all this. But it's like they gotta have those conversations. And I mean, by Manny, I think Manny is the type of guy, because he's from here too. He's the type of guy that can push that. And maybe who's to know if he's not pushing that.
And once
Hopefully
again,
he is.
Poppy still, Poppy still Poppy out here. You feel
Yeah.
me? So it's all kind of,
We can make it happen. We got enough, bro. I know those other schools at state universities, but our booster money different.
Bro,
Our booster
Norman
money
Braman,
different than all them other
if you know who
places.
Norman Braman is, bro, that guy
The way I see it,
hardest to get.
if Miami came up with a plan or somewhere to put a stadium, and they reached out to the booster, it'll happen.
We just the issue is politics, zoning, area. You know what I'm saying? Like knowing where we could put it, because each municipal is their own individual whatever. You know what I'm saying? Gables, it ain't happening in Gables at all. There's nowhere to put it. Nowhere to put it. So
they ain't gonna allow it. That the residents of Gables.
Yeah, they're not gonna have it. The residential people don't want it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna get voted. It ain't even gonna go up for vote.
Bro, no, that's why we say City of Miami.
Kind of
they the crooks, and when it comes to this, they the boobs. That's the responsible for that big ass paperweight, because the dude Norman Braman, the Cadillac dealer.
Yeah, Braman.
He was with picket signs out there trying to get them people not to deal with the Marlins at that time, and they ended up doing it anyway. So.
See, I think the whole thing with the stadium is on the fan base's mind. I don't think it's on their mind whatsoever. Because here's the thing: the Dolphins used basically the Hurricane Stadium for almost 40 years. That's what they're fixing to look at to happen now. We're going to use the Dolphins Stadium for 30 or 40 years, and then they're going to.
We don't got
when they have to make a decision, they will.
We don't got nowhere to put them unless the Marlins get sold and that area is up.
That's the point right there. And they need to get rid of that trash.
If that happens, then those conversations will be had, because if they do an Orange Bowl 2.0 in the same spot, bro,
they wouldn't be able to set that. They could name the price on the tickets.
Name the price,
light
dog.
up the community again, because back then, people.
That was the heart. That was the heart of Miami, dog.
That, bro. And they snatched all of that away, bro. They snatched all of those people extra money that they made from games and shit during the season. Everything that they had there. The Orange Bowl was way more. That shit was like the the power supply in the middle of that shit, and to put that big trash that they can't fill up not once a year at this point
That
is
spaceship.
ridiculous. That's crazy, man. Like I said, Norman Brayman. If we can get Norman Brayman, try to get Norman Brayman on one of your shows one night and get him to talk about that boo deal that the city of Miami ended up signing, bro. Like some kind of stupid deal where they don't get no parking money or nothing. It's crazy, bro. I wish I had like the details of the actual deal that the city signed with the Marlins for that stadium, bro. And we could still have the Orange Bowl still there.
Yep.
That's
Yeah, all
crazy.
they had to do was renovate that thing.
They tried. No, that was the problem. Like if they was, they put what I forgot, man. It was some stupid money that they put into it, but it was like band-aids, like Bruh said earlier.
Yeah.
It needed to be knocked down, but it needed to be put right back up as the Orange Bowl again.
Well, you could they could have renovated it with it still standing. I mean, you've seen. I mean, the Rose Bowl's been renovated, and
You
that's the
been
oldest.
hold on. You been to the Orange Bowl, my brother?
Bro, the Orange Bowl, that shit was gonna fall sooner.
Yeah, bro. The broadcasters used to be scared to go up, bro. That's
You would
crazy.
think it's a mini earthquake in
That thing
your
was
seats,
shaking,
bro.
man.
I
Hey,
swear, dog.
I've been in that place when it got to
In
rocking. I know how.
Yeah,
my
so you know what I'm
lifetime, I've
talking
only
about.
been to the
How
I've
you
only
know
been to the Orange Bowl one time. I'm a young dude. My parents, they're not into football. They're Jamaican.
okay.
So when I got to a certain age where I could go myself, I went one time and I was scared in there. I ain't gonna lie.
And the last
When
night
you
in there was the worst night, bro. When Randy Shannon got the whole Orange Bowl closed down for that Virginia trash. I still
Don't
see
even,
tight end
oh
running that same
man,
route, but
I
Hey,
still can't,
that was
that
the
shit still
saddest night,
bother
I
me
was in
today.
I was in Vero Beach watching that game.
bro. Me and my brother walking away from that damn stadium, we did not know that was it was just ridiculous, bro. That tight end play that night. I swear, if we saw Randy Shannon that night, bro, we probably would have chased him down the street, man, because that was crazy. For that place to have as much history that it had, for it to go out like that,
Yeah,
I mean,
that was terrible.
looking back now, though, I mean, you can't really put that on Randy. Randy inherited a talent.
what? He's a defensive guy, and they ran the tight end play. That was like last year against Blake Baker
Randy
with North
inherited.
Carolina. Bro, they ran
Randy
that
inherited.
same counter play to the backside every play, and this man could not get nobody to feel that shit. Same thing with Randy that night with that tight end play. All night long. Are you
See,
kidding
when
me?
when it when
They
it's
not
that
holding him or nothing, bro. You man, I'd have been trying to
when it
hurt him.
when it's that simple and they're running the same, and I said it for both games. When the game plan is that simple and they're running the same thing over and over again, that's 100% on the players. That's the players not giving a damn.
Man, I'm putting. I say 50-50. I'll go there. Cause boy, like I said, that night, again, you say you watched it from Vero Beach, but we was at the game,
I was in Vero Beach watching
going
that game.
crazy. And I'm talking about me and my brother know this about to be the last one too. And this is what we get. Oh my God.
Man, that was the worst way to go out in history.
yeah.
Plain and simple. 50-8 to 0.
Hey, against
Nope.
Virginia at that, dog. I forgot
Yeah.
who they good players
And
were.
Virginia at the time were no damn world beaters.
No, actually, I think they had like a couple of players. They had like a tight end that's been in the pros for a minute, or a running back or something like that. I think they had like a couple of good players that year, but it was no way that tight end play was supposed to just keep running over and over and over. Bruh, it was crazy that night. We walking away from the stadium like, man, Randy, and we lost Teddy Bridgewater that night, pretty much.
No, we lost Teddy Bridgewater when they fired Randy Shannon.
That's my point. He was at the game.
That was long before Teddy Bridgewater.
Nah, that was actually Ja'Cory Harrison, right? That was Ja'Cory Harrison, right?
Yeah.
That was the year they brought in.
So who
That
was
the
in high
recruiting
school
class.
coming up behind Ja'Cory Harrison, right?
It was that very next year, Ja'Cory and that Northwestern team came into Miami.
But I'm telling you, who was coming up out of Ja'Cory?
Bridge was the next quarterback.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that
but
pipeline to UM was supposed to go from Ja'Cory to Bridgewater.
Yeah, but Bridgewater left when they fired Randy because Bridgewater straight out said he wanted to play for a
You
black.
know they was gonna fire him. They just got beat 58-0. There wasn't no future in that.
That was Randy. That was Randy's first season in
It don't
07.
matter. He got beat 58-0 and closed the Orange Bowl. There
How,
wasn't no
how,
future
how, do
for
you,
him.
how is it?
He
We know
already wasn't getting no support.
Wait a minute.
Put it this way, he
Wait a
wasn't getting no support.
Wait a minute.
Then
We
get
know
beat
Randy's gonna
58-0. What kind of karma is that, bro? How
you
good was that
Randy
to
was
go
going
for
to
him?
get fired. You knew Randy was going to get fired 3 years before he got fired.
Damn right. They already wasn't supporting him.
Okay.
Bro, what's the narrative
That
about
loss.
Randy Shannon era? What was the narrative about Randy Shannon's era?
That was Randy
Yeah,
Shannon's
listen,
very
after that
no
8-0 beating, fans didn't look at Randy the same.
That was Randy's very first year.
I'm telling you what the narrative was with Randy's whole era, bro. He was not getting the support from the school.
Well, I completely agree with that. But
so on top of that,
first
he get beat 58-0 in his first season, bro, and shut the Orange Bowl down. How good of karma is that for him starting out, bro? You got to rebuild from all of that, and you Randy Shannon.
Well, hell, he had to
put it like this, man.
Did you see the shit show that was 2006? He had to rebuild from that too.
Put it like this, man. You just got beat 58-0. The fans got questioned. How do you answer that?
You don't go asking questions from a first-time head coach.
What's the conversation like with the AD though, bro? And put yourself in the AD's shoes. What's your question for that coach after all the controversy of him getting that job? Because they know at that point you went to the bargain basement for Randy, and you kind of got like a kind of a credit card with it because he went to the U and he was loved. So the blow was kind of softened because we know like it was plenty more people more qualified.
We got a history of being cheap, dog.
So exactly. My point.
But that's exactly the point I made 15 minutes ago, though. They have been cheap.
What's going on, everybody?
What's
going on with you?
All right, family. Okay, I'm hearing what everybody's saying right now, and I'm agreeing. But Coach Randy Shannon, the reason he got fired, he didn't get fired after the Orange Bowl game. No, that was down later down the line. He got fired because he lost to FSU, Florida Gators, and UCF. And he was not getting support from alumni
at all.
Yep. But that 58-0
exactly didn't help at all. No matter
but I believe that was his first season. He didn't get fired at Orange Bowl. He got fired.
I'm telling you, he got fired from that moment. Because and I'm talking about that karma.
For what Buddy's saying is in the fans' eyes, when we lost 58-0 the last game in the Orange Bowl, in the fans' mind, Randy was already fired.
Tell you, that was Nick Saban. If that was Nick Saban, he was gone, bro. He was gone. He wasn't getting no fucking support from the alumni off rip. And then on top of that, he is probably our third, fourth choice.
Perfect example. Look at the 2017 season when we won them 10 games. Everybody and their mama was behind Marcus.
Telling you, bro.
Everybody was behind. Then we went to Clemson and lost that game that bad. The whole fan base dropped Mark Richt. It wasn't the same no more for him.
Okay, TTY. I'm answering this question. Was that his first year when he lost the 58-0?
Yeah.
Randy's first season, he lost that.
Okay, no problem. When he
was gone.
We really
when you couldn't kiss from Northwestern. When we couldn't kiss from Northwestern now, when they came in, I think their second season, not their first season, second season, they was balling out. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were balling out their first season. Took
Yeah.
took one of the Florida Gators, Tim Tebow led teams, all the way down to the fourth quarter with a 6-9 score, and they
I
pulled
agree
away
with
in the fourth quarter to win that game.
I was gonna say the reason when he got fired is because he got fired because he lost to 3 Florida teams.
No.
That's when he got fired.
Listen, 58-0, bro.
Yeah, what
Your
what
first year, they
I
he
was
was
saying
I'm
flat.
just telling
his
you what
first year when he lost that game 58-0.
You taking it
In
literally.
the mind of the fans, Randy was not the guy.
Exactly. You taking it literally. I'm
But
talking about
but
figuratively.
what he did to what Taz is saying, when he did get fired, that is the reason. That was the final straw.
That clock was ticking. As soon as that buzzer went off when they was closing the doors to the Orange Bowl with that score saying 58-0 and the home team lost, bro. That was the domino effect.
He's saying that put him on a hot seat, basically.
Exactly.
On your
It
first
might
year.
not have was his 50th
I
game.
don't.
It
I
could
don't
have
think
been his
he lost.
1200 game.
But we all knew Randy didn't get the same treatment that everybody else did.
Exactly.
That is true.
And I said all this coupled with the fact that he wasn't getting no support. So it made it even crazier,
I can't
bro.
say it's because you lost the Florida team, because he beat Florida State twice.
Facts with Travis Benjamin.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm saying like the following year when he lost to all Florida team. That's like, oh, you got to go.
Yeah,
He
it
didn't
can't
lose.
happen.
But that was just one of the dominoes, bro.
He didn't
You know what
lose
I'm
to
saying?
all Florida teams in 1 year.
Put it like this: it's like Florida State. If Florida State, everybody they hire, if they coaches keep losing to Miami, losing to Florida, they're gonna be up out of there.
Telling you.
So them two teams you got to compete with year in and year out. If you can't beat them two teams, you're not gonna be there too long.
And you got to be an Illuminati to keep losing like that and stay there, like somebody like
that don't
Jim
make no
Harbaugh
sense,
in Michigan.
That don't make no sense, though. He beat Florida State 2 out of 4 years. He took Florida down to the wire the 1 year that he ever got to play them. And he also beat UCF, too. So that doesn't – you're not making any sense.
Listen, man, we lost to 3 Florida teams in 1 year. That was the final straw.
He did the 3 Florida teams in 1 year. That never happened.
The fans don't care about that, Slim.
Wait, what UCF
game? You lose you lose to all 3 in 1 year. They gonna remember that.
That didn't happen. That never happened.
Oh, he's saying that it didn't happen, bro.
So you saying what Taz just said ain't happened?
That did not happen. He did not lose.
So we didn't lose to them 3 teams in the same year.
Not in the same year, no. As a matter of fact, Miami is undefeated against UCF. We have 1 loss ever to South Florida.
I'm sorry, South Florida. I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me pull. I'm gonna pull.
No, you're right. It was not UCF. It was the South Florida team. I apologize.
And we also didn't play Florida that year. We played Florida in 2008, I think it was.
When we ran into Florida with Tim Tebow. That's when Sean Spence was a freshman. When they went up there and fought, and eventually it was just, Urban Meyer was them boys was on another level at that point. They was
that was
coming
Tim
into
Tebow last year.
yeah, bro. They was coming into that Urban Meyer reign at that point. You know what I'm saying? So shit.
Yeah. And but see, Randy had a team to put up a
But
fight
they fought.
because he had just brought in that Northwestern class.
But they fought, exactly. All of them boys went up there and fought. And then again, with Randy was really, I hate to say it, but Randy was not like the smart guy, bro, for me. I'm just put him on myself. But they gave him offensive coordinators that was like just so gung-ho, bro. They sat there and let Ja'Cory throw 7,000 interceptions, bro. Like they'll see the man throwing, like just lofting the ball up there, and the next time you see Ja'Cory again, he lofting the ball again, bro. Yeah, I think it was what's the guy that just he was just the offensive coordinator for the Dolphins, was it?
All right, so that year, 2010 is when he got fired. After that, 2010.
Because 2011 was when Alabama came out.
I knew that.
What was Jacory offensive coordinators? It was
Mark Whipple.
Mark Whipple again, somebody that just let little bro whip it around. Never Robert Marv came into the fold and all of that. But
see,
again,
Mark
that was
Whipple
supposed to be
losing at that
Teddy
point.
coming up right behind Jacory.
He had Coley too as offensive coordinator.
Say that again. Yeah,
Coley.
How many interceptions could Jacory
Coley
threw
was
in his
under Al.
career?
I thought Coley was under Al Golden.
But
Yeah,
he was. But those was both Jacory Harris offensive coordinators, and all the interceptions that he threw.
So that last year with Randy Shannon, he lost to South Florida and Florida State in that year. Florida State beat us that year 45-17.
Yeah, that was towards the beginning of that 7-year run where Florida State beat us.
Then he lost to Virginia Tech 31-17. Then we lost the bowl game to Notre Dame 33-17.
Yep, at that bowl game.
How many interceptions? How many interceptions Jacory averaged? How many averaged? I think he got like a crazy amount of interceptions in his college career, bro.
I don't think he had as many as Malik Rozier, though. I think Rozier threw more than him.
All right. So interception wise, Jacory Harris had 14 touchdowns, 15 interceptions.
In his career?
That sounds like one season.
That's 2010.
Look, how many interceptions in one season?
In that one season, he had 15
interceptions, brother. I think he got like 40-some interceptions in his career or something. 40.
I don't know about his whole career.
Let me see his whole career at Miami. Interception, 48 interceptions.
48.
Shit. God damn.
Now look at the offensive coordinators that Randy Shannon had under him to develop pretty much the new shit in football at that time, because Northwestern was running that spread and it was crazy. So for him to get to Randy Shannon, and Randy Shannon ain't, like I said, the smart guy. Next thing you know, he got offensive coordinators that he's supposed to trust to take care of Jacory. This is what we got. We got 48 interceptions. Real talk from Jacory.
Yeah, but see, at the time when he hired Mark Whipple had just left the Steelers and gotten a Super Bowl ring with Big Ben. That was considered a good hire at the time.
It was, but let him throw 15 interceptions.
To follow up behind Jacory, then you had Morris with 30 interceptions.
Stephen Morris, yep.
And he was, to me, better than Jacory. He ended up with being a better quarterback to me than Jacory.
Yeah, man, it's been tough.
It's been tough, bro. But at this point, we get De'Eric walking through the door. That's why even us having discussions about our number 2 being crazy. I'm happy to have these days back.
But to me, I think TVD is a quiet assassin, but that's my opinion.
Oh, I agree with what he just said. I think it's a good problem to have when you have 2 very talented backups and you're trying to figure out who it's going to be.
Now, let me ask you this, Ted. Did you see the game today?
Not really. I saw the second half. I didn't see the first half.
When you I'm gonna ask you this question sometime later on down the line, man. When you watch that, you let me know who you feeling a little bit more. Either
my phone was blowing up. My friend was constantly updating me like pass. Garcia was going for the long ball, and TVD was going for short passes.
Yeah, if like I said, in my opinion, I'm starting Garcia right after King.
I know. I put this in your chat while the game was going on, and I've been saying this for about 7 years now. I need to see more yards after catch for these damn wide receivers, and that goes for every single one of them.
I agree. I agree. They go down way too easy. Too easy, bro.
Learn how to break a tackle.
Oh man.
And that's the whole thing about what T2Y was saying. It's you gotta have some kind of fight in you, dog. Like some dog in you, some fight. Like, we know you can run. Running is half the battle. You know what I'm saying? Receiver, you gotta run, get open, catch it, and keep possession. You know what I'm saying? Get some yak, do something. You know,
I hate to cut it short, man. We've been on for about 5.5 hours right now.
I see it.
I gotta get ready for my sister baby shower, man.
That's a
So
record.
I'm gonna have to cut it, man. But hey, man, I appreciate each and every one of y'all. I'm pretty sure we're gonna talk about this again.
Bro.
No problem.
Hey, y'all have a
Yeah,
good one.
man. Appreciate everybody for coming through. If y'all ain't hit that like button yet, hit that. Subscribe to the channel. At the end of the day, go Canes.
Go Kings.
Hashtag beat Bama.
Hashtag beat Bama. If anybody rewatching, you make it this far, which I doubt. I doubt. Hashtag beat Bama. All right, y'all, take it easy.